30 seconds. The last 30 seconds. Fifteen seconds. Hey ho, and away they go.
And off we go for day 2, stage 1 of this 7th edition of Epic Israel, or should I say Migdal Epic Israel. The riders are just rolling out of the race village right now. They just started the stage. We have a 94.5 kilometer stage with over 1,600 meters of climbing. It's going to be a very, very tough day. And just see the amount of riders leaving the race village. We have around 600 riders starting today, this stage.
Enjoy the next 95 days. Here we go, all the mix, all the masters, all the men's, all the ladies' teams, all the locals, the international riders. Go, go, go! Yalla, yalla, yalla! Yalla! Let's go! Nice and easy, John O'Connor. Here they are. All the local Anderson Transport, hello, Heimer, Stefan Louis, and Attila going, Yolakaran, PK. There we go. 600 riders having a great time. The prologue yesterday.
Yes, and the first 3 kilometers of the stage today would be neutral until they leave the area. And then the racing is going to start. We're going to have about 20 or so kilometers before we begin our first big climb of the day, a 20-kilometer long climb, gaining an average percent of around 3%, so it may not be very steep, but it is very, very long. We'll gain 540 meters during that climb, and we're 1 minute and 40 seconds after the start, and we still have riders going through that start line. So you can see how many riders we have here in our Epic Israel powered by Trek.
And it's obviously a fashion statement. Enjoy, we'll see you back later. Turn it up. Right, here they go, nice and easy. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
So here we get our first views from our motorbike. Our motorbike camera views are just over there, and we see the riders are still in their neutral zone. We still didn't have all the riders going through the start line. And already nearly 3 minutes in the race, and not everyone has gone through. They're still making their way here through the start line. As we see the riders just taking things easy. They can't pass the car until the neutral zone ends. And then the real racing is going to start. Here you see the riders are still on their way out of the race village. You see the view from our cross bridge. And these are views from our helicopter. We have our helicopter cameraman Itamar Greenberg on there. But you see the riders are just trying to keep in front position for when anything starts. They don't want to be behind when things start to begin to be serious.
All the teams, all the ladies, everybody have a beautiful, awesome ride.
There's already a rider over there stopping on the side, maybe waiting for his partner. As we said, the riders must stay together during the whole race with no longer than 2 minutes in between them. You see here our Toyota leading the way as we have the final riders going right now through the start line. So the riders have just finished going through the start line, and now in a few minutes time we'll pass the end of the neutral zone and start the racing. So we see over there it's Guy Zessler in the white jersey of the best Israeli duo leading the way. And all of the elite riders, elite UCI riders, just trying to stay on the front and not lose any, not be in a bad location for when the real thing starts very, very soon. As we've seen very nice views from our helicopter, you see the amount of riders. We have so many riders here. So many riders come here to enjoy. Some come to race harder and some just come to enjoy the beautiful courses this race has to offer. So as we said, today is a 94.5 kilometer long stage. The rider will accumulate 1,650 meters of climbing, so it is a very, very hard day. It is the second day, but we call it stage number 1. Yesterday we had our prologue, a 22 kilometer long prologue through the beautiful city of Akko. We went on the old city walls. We had a very, very nice course just near the Mediterranean Sea. It was maybe only 22 kilometers, but the riders came here very, very tired. It was a tough stage yesterday, and I hope the riders have all recovered, had a good night's sleep, and something to eat, and I hope they're ready for today, because today is a new story, a new stage, everything is open. As we see the Austrian duo, this is Karl Marx and Gregor Rogel near him, runners-up of last year's race, not having a very good stage yesterday, finishing 7th. Over 2 minutes off the pace, so they hope to get to improve that feat today. You see they're located very, very up front, so maybe they'll try and do something. The riders are just taking a left-hander on the road. They will hit the off-road very, very soon. They'll go on the farmlands here, just in between the different agriculture growings we have here. You still see all the riders riding very, very close together. They're not going to see all each other in the continuation of the race, but this is a good time just to see who's where. And they're trying to get ready for today's race. As you see, not all of the riders are still on the front already. Not if they don't want to stay in the pace, and I think the race has started. You see the car is not on the back anymore, so the race has started. We're out of the neutral zone into the farmlands, and the riders are just starting, not too strong, but starting to set a pace to have. First of all, they want to have only UCI riders in the front. They don't want to have any other riders interfering with them. And soon I believe the attack will start. Maybe not yet. We still have 20 kilometers until we get to the first climb of the day. But by the time we get there, I believe we'll have a very, very interesting race. So here we can see some more views from our helicopter shot of the farmlands just near the race as the riders go up and down, and a few lefts and rights over there. You have to be in a good position over there not to be behind a rider who may tumble. So as we saw, all the UCI riders started from the front, but still we don't see any serious attacks. The riders are just staying together, setting their pace, and you can see that the riders who are further back are slightly more struggling through that pass over there. It's very tight, it's very slow, so they have to be on the front not to start losing time right now. And little gaps are opening. Might not be our UCI riders, but this is when the UCI riders will try to make the difference between the Masters and the Grandmasters. We have riders here from all over the world, from 26 different countries. Some come to race, some are professional racers, some come to enjoy the beautiful views Israel has to offer. I believe the UCI riders are trying to enjoy the views as well, but not as much. They're here to get some points for Tokyo 2020 or just to have a good race, as riders enjoy to do. And here we again see that little technical pass that slows down the riders. You see some riders have to take their foot off, and it's enough that one rider takes his foot off and everyone else will have to do it. As here we can see again the front of the race and some nice signs of saying shalom and peace. Peace in Hebrew, in English and in Arabic over there. This is very nice to see the Israeli flag and calls for peace and epic ride. So the riders are just here near the, taking a left turn. You still see the amount of riders in the gaps opening. Riders don't want to get caught behind, but they also have to make sure that they are staying with their partner. Their partner has to be no longer than 2 minutes behind them. And here we can see today's stage. We have a very, very nice view of what we're going to do today. We're going to pass near Nahariya, start climbing, and in the middle we have a feed zone, go through Park Goren, near Abirim, near Ma'alot Tarshiha, and head back on a pretty similar route until we get to the exactly same route on our way back here to the race village with a few slight changes. We are here in Regional Council Mate Asher having this race. And you see the riders just, again, more and more riders making their way through this stage, through the place over there. These are riders probably from the Masters category. Now they don't have to be on the front end of the race. They want to ride their own race. Some of them are not even here for racing. You can see our great views from the helicopter following all the riders. See a very, very long line of riders all over the road. So again, some more helicopter shots from our live view system here. From the helicopter, as I said, many, many riders all over the road. Gaps are opening. We still don't get many views. We didn't get many views of our front UCI riders. I hope we'll see them soon. I do believe there aren't much changes yet. We will have the big changes when we hit the first big climb with around 20 kilometers into the stage, or to be precise, 22.2 kilometers in. It will be from Mitsuba to Fesuta, two villages here in Israel, in the Western Galilee. So here is the stage profile. As you can see, around 20 kilometers, we start the big climb of the day. And overall, we'll have 1,650 meters over 94.5 kilometers of racing. Most of the climbing is in the middle of the stage, as we are here near the sea. So we don't have many hills over here, so we have to ride around 20 kilometers towards the climbs and then another 20 kilometers back to the race village here at the Mate Asher Regional Council. Again, we see another view of the riders just making their way through. Looks like the elite UCI riders here on the front. And we are 14 minutes into today's race. The riders were out of the Mate Asher Regional Council in our race village of the 7th edition of this Migdal Epic Israel powered by Trek. We had around 3 kilometers of neutral racing before the riders made their way to the farmlands, and now this is racing. We don't see any pair just taking the lead for now in a very strong fashion. We'll probably see more attacks when we get to the climb in about 10 kilometers or so. Riders are just making their way, making sure they don't have big gaps from their other contenders. And we do have our leaders from yesterday. It's George Egger and Maximilian Brandl should be up there in the front. They have nothing to do, just follow the moves and make sure they don't lose the wheel. So with me here in the commentatory box is my partner Carl. Carl, how are you today?
Hi, good morning, Ori. Yes, exciting racing yesterday. I just obviously joined the guys, to all our international viewers and all the local viewers. Boker Tov, good morning. Once again, a beautiful day here in Israel. It is day number 2, stage number 1 of the Migdal Epic Israel, powered by Trek. And as you guys have already heard from Ori, 15 minutes or so into the race as it stands now.
Yes, and we see the leading riders just on the front. It's probably all the UCI leading riders. The other riders didn't manage to hold the pace. We're going to have a 94-kilometer stage again today after a shorter stage yesterday that we started here at 7 a.m. local time. So it's slightly cooler today than the heat they had to suffer yesterday.
Yeah, yesterday we started right in the middle of the day. It was about 31 degrees today. Very cooler temperatures this morning, but it will go up to the mid-30s. So yes, that's why we actually added that extra water point for these riders. So as you guys can see on the flyover on stage number 1, there will be 4 water points in this. On the screen at the moment, you'll see only 3, but they've added one at 85 kilometers just for the heat that they obviously going to make sure that the guys keep hydrated and get back to the finish line 10 k's after the last water point. The guys started with a 3-kilometer neutral zone on jeep roads. As you guys can see, they're very narrow roads and quite dusty for these riders, but nobody's going to hold anything back today. There's about a minute and a half in each category in all the leaders' jerseys, so separating the top 3. So yes, that's a lot of fighting to do out there, and it's going to be very interesting to see what tactics and what strategies some of these front riders and front teams will use today. Oh.
Absolutely, it's going to be interesting. And going through yesterday's stage, we had good winners yesterday. Really nice ride. In the Grandmasters, we had Ronen Chirizli and Chagai Anabi winning the Grandmasters category and taking the leader's jersey. In the Masters category, we had Chaim Dahan and Angelo Di Veroli. In the mixed category, the mixed with men and women racing together, it was Tomer Baruch and Deborah Ochayon. On the women's category, we had Erin Huck and Chloe Woodruff winning. And on the men's category, we had a very impressive win by last year's winner, George Egger and Maximilian Brandl, taking the yellow jersey of the leaders of this race.
Well, I must say, Ori, I saw the guys, the yellow jerseys on the starting line this morning. They looked very relaxed. And I know it's number 1 and 2 German teams, first and second place as it stands after the prologue. So the Germans still going to have their internal racing today as well, because I know the guys said even yesterday, yeah, we're catching you tomorrow.
Absolutely, we are going to have some interesting racing here. As we see the riders here at the front of the race, they're not racing full gas yet. They're still making their way through the farmlands. No one is taking the lead and making a very strong pace yet. I believe we're going to see a little more action when we get to the climb, and here we can see an Austrian duo leading the way. It is not Karl Markt and Gregor Ragel, the runners-up from yesterday, but maybe they are setting the pace for them, just making sure that the pace is not too easy. Riders can't relax, have to stay focused, and everyone has to stay pretty close to the front, not to be behind any tumble or any stumblers.
Definitely, and the other thing is that the guys want to obviously break up these big bunches. They don't want anybody that's just sitting there and being an extra wheel and, you know, just saving some energy. They want to get out there. They want to break up the bunches and make it as small as possible. But yes, there you can see the second bunch just coming out of picture now. Once again, those beautiful aerial photos. Just on this today's stage, it is the Queen stage of the Crusaders Galileo edition, the stage in which the word beauty will be recurring, motive, which you'll be unable. It is so cool, though. You cannot describe the real beautiness, as they say. It is a very spectacular beauty and rugged nature today's course. So the guys will go 3 kilometers, as we mentioned. They'll go do a neutral zone, and from there they'll go past the banana plantations, which is quite cool. You guys have seen that a little bit earlier on the screen. And then, yeah, definitely the climbing will start in the middle, give or take, what is it, about... How long into the race?
Around 22 kilometers.
22 Ks, the race will actually start. We're going to see who's got the legs today after yesterday's brutal short prologue, 22 Ks. There you guys can see, there's, I think
That's
there's a
it.
third.
Tom Itzhaki leading the way over there from a TCH team with Chen Schreiber, his partner. Tom, a very strong rider. Do you remember Naaman Neumann from yesterday, the Israeli cross-country champion?
Yes.
So they are together. If you're talking about couples here, this is another couple that's racing not together, but a couple coming here to the race.
The honeymoon couple. Well, we've got some amazing stories as well. Everybody obviously fighting it out and racing their own respective race. And the real heroes, you know, the middle and the back markers. I know we always give the coverage to the front top 20 teams, the men's and females, mix, masters and grandmasters. But the real heroes are the middle and back markers. But we'll see them as the day goes past. Today, the cutoff time is 9.5 hours, 95 Ks, and about 1,650 meters of climbing. You can see the bunches are spreading up now. Still the flat area before we get to the 22-kilometer mark, where all the real climbing and the real business will start in stage number 1, day number 2 of the Migdal Epic Israel.
Yes, absolutely. Those middle riders or riders finishing near the end are the big riders holding this epic together. They're the riders who started riding in the epic when it wasn't an international race yet. They're the riders coming here in amounts, in very big amounts from all over the world, mostly from Israel, but from all over the world. Riders who train all their year just for this event, just to be in good enough form to finish it. It's a feat of itself. They're waiting for it the whole year. It's been such a great production done here by Gal Tzachor, the organizer of the race. So these riders are very important for us, and we are really glad to have them here. As we see some more riders making their way, it's all in groups already. We're going to have many groups throughout the whole stage. Riders will have to find their place, try and ride with riders in their same level, and make it as fast as possible. For some of them through today's stage, we still can see some more helicopter shots. It's hard to recognize which group is that, but we will see soon.
Well, as well, the guys are going through some beautiful nature reserve, I believe, as well. So that's going to be nice for them. What type of game is there in that nature reserve, Ori? Is there like wild buck? What is your national animals here that you guys find in your nature reserves? There by us, we obviously got the Big Five in South Africa. And in fact, our biggest national park, the Kruger National Park, is the same size as your country, by the way.
Well, we are not a big country, but we do have many natural reserves with many different animals and many different types of lives. We do have some fallow deers here in this area of the country, and it is going to be nice if we can see some of them.
Definitely. This going over once again the stage number 1. It will be 95 Ks. I know there's only 3 water points that you guys can see on screen. There will be an extra water point at about 85 kilometers for these guys. It is once again a circular route. The guys go back out. You can see Goran Abrim close there, and then making their way back in 1 or 2 places where they will cross again. There is, in fact, there's about 5 water crossings knee deep at some stages. So it's going to be interesting to see how the guys go down there, because it is very slippery on those concrete water crossings down hills.
Yeah, just have to make sure to stay safe and don't touch your brakes during these slippery parts, because your wheel can slide there and could be pretty dangerous.
Well, there you can see the guys, some of the people's going to work, and the guys are obviously fighting it out. There we go. There is yesterday's results, and all the heads of state 1 and 2, the German teams. The winning time yesterday, 37 minutes and 9 seconds. And as you guys can see, the top 3 teams, 1 minute 45 separating them. Nobody is going to give anything away today. It is 95 Ks. Anything can happen today.
Yes, absolutely. And today is a new story. Yesterday was a short stage, maybe a more cross-country stage. Today we're going into the marathon zone. It's a 94.5 kilometer stage. It's not something all the cross-country riders are ready for. Some riders here are better at marathon racing, so we may see that later on today.
Yes, I think it is the day for the marathon races. The cross-country guys had their time yesterday. But hey, time will tell. You never know. As we said yesterday, these youngsters are so strong these days. They will still fight it out and stick it out with these, well, the elder riders, the guys that got a little bit more legs and more years behind them. So yes, it's going to be interesting to see.
Absolutely. Maximilian Brandl and George Egger are cross-country riders, and they did win this race last year in front of some good marathon riders. As we see the women's result here with Chloe Woodruff and Erin Huck winning the stage by nearly a minute from Rebecca McConnell and Gita Michels, who looked like they took a little tumble yesterday. Third were Sofia Gomez Villafana and Rose Grant from Argentina and United States of America, respectively, 58 seconds behind. Haley Smith and Catherine Pendrell, 2-time world champion, finishing fourth, 1 minute and 50 seconds behind. And fifth, it was Giovanna Konrak and Sophie von Brest.
Rebecca McConnell and Gita Mikkels. Yeah, Gita had a tumble yesterday, just on the elbow. She did look fine this morning. Like we always say, the first rule in journalism is if it bleeds, it leads. There's the profile, 95 kilometers, most of the climbing all in the middle part. And you can see that brutal climb from about 20 Ks to give or take almost 30 kilometers into the race. So yeah, and then quickly, if you guys can see, from 45 to about 68 kilometers, there's a bit of climbing, a nice steep, and there's going to be a technical descent for these Oaks. 1 or 2 bumps at the finish, just before the finish, and then straight flat back home to this amazing venue. I wish you guys could see how beautiful this is. All the relaxation areas, just everything is so well organized here, and absolutely having a blast. There we go. I think the guys are almost, well, that's a Jeep track they're going in, and then it looks like they're gonna, no, they're not gonna cross the road there, but it looks like they've nice flowing Jeep track. Quite a big bunch still together, so nobody is not really attacking at the moment, and that was a given. We're still waiting for that 22 kilometer mark, and then we'll see if somebody's going to test the rest of the field and see who's got the best legs today on stage number 1, day number 2 of the Migdal Epic Israel. Just once again for our international and for our local riders that tune in, good morning, Boker Tov. We are busy with the Migdal Epic Israel, the local race, UCI S1 race. Yesterday the prologue, today we're busy with stage number 1.
Absolutely, we're going to have some great racing today in all categories. We are looking, as you said, the gaps are big and small in different categories, pretty big in the men and women, but the Grandmasters and Masters category are still very open. All the categories are open. As we see once again the map, we are starting from Mate Asher Regional Council. This is where our race village is located. This year, this race, Epic Israel, has started in various places throughout Israel. Gal likes to spice it up with different locations every 1 or 2 years to change the location. And as we see today, we are riding in the Western Galilee area and the northern part of Israel, and then near the Mediterranean Sea. Beautiful views, beautiful places to ride. We are going through some interesting national reserves today. We're going to see Goren Park. We're going to see the Montfort Crusade. It's going to be very beautiful. We'll tell you more about it as we can see once again the great map of today's stage.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be a very interesting day of racing. The 7th edition that is today. And I must say, there's a very interesting fact I've learned about Israel. We all know Dr. Ruth, that sex therapist. Did you know that she was a sniper in the Israeli army?
Yes, I actually know. I saw a piece about her not so long ago in the news. She came to Israel. She had a movie, I think, made about her, so she came to Israel and they had a nice piece about her.
I thought it was quite interesting. Well, we're just looking back a little bit earlier this morning, apologies, where the guys started. That is live as the guys made their way. I think it's about 400 meters on the road, and they're going to turn again. So the guys are now full. Oh, no, sorry, that is still from earlier. That is still from earlier. Apologies, that was still from earlier. That was still part of the neutral zone. The guys said, there we go. That is back live with those beautiful plantations. And yeah, the region is known for cotton. I think there's a lot of olive trees here as well. And but what else? What else is there?
We have some avocados here as well growing. We had bananas, as you mentioned earlier.
Yes.
Yeah, so maybe if you have a little more time, you can stop and take something. Well, but no, I'm just kidding. The people here don't like when you take too much of their food. It is their money. So.
Yeah, we got the same thing in South Africa. You know, everything, all the vineyards and you know, the orange plantations, etc., etc. So yeah, now and again the guys will grab 1 or 2. But yeah, as you guys can see, we are about almost half an hour into the race. 95 kilometers lying ahead for these athletes. We've got the men's, males teams, female teams, mixed teams, masters and grandmasters, and we have 26 countries representing and 17 national champions, road, cross country and marathon riders.
Well, we still have to work on that. 9 countries left to get the national champions from there, and then we'll be absolutely ready for next year. As you see the riders going just through these beautiful forests. We can't see them very well, but here we can see the leading riders of this race, I think, just making the way towards the first climb of the day. They'll be there very shortly, climbing from Metsuba to Fasuta. It will be a 20-kilometer long climb with around 3% average gradient, maxing up at 12%. It's going to be interesting to see who has the legs and who can make the difference on that climb.
Yeah, 12% doesn't sound much, but today with the heat, the weather in taking in consideration, obviously yesterday was scorching hot here as well, and they raced very hard. So 12%, they're definitely going to feel that in the legs, and it is a long climb. All there you guys can see, 12%, 540 meters, and that's, what is that, 18 kilometers climb?
Yeah, it is a very, very long climb today. May not be very steep, but it's a long effort. It's more for the marathon riders to see who has the legs for the long, sustained effort. As we can see the Mediterranean Sea just on the back of our picture there.
And on that little profile, you can see the kick, that 12% kick is right at the top. So let's see who will pace it and make sure that they've got that extra bit of energy going over the top there. Because from there, it's downhill almost all the way. One or two little small bumps of 10 Ks before the finish line. So it's going to be interesting to see who will attack there and if they can keep that attack till the finish line.
Yeah, it won't be over till it's over today.
Well, it ain't over till the fat lady sings, that, like they say.
Absolutely. Well, actually, we were talking about the fellow deers earlier, and you may not know that, but we didn't always have fellow deers here. It was here in the biblical times, and then Israel decided they want to bring them back, and they were looking where could we find a fellow deer to fit to the Israel climate and to fit here, because it is not easy to bring an animal here and put it in. It may be dangerous in ecological ways. So they found out that Iran has the best fellow deers to get here, and it happened that the brother of the Shah, who is the ruler of Iran, he found an ibex that he wants to hunt. He was a hunter, and he found an ibex that had the longest horns, and he wanted to hunt it. So Israel came with a deal. We gave you the ibex, but you gave us 2 fellow deers. And that's how we have hundreds of fellow deers, are all the sons of these deers from Iran.
Very, very interesting. I think the only animal that will last in these temperatures, you know, from in our country, we got the karoo. So we got this karakul sheep. And I promise you, they would love this area. They would love this heat. They would love it.
You can bring them for a visit.
I'll bring you guys too. Well, we're back at the racing, 30 minutes into the racing. As you guys can see, it is still the farm Jeep tracks that the guys have to get over. We still, in the first 20 Ks, almost, in the first 20 Ks, almost getting to that big climb, which is about almost 18 kilometers long, if I looked correctly on the profile. It is going to be brutal. The sun is out, but the guns are out too. You can see the gaps opening up, and beautiful pictures from the guys on the e-bikes.
Yeah, this is our leading e-bikes. It looks to be Aviv Yechezkel, our e-bike following the men's elite riders. As we see the riders just making their way through the single track over there. It should be the Mitsuba single track. And once we finish it, we start the big climb of the day.
Well, you can see already some of the pro riders and the UCI riders opted to take Camelback. So I wonder if their strategy will be, you know, to go past the first 2 water points, and then at the 3rd water point, just drop that, grab a bottle to be as light as possible for the last, 20 odd Ks, or just under 20 Ks. So it's going to be interesting to see that. I see it in the Cape Epic as well. The guys ride like that. So it's all about trying to save as much time and as much seconds as possible, because with these oaks, every second counts.
Absolutely. There's going to be every second counts till the end of this race. They want to have any little marginal gain to help them to stop as less as possible, and just be as light as possible for these climbs, because you do want to be as light as possible to save some power.
Well, it looks like we are back. Apologies for that break of the live commentary. We just had a technical difficulty, but you guys can see as we go down that technical descent, we're just going a flyover. It looks like a flyover for the course and what the guys can expect. But yeah, very rocky and very, very tough riding, hard riding in this part of the country.
Yes, I'll tell you what, it is very different from last year. All the terrain, all the turf here is very, very different. It feels different on the bike, it rolls different.
Well, there we go. As you guys can see, some of the single tracks that the guys will still have to come past. Definitely very technical. Well, the cross-country riders would love this. All the marathon riders, for that matter, as well. These oaks these days, they cannot apologies. They cannot allowed to be not technically inclined these days because it is rough. And most of the races looks like we have an incident there. Is that the leaders' jerseys?
We are trying to see from over there. It does look like a yellow jersey. We'll have to wait and see when we get a better view. But riders here have to walk.
Well, they back up there, Ori. Maybe there was just once again a chain that got dropped, but the guys are not holding anything back on that climb. It is a technical climb. Looks like the guys from the yellow jerseys, the leaders, had a little bit of a technical issue. If we can see the pictures now, we'll double check and make sure what exactly happened and give you guys some feedback.
Here it looks like we started our first climb of the day, and we have this duo leading the way. It looks like Fabian Geiger and Martin Glut, if I'm not mistaken, the German duo finishing third yesterday. We'll just have to get a slightly better view of them, but they were riding
Yeah, we're gonna see now, but there definitely the gaps have been opened up. It is on the first brutal climb, and as we mentioned a little bit earlier, it is about what, almost 18-kilometer climb, and at the last little bit, just once you get over the top of that climb, it is about 12% gradient there. So yeah, and it's loose. As you guys can see, it's very loose, so it's not that easy to climb up these type of long climbs, and it's energy sapping stuff. The guys need to concentrate the whole time and still race hard.
Yeah, absolutely. You have to be concentrated to pick the right line through the race, through the course. You need to know where it's looser, where will you get better grip, not to go on the loose stones. It is difficult, and it is very important going down as well. You want to stay on your bike. As we see, a little gaps are forming right now. There is still a big group, but some riders are getting out of this group. We'll wait and see who are these riders, and as we see views from the back of this leading peloton.
I saw yesterday on the footage, last night on the highlight footage on Eurosport, that one of the guys are riding on the rigid fork. So I wonder how he's going to navigate through all this technical and rocky hard terrain on that rigid fork. Some of these guys are tough as nails, eh?
Absolutely, these leading riders here are very, very tough riders. All World Cup riders finishing in the top 20 places, some of them. In the women, we also have top 10 places in World Cup, third place in World Championships cross country. Rebecca McConnell is here as well. And we also have very, very good men riders.
Definitely. Well, you can see on the left-hand side of the screen, the helicopter that will be with the front riders, the leaders, just getting all those amazing pictures in. I'm sure that should be a little bit earlier. Yes, that was the start this morning. How amazing is that start-finish video as the guys go off, all the UCI riders, all the leaders' jerseys, and then the top 10, 50 general classification guys. They started in about 5 or 6 batches or boxes, like the guys would say here in Israel. But nice and easy. The first 3.5 kilometers or 3Ks was a neutral zone, so the guys were very relaxed and just loosening up and getting ready for 95 kilometers of riding. Brutal riding, that is.
Yes, we see more video from before from our neutral zone, and we had so many riders here at the start line. It took about 3 minutes till all the riders crossed the start line, so it was amazing to have so many riders here and here in the Epic Israel year after year.
Yes, it took a while for the last riders to make their way over the starting area. Well, you can see, there we go. It looks like one of those finest rivers of the Honeyers. If they go like at one of those Tour de France peloton trains, as the guys are sitting back and back. So the pace is definitely up. There's no bunches now. It is spread out. So the guys in the front are definitely putting the hammer down, picking up the pace. They want to spread this field out. They don't want anybody sitting on their wheel.
Absolutely. Not everyone wants to be here as front as possible. As we see some more replays from earlier on, it was Tomi Tzchaki from the Cycling Hub, an Israeli YouTube channel and Facebook channel that you should follow if you enjoy that cycling.
Nice to see a couple of bridges and stuff the guys need to get over. It's always make it interesting. But you can see, yes, technical single track riding. That one of the guys looking for his partner most probably had to drop off. There is still that rule, and we are very strict on that rule right here at the Migdal Epic Israel, is that 2 minutes gap. No team is allowed to be more than 2 minutes apart from each other. There's no time penalty. It is an automatic disqualification.
Absolutely. So you have to make sure you are staying with your partner. It is a partner's race. After all, you race in teams of 2. This is what this race is all about. And that's what makes it interesting. That's what makes it special. That's why people come here.
Yeah, the dynamics of team racing, very interesting racing, and it's always important to choose the right partner. You can break up quickly a very happy home if you don't get the right partner, specifically after you've suffered for about 4 days, and other races, you know, more than that. So yes, definitely very important to get that right partner. I know some of the guys get the last minute partner and it works out. Sometimes it doesn't.
Yes, it is a very tough mission to choose your own a good partner. You should practice, you should see the dynamics are good together. And after all, this race is sometimes known as the weaker rider's race, because it is the second rider who will determine the pace, not the faster one. He'll have to wait for the second rider, so he has to be as strong as possible, and the faster rider has to wait for him and support him.
Well, you're only as good as the weakest rider. Well, you can see that is the road crossing when the guys go back into the single track. Still quite a few riders together. The front group, there comes the second group, the 3 aces. I wonder where that partner is. Oh, there we go at the back, the partner making his way now. Well organized. The marshals, everybody knows exactly what to do. You can see the road is blocked off, making sure that safety is first. We always look at safety at 2 places, mountain bike races and in the mining industry.
Absolutely, we're staying as safe as possible here, going on the road and under it, as you say. We have the riders still going through this climb. It will be 18 kilometers long, as we said, gaining about 560 meters, maxing up at 12%. And as we saw earlier, this road here is not it's pretty loose, so it's hard to get good grip. As we can see some more views from our e-bike cameraman. Should be Aviv Yechezkel just following the elite men riders here through that single track, trying to make their way back to the front. I believe after we finish the single track, he'll try to get us better views from the front end of this group.
Yeah, it will be interesting to see how the ladies field is doing at the moment. 42 minutes into stage number 1, day number 2 of the Migdal Epic Israel. We'll get some obviously live feeds for the ladies, the mixed teams, the Grandmasters and the Masters. But still a nice little pace. The guys are setting up front. They are pushing it. They will push the pace harder and harder. Once they get to the middle of the climb, most probably going to see 1 or 2 attacks.
Absolutely, and we did already see some first splits. It's still hard to understand exactly who's in the front. We'll let you know as soon as we know. We are here as tense as you are, waiting to see these results. As we see our cameraman again following them. We have cameras from all over. We have them on the e-bikes, on the motorbikes, on the helicopter, so we hope to get as best coverage as possible. As we see again results of yesterday, our men's leaders are George Egger and Maximilian Brandl, winners of last year. Second are their teammates Lukas Schwarzbauer and David List, and third finished Martin Glutz and Fabian Geiger from Germany and Switzerland. Fourth were Marcus Schulze-Lunzum and Simon Witzum. Fifth from Canada, Andrew L'Esperance and Peter De Serra. Sixth, Maximilian and Manuel from Austria, and seventh, another Austrian duo, Karl Markt and Gregor Ragel, last year's runners-up.
And I see in the top 10, well, just rounding off the top, the 10 position is the team of the USA. They're still looking very good as well. So we'll see a little bit later. Maybe the guys want to go for a stage 1 or 2. It's going to be interesting that as well. By the way, I want to see who. I mean, a lot of guys are out of contention, not really out yet, but you know, they're way back off the pace from the leader. So some of these guys, they will try and get a stage 1 and get that, you know, that acknowledgement and achievement to grab a stage 1 on the Migdal Epic Israel. That is always a prestige to have.
Absolutely. So we may see riders or attacking up today. Maybe an early attack to try and get the stage 1, or maybe setting off a little bit to be maybe back a little more back on the GC, so they can get off tomorrow, so their leaders won't chase them, and then maybe get the stage 1 with a little more energies for another stage.
So we're back on the open roads, almost to that huge climb, 18 kilometers, and as I mentioned a few times already, 12% the gradient goes up to late on that climb. Beautiful scenery, amazing, what a beautiful country. as you guys can see for yourselves. Once again, to all our international viewers and to all our local listeners, a good morning. It is a beautiful morning here in Israel, and we are at the northern part of Israel, close to the Mediterranean Sea.
We are very, very close, just less than a kilometer away. Yesterday we went through the old city of Akko, a very, very ancient city, around 4,000 years of age, and we are going to see some more old monuments today. We're going to go through many natural reserves as we see a replay of what happened there, of the gap opening. It does look like Fabian Geiger and Martin Glutz, but it is hard to really distinguish from this distance. It is another rider waiting for his partner. It looks like one of the Canadian riders up front as well. We'll have to see when we get a slightly closer view. This is again a replay from earlier, from the beginning of that climb. Riders still have lots of climbing.
Sorry, Ori, if it's the Canadians, it should be Andrew Lesby or El Esperange and Peter Dicera from Canada. They are right up there. And I know they want to put the hammer down today. I spoke to them last night. They said, yeah, they're not holding anything back today. I wonder, the Israeli team, I know the fastest Israeli team, they were 17th overall yesterday, not too far back, was Shlomi Haimi and Guy Sessler. Did very, very well, and obviously the brand new category for acknowledging the fastest Israeli team, and proudly sponsored by Toyota, which is amazing, amazing.
Absolutely. Guy Sessler is the Israeli cross-country champion, and Shlomi Haimi was the champion before him since 2013. So both very, very strong riders respectively. Shlomi actually finished 30th in the UCI cross-country World Championships earlier this month. So he is in very good form, and maybe we'll see some better riding from him today, as we see again the riders making their way up through this climb on their way to Fasuta.
It is one of those technical climbs, and it's going to take some of these guys a long, long time to get up that 18 kilometers. It is not easy, and as you guys can see already, the sun is out. It's getting brutal out there.
Yes, again, we can see today's stage. We're going mostly north and with a slight weight, and then we're going to head east and then back to our race village, heading west and south to Mate Asher Regional Council, where we are staying for these 4 days of this race.
I must say, while we watch once again the profile and the route, the one thing I must say, the food has been unbelievable here. Gee, the portions, it's just so, I always say it tastes like art. You guys have spoiled us rotten, and I think the athletes, they cannot moan at all. They cannot complain. They've got enough energy from all the food that the guys have been provided. So yeah, thank you for that. That is just so nice.
Well, we're glad you're enjoying it, all the riders here. And you know, Mate Asher Regional Council are not only good as hosts here for this Epic Israel, they also have a very, very good volleyball team, winning the most championships in Israel with 15 championships, and winning the championship this year as well. So if you want to play some volleyball, this is the place to do it.
Now I want to play Matkot.
Actually, talking about Matkot, yesterday I got a message that Matkot actually has an Israeli championship to get the most hits.
I wonder what the record will be. How many is the most hits? How many? What, 10 million thousand? How many?
I guess it could just last forever.
I think so. So the guys are going down a little bit of a downhill at the moment. As you guys can see, some plantations on the left-hand side. There's a nice, beautiful view. Double check and see which part of the group this is now. Get some riders' names and that for the listeners. We will go back to, or switch over to the ladies' race in a little while. As the guys, once again, as I mentioned earlier, the guys riding in the backpacks. Looks like 10, number 10 if I'm not, 20. Number 10.
Number 10. Damiano Ferraro and Giolo De Cosmo, the Italian duo, very, very strong riders. Damiano finishing 3rd in the Absa Cape Epic, and Giolo finishing 6th in the Under-23 World Championships.
I wonder if they want to take it today. They look very motivated. There's 2 teams, well, 3 teams together, as we can see now. A bit of a gaps between the teams, but I'm sure the guys will close that now once they get to that main big climb of 18 kilometers. There, everybody will be together, and then obviously the guys will put the hammer down and attack through the little bit of the trees and that. Still on the single tracks, guys flying down easily over 25, 26 kilometers an hour is going down there. Guys got a lot of skill, and it looks just so nice.
Absolutely, these single tracks are very, very fun. Look like the riders, they are just flowing through it. Don't have to brake too much, just keep your pace and try not to open too big of a gap from the rider in front of you, as we have our cameraman just behind him trying to stay on the wheel of our UCI riders here.
You know, Ori, what sometimes happens once these guys, obviously they concentrate on the single tracks. If something happens to their partners, they're not going to know that something happened. So hopefully nothing happens here. But my point is, what I'm trying to make is, once the guys get out of that single tracks, they will look back and see, yes, my teammate is right here. Let's go, yalla, yalla.
Yes, they do have to motivate each other and stay together. As you said, it's 2 minutes in between them or you're out of the race. So it is very, very important. As here we can see riders from the back end of the race. This is Nati Tuajo and his friend Musa Gerhad are riding together, just going over that bridge. This bridge is actually to prevent cows going between different areas. They want to keep the cows and the other animals just in specific areas, and the cows would probably struggle with a bridge like that. I hope our riders don't.
Yeah, no, they look fine there. So in South Africa, we have it actually on the ground. So we have not a breach over like that. We have, you know, like poles and spaces between that on the ground, so the cows and obviously the cattle can't walk over there or through there.
Yes, absolutely. Here we have both of that. We just try to...
Well, it looks like he's caught in no man's land. I don't see his partner. I'll only see the e-bike, but I'm sure the e-bike is going now to the front riders. And that was team number Luan Cheneval and Lucas Lesion, both from France, Team VCA, and yours, Team ACC.
Yes, and we can get another view from our e-bike. Looks like a different e-bike again, just on that 382 from earlier.
Well, at least the guys are enjoying the beautiful single track. Still a few groups together, and it looks like we've got one or two teams that's off the front there. We'll double check and see now once we get to that lead e-bike. It's behind the leaders. It's very. I want to see where the yellow jerseys are at the moment.
It is very interesting, but they don't have to be at the front end of the race. They just have to manage their efforts, make sure they don't go into the red zone too early. They just have to keep the yellow jersey and follow the move. They don't have to initiate anything. So they're in a pretty calm position for them. They're in the position they were last year, taking the lead just from the beginning of the race. So they're here to keep the win from last year, protect their jersey, and show what they're worth.
Yeah, I don't think they're going to attack too much. They're just going to reserve it and keep that. I think they're just 40 seconds or something. They've got a lead. I'll just make 100% sure on that time. But yeah, they'll definitely just be conservative today. And if somebody attacks, they will definitely not let anybody get away today. Not the leaders' jerseys.
Absolutely. It's about 1 minute from the second duo, which is actually their teammates from the German team, David List and Lukas Schwarzbauer. So I'm not sure how much of a danger that is, riding together. Maybe they'll help each other, but maybe Luca and David will want to take the lead as well. It's going to be interesting to see how that works.
Yeah, the fellow countrymen fighting it out. I don't think the guys are going to give anything away. I don't think so. I've got a feeling.
Well, I hope we're going to get some interesting racing here as we see some more e-bike footage just following the riders over here on the single tracks going up and down. But the general way now is going up towards Fasuta, our 18-kilometer long climb, gaining around 560 meters just on the technical there, trying to stay safe.
Well, the other team that we need to watch today, they came second last year, Gregor Rachel and Karl Macht. Saw them on a starting line this morning as well. They were very relaxed, to be honest. So I wonder if they don't want to put the hammer down today as well. Like I mentioned, they came second last year, still got a point to prove to get to that top spot. They lost a bit of time yesterday. I mean, we saw in the footage on the prologue when the guys actually caught up to them, George and Max. They actually caught up them on the 1 minute deficit, made that up and went past them. So yes, let's see how today plays out.
Yeah, they absolutely have a point to prove today after a very, very bad prologue yesterday, losing 2 minutes to last year winners. I'm sure that's not what they planned, and I'm sure they'll try to get this lead back.
Here's some more footage, or aerial footage from a helicopter. You guys can see where the guys will go past. There's a left turn while going straight down, and then the left turn on that beautiful single track. Just looking for those riders. They should pop out there now. I think that's the reason why the helicopter's waiting there.
Yes, here they are.
Here we go.
The leading riders for the UCI men category, just waiting for them as we get some more views. This looks like Daniel McConnell or an Ukraine rider.
It is the Ukraine riders, yes.
Yeah, so we're just behind the Ukrainian team over there.
Well, I wonder if there's the helicopter. We'll see now if they are in the lead. But it's definitely the Ukraine team and the Ukraine national champion as well, with that beautiful colors.
Well, I'm not sure they're in the lead because as we saw earlier, the electric mountain bike was just behind some riders, so he's probably trying to make his way back to the front. This looks like the leading duo, and I suppose this is Fabian Geiger, Martin Bluth, and the Canadian duo of Andrew L'Esperance and Peter Dicera, but we still have to see to get some confirmation with that for some better views.
Well, there's what, 2, 3 teams together. Well, no, quite a few. No, but hey, there we go. The guys still getting, they still in touch. They still in touch there with the front guys.
Yeah, absolutely. The gap is not very big at all. We still have around 10 teams at the front, so it's still very, very open. But the leading teams, the strong riders are already in the front. You just see some riders are trying to take a little bit of a lead on the single track, put pressure on the other riders, because after the climb, it is hard to stay focused on the single track. As we see again, the photo from our e-bike looks like they're just going into that descent right now. I believe he'll try to make that gap. As you can see, our helicopter above, so he is pretty close to the lead, but not yet there. I hope soon we'll see a better view of the front.
Yes, some beautiful switchbacks that these guys need to navigate past, but they make it look way too easy. It is once again the Ukrainian team.
Well, absolutely, they make it look easy. That's their job, that's what they do every day, and they work for, they get paid for it, and that's what they came to do here, to ride as good as possible, as fast as possible here on the course. As we see again, the riders just getting out of the single track to the open fire roads. They're here on the climb. We can see our riders here. It is Fabian Geiger and Martin Bluth and Andrew L'Esperance and Peter Dicera on the front, but here we see it was Maximilian Brandl and George Egger and the Austrian duo. Everyone here is still on the front. The race is still very, very open. It's going to be interesting to see how this continuation of this climb pans out.
Yeah, I saw the guys from Switzerland and Germany, Simon Witzum and Marcus Schuller-Lindsum. They went past there as well. So it's still all the heads of state together. All the UCI riders, the top 10 UCI riders all together at the moment. We've got obviously the guys from George Egger, Max Brandl, Gregor Rachel, Karl Macht, Andrew and Peter Dicera from Canada. So as I mentioned, Simon and Marcus from Germany and Switzerland are there. So the guys are not giving anything away. A couple of guys, is that caught in no man's land, as I always say?
I think it's
no,
the
it's
front.
the front. It is actually right in the front. Here comes the guys chasing them down.
Yeah, it looks, I'm not sure they're from the same team because they look to have slightly different jerseys, and the rule here is the riders have to wear the same jersey. So we can recognize them better, you can recognize them better, and the commissioners can recognize them better. Here we get some more views, just from on the ground views. We have many cameramen going all over the course, and you can see the terrain here is pretty tough. You have many rocks you have to navigate between. You have to choose the best line through that climb, and this is our helicopter giving us the great views all over today and the next days, as the riders here are trying to conquer this climb. We do see some gaps opening. The pace is very fast. The hammer is down.
The hammer is definitely down. Well, that's still from a little guy, a little bit back from the guys. It's not in the front, as we say, so it should be the second or third bunch where we are now. The other guys are already, the leaders are already on the climb, 18-kilometer climb, brutal climb, as you guys could see already. Very technical, and a lot of guys opt for different lines. Some guys prefer, obviously taking a little bit of a rougher line, which is not always ideal, but they're looking for the best grip. I think that is the main thing. They're looking for the best grip up there. As we can see, everybody taking that right line, the right-hand line.
Absolutely, and I believe later when the other riders will get through here, we'll see many riders not managing to climb up this climb, because this is tough. It's a brute. You see that it's very hard to get some good grip. It's pretty steep, so the climb may be 3% on the whole of it, but we did see that it has some descents in the middle, so the average percentage kind of lies when we have this kind of inclines inside. And still we see more gaps opening. There is a duo on the front. I'm still not sure they are from the same team. It looks to be one of the Fabian Geiger, Martin Bluth and Andrew L'Esperance, Peter Dicera team on the front. They were very strong earlier. We still have to see if they're together when we get a better and closer view. You see they are waiting maybe for their partner. We'll still have, and another group of around 2 teams just behind them. So riders are starting to make big gaps here.
Well, the attacks has been coming now. You can see definitely the attacks has been coming. It's going to be interesting to see as well. I want to see how the youngsters do today. You know, Thomas Zaltzman, Nick Burke, they're 20 and 21 years old only. I want to see how they will go today. And then the guys from Germany, Lukas Schwarzbauer, David List. I want to see 20 and 23 years old. I want to see how those guys would do today.
Actually, Luca and David did great yesterday with their second place, so we can expect them to have a good ride. But still, it's hard to say from that because it is a very different riding today, a longer riding.
We've lost some courage, so once again, apologies for the technical difficulties. We will be back as soon as the screen is up and as soon as the guys and all the live coverage is up again.
Yes, absolutely. I think we're joining Sport 5 right now.
Well, there's some highlights. Enjoy. The names, you know, the names better.
Well, we are back here just after joining the Israeli coverage. We are back in the front of the race, climbing up to Fasuta here. And this day 2, stage 1 of this 7th edition of Migdal Epic Israel. We have a tough climb on. The riders are tackling a very, very tough climb right now. It's 18 kilometers long, averaging at 3%, but as we said earlier, the average kind of lies when we have little descents in the middle, but it maxes up at 12%, and the ground is tough. It's hard to get good grip, and we already see a little group over there, and I think I see the yellow jersey up front, and if I'm not mistaken, and it's Peter Dicera and Andrew L'Esperance, and Fabian Geiger and Martin Gluth on the front, but we'll have to get confirmation of that.
Yeah, 3 teams on the front. As you mentioned, Ori, we'll double check and see now. Just quickly lost a little bit of coverage there, but we're back as the guys are flowing down those those open roads. Very narrow roads. I see that the second bunch, they are chasing it down. You can see how they spread out, so they want to get back to that front, guys, as quickly as possible before it gets too steep. And obviously they expend too much energy before that, so they want to get back as quickly as possible.
Absolutely, and here from our e-bike we can see Lukas Schwarzbauer, just from the German team, trying to make his way back to the front. Our e-bike is just following him. Maybe the e-bike is trying to make his way back to the front as well to get some good coverage of who's up top there. But it is for sure the yellow jersey group, and I'm pretty positive about that. Martin Glut and Fabian Geiger with Peter Darcera and Andrew L'Esperance.
Definitely looks like it is them. And then the second bunch is what, give or take, not even 15 seconds off, what, about 7 seconds off that pace. But you can see the guys out of the saddle in the second group trying to get back to that first group, or the leading group.
Yeah, the gap may be very small, but until it doesn't close, they can still make it larger. It's still touch and go now, so it is the time to close it, because later on in this climb it may open up and up, and they don't want to lose the lead right now.
The leaders' jerseys are right there in the top 3 teams. George Egger and Maximilian or Max Brandl. They're definitely in the top, well, in the 3 team right in the front. So they are just putting the mark down and say, boys, we are the leaders at the moment, and we want to stay the leaders for the next couple of days.
Yeah, they want to show they are the strongest riders. As again, we can see yesterday's result with George Egger and Maximilian Brandl. As you said, the leaders of the race, having the fastest time in yesterday's prologue by over a minute from the second team close to them. And even the second team are their partners from the same team, Lukas Schwarzbauer and David List. Third, again, Martin Glut and Fabian Geiger, who we think are at the front. Fifth, Andrew L'Esperance and Peter Darcera should be at the front too, but the gaps are very small, so we will wait to see how much that front group how well this front group works. But it looks like everything is back together right now. The back group caught up to the front group, and it looks like there is a slowdown. Their leaders are at the front, and maybe we'll see some other riders trying to take up the pace later on, as we see some local riders, it looks like, making their way through that single track.
Well, there's the leading bunch now. You can see the quad right behind them. They've got the best seat in the house right there, but all the action is. And the e-bike right behind them as well, so he will move past them once they get to the steeper part of the climb. On the well, I think that is at 400 meters tar section, and then the guys are almost to that last bit.
Yes, the quad bike does have the best view. Too bad we're not over there, but we are getting good views as we see our e-bike just making his way back to the leading group. We have many riders there. It looks like the Austrian champion on the back, Gregor Ragel, teaming up with Karl Marx. Both of them are very, very strong riders, finishing second here last year. Our riders to watch didn't have the best day yesterday, but they are very, very strong riders. Gregor finished 41st at the World Championships last year. This year, and Karl didn't finish them, but he has a very, very good season. As we can see, the women results.
Just a quick recap from yesterday's prologue. The ladies from the US of A, Chloe Woodruff and Erin Huck, 43 minutes win from them. The Australian and Belgium combination, Rebecca McConnell and Gita Michels, they had a bit of a tumble, but they 50 seconds, just under a minute off the pace. And then the Argentina-USA combination, a minute, well, just under a minute off the pace from the leaders and about a second of second place. So that is going to be a great tussle between those ladies.
Absolutely, and we can't wait to see what goes on in the ladies category, because there are riders with some impressive pedigree over there. We have Catherine Pandrel and Haley Smith finishing 4th yesterday, nearly 2 minutes off the pace, but both of them are very, very good riders. Catherine has been the world champion twice and the bronze medalist from Rio 2016, so she is absolutely a rider to watch. And Haley is another very strong rider, finishing 6th in these world championships this year. So they are very, very strong, and I think they're here to get some points to go for the next Olympics, Tokyo 2020, as we see the elite riders on the lead and today's profile.
Definitely, they are trying to get that points. It is the national Canadian team, by the way, and Haley Smith is ranked 7th at the moment in the UCI rankings, and Catherine 10th. There's the profile once again. It's about 1,650 meters of climbing. The first climb, and the brutal climb, starts at about 20 kilometers, 18 kilometers long, as we had with the front guys now. Quite a bit of a bunch now. So it's going to be exciting to see once he's hit the steeper part of that climb.
Absolutely, they're all bunched up after they caught up to each other. No one is just taking the lead. No, they're all just looking at each other, trying to see who's stronger, who will take the lead, but they're all together, watching each other very, very closely. wanting to stay together. Every rider here wants to stay in contention. They don't want to lose the lead right now. As we see, the riders in the white jersey, the white jersey are the leaders of the Israeli riders. It's Guy Zessler and Shlomi Chaimi getting the best Israeli duo, both very, very strong riders.
Well, they were 17th overall yesterday, not too far off, however, but they're in the mix as we can see on the screen. Oh, I would love to have a local, the local team take a stage. It would be so nice, not just for the local guys, but for Israel. It'd just be amazing to see if the guys can maybe sneak a little bit of a stage win in there. We're going back to this morning. If you guys can see the beautiful footage of them, the venue, and there the guys roll out. 7 o'clock start for them. We had some amazing, the atmosphere was just absolutely amazing this morning. Everybody was in great spirit as well, so yes.
Well, thanks to you, part of it. It wasn't on live coverage, but you did miss some good singing from Carl here. It was very, very nice to hear it from the side. I enjoyed the atmosphere. Thanks for that.
That's how we roll. That's how we roll. Like my friends always say, Carl, you must take your singing further. And I say, yeah, thanks, guys. They say, yeah, further away from us. Who needs friends if you have enemies like that? Who needs enemies if you have friends like that, you know? Well, I think this is still from this morning. There's a big bunches a little bit earlier, showing some footage from a little bit earlier this morning, where the guys are strung out, and that was what, give or take, just in the first 10 kilometers before the guys are getting now to the technical climb, the 18-kilometer brutal climb.
Absolutely, that is photos from earlier today, going just through the fields, and we will see the riders very soon. I'm pretty sure they are gonna finish their climb. It will take some time till they finish that climb. They have lots of climbing to do today, as we said, 18 kilometers, and again we can see a replay of that climb. It was a very tough climb, and we see the difference being made on the more technical, steep part. The riders are making the pace over there, trying to attack to see who has the legs, who has the legs. Now everyone is back together, but I believe we're going to see some more attacks when we get again to the steep parts.
Yeah, and I tell you what, when those back markers, middle and back markers get to those climb, it is going to be obviously quite hot then. And we're going to see plenty of guys walking up some of these climbs. It's going to be a long day for many riders today, but hey, it is going to be a good day.
It is going to be a great day, and they can also refresh themselves in 4 feed zone points powered by Shimano and GU. They can fix their bikes and refresh themselves with a lot of drinks and snacks so they'll have the energy to keep on to the next feed zone and come back here where they can get their good lunch and another good feed.
Well, and the pros, they received boxes the night before, so they put all their stuff in there. Their energy drinks. They're allowed to leave a full wheel set at the technical point. So if they need anything there, they can fix it there. And then as I mentioned, the guys riding and opting to take some back, the camelbacks, and then we'll drop it most probably at the last water point and just grab a bottle and go from there. As the guys are making their way through, or winding their way through, there's a little bit of a not too much technical descent.
Still footage from earlier today, and as you said, the riders are allowed to put the wheels in the technical zones, but if they have their problem not in the technical zone, which is pretty probable if you have a problem not to have it at 4 points throughout the race, then they will have to deal with it on their own. No one helping the professional riders here. They have to deal with their problems on their own. As we can see, the Czech duo, Milan Damek and Jan Jobanek.
Well, last year we had the Czech Express here, Kulhavy, and here we've got the Czech Express and the likes of Milan Damek and Jan Jobanek.
Having Kulhavy here was very exciting. He did have a bad first stage with many technical issues, but then he went to win the next 2 stages. He was way back, so the riders didn't mind letting him go, and I'm not sure they were able to decide if they let him go or not, because he's not called the Czech Express for nothing.
Exactly, he's a powerhouse. A nice thing about today's stage is plenty of spectator points. We've got the Goran Park location, Goran Park at 32 kilometers, where there's a spectator point, and then at 54 kilometers at Montfort Lake, we've got our second spectator point, and that will be the feed zone as well. And then at 74.5, the end of Kazif Nature Reserve. Did I get it right?
You got it perfect.
So that's going to be special for the guys once they come past, then obviously go through that beautiful nature reserve.
Yes, actually, the Kziv Nature Reserve has the Kziv River in it. It's a river going from Mount Meron, the highest mountain western of the Jordan River. It's about 1,200 meters high. It goes all the way from there to the Mediterranean Sea. It's a very long river, and a big part of it is a part of a nice track here in Israel that we call Sea to Sea, going from the Mediterranean Sea through the Galilee Sea. A very beautiful track to do if you like this kind of stuff.
Yes, definitely do. And in that nature reserve, the guys will have to go through five water points, water crossings. So yeah, that's going to be tricky. It is slippery, it is concrete there, and the guys say it is up to knee deep for some of these riders. We are live. Good morning, everybody. It is the Migdal Epic Israel, powered by Trek. It is stage number 2, stage number 1, day number 2 of the Migdal Epic Israel, and you guys can see we are in the front group there. Still plenty of riders to get though. Once again, we're starting with, well, still on that climb. Just see who the riders are at the back. We've got the e-bike, and we got, hey, it's the Australian champion McConnell.
Daniel McConnell coming here with his partner Anton Sintsov and his partner in life Rebecca McConnell, also racing in the women's. We hope to get some coverage from there soon. So he's on the back. Maybe he looks slightly struggling with his head slightly down, and we see the pace is not very high yet, but I believe when the climbing really kicks up, we're going to see the pace going as some riders going out of their seat and back again. We're just on the road now. We'll probably go off-road again as we see some nice views over here.
Well, it looks like Daniel is holding on at the back here. The pace is definitely picking up in the front. And we've got plenty of national champions here, the best in the business.
Absolutely, here we have great riders from all over the world. As you said, 17 national champions. It's something that is very impressive, and that we're very glad to have here in Epic Israel, the 7th edition of this beautiful race.
Well, it looks like it is a tar section climb. Some of the guys opting to get out of the saddle, just get a different position to rest the rest of the body, I suppose. Well, some guys, it's actually their strong point. They can get out of the saddle and stand for hours and hours. That's just how they're comfortable.
Absolutely, each rider has his own style of riding. Some riders prefer to sit on with the high cadence or the low cadence. Some prefer to get up the bike and start rocking it while they stand. As we see some more views from our helicopter shot, the front group is still very much together. Once again, we see Daniel McConnell. He comes here in pretty good form. He finished 18th at the Snowshoe World Cup, the final World Cup of this year, but he doesn't look very happy right now at the back of this group, as we see the American rider Keegan Swenson and Russell Finsterwald also suffering, and you see they are all very dusty. It's all very dusty here when you pass through these farmlands. There was a big cloud of dust just up in the air after the riders passed there. They go very fast as we are going up through this group. A nice smile from Charlie Mark, second last year. We see maybe he's feeling slightly better today.
Yeah, they came second last year. Karl Markt and Gregor Ragel. So we'll see. I saw in the mix there as well the youngsters from Switzerland and Germany, Simon Witzum and Markus Schulze-Lundsam. They in the mix there. Team number 24, the Austrian team. They are right up there. As I mentioned earlier, very narrow roads. But now the pace, you can see the pace definitely picking up now.
Absolutely, that pace, the road has flattened and the pace has gone faster and faster as the riders trying to make the wheel. And we do see again another little gap opening. It will be interesting to see if it shuts down or it will open even more. The riders are still making their way through here.
So as I mentioned, the guys from Austria, Australian cycling team number 2, Maximilian Foldi and Manuel Pilem, they are in there as well.
Here we can just see them right now. You just mentioned them.
Just off the back now, so it looks like Mr. McConnell, he made his way up closer to the front. That's where you want to be. It's the best seat in the house. The guys obviously putting the hammer down in front. You want to reserve a bit of energy, and you don't want to get dropped now. You do not want to get dropped at this moment.
And you absolutely don't want to be behind the riders who get dropped, as we see riders just going through that narrow part have to get their feet off. Everyone wants to get first into that narrow part, and not everyone can, as it looks like we are in one of the higher points today. Just starting to go down.
I think they just got caught out with that little sneaky turn at the moment. That's why they had to take their foot off. But you can see the guys navigating. Still nice spectators. The guys are out in full force, cheering all these guys on. And should be some of the loved ones, should be some of the team managers just encouraging the guys, telling them, yalla, come on, let's go.
Absolutely, as we've just saw Aviv Yecheskel, our e-bike cameraman, just trying to follow the riders. Even with the electric motor, it is a hard mission for this guy. He is very tired.
I hope that battery is charged.
It is charged, and he will get another one later. As we can see, the Montfort Crusade, which has built in the 12th century, at least at this building you see, they did find archaeological found from from around 500 BC. So it is a very, very old place, a very good location for your castle.
Wow, that is definitely special. So I take it there's a lot of tourists visit this area. Do they come and just come and see it, and obviously just be part of all the amazing history in this country? There we go, the Crusader Castle built in the 12th century near the Kvitz stream, that is.
Yeah, the Kziv. You got it better last time.
Kziv.
It just watches the Kziv River. A very hard crusade to conquer, as you can see. A good location just on the top of that hill. As we see photos from inside. Again, that Austrian duo on the back, and Daniel McConnell made his way up slightly more to the front.
Yes, it is Simon and Marcus at the back of the leading pack. The guys still going up that 18-kilometer brutal climb. Beautiful, beautiful scenery, and as you guys can see, yes, it is very tough. Israel is not for sissies. It is tough, it is hot, but it is amazing.
It was not supposed to be easy, this race. The riders know that they're coming for a tough race. It is a very tough race, and with this year adding another stage, so they're not totally fresh today. They do feel that 20-odd kilometers they had yesterday. They weren't easy, they were very hot, and it's 94.5 kilometers today, so it's a very, very long stage with 1,600 meters of climbing, so it's not going to be easy, not at all.
Well, it looks like some of the guys just dropping off the pace. In fact, I think this is the second group behind the leaders.
Yeah, that was the Czech duo. As we see number 7 there, if I'm not mistaken, Fabian Geiger and Martin Gluth. And behind them is Shlomi Chaimi, the Israeli rider. And then we can see the yellow jersey still very much up in the front. This is Shlomi Chaimi, the Israeli rider, very, very strong rider. Maybe the best mountain bike cross-country rider we've had here in Israel, finishing 30th this year in the World Championships. Is an amazing feat for an Israeli rider.
I spoke to him last night, Orion Amasa. He's a scholar and a gentleman. What a nice guy, very friendly, and doesn't matter if you come and talk to him and just have a little bit of a chat. Great to see. You know that. I'll say we at the water point, or at how do you guys call it?
Well, we call it maybe a feed zone, just with an Israeli accent.
There we go. Water point, the feed zone, the GU feed zone. It is, guys, obviously the heat is playing a role. So the guys don't normally stop at the first water point. They normally race past there, but they want to replenish. They want to put back everything before they get, obviously, to the top of that brutal climb. There we go. A quick change, and away these oaks go. They are good and fast.
But it looks like there was kind of an agreement of everyone stopping there. No one kept on going. Everyone just knew they have to stop there. They have to get that little glass of water just to get a little more refreshed. Although this guy stayed a little too longer there, so he has to catch them now. They're not waiting for him. This is Basile Allard from France, and or Anthony Philippe, one of that French duo.
Well, I didn't know that mountain biking is a gentleman's game, but yeah, it looks like it was a gentleman's agreement. We are going to stop. Well, yeah, we're at the ladies, and it looks like it is. The ladies that won yesterday from the US of A.
Yeah, it looks like Chloe Woodruff and Erin Huck over there in that climb. It's hard to understand exactly where they are as comparison to the other ladies, but we hope to get some more footage from here soon. Looks like they're in good company with other riders. Hope they're doing well today.
Well, I know that the men is not allowed to interfere with the ladies' race. So once they normally the men, if they're a little bit slower than the ladies, they would give way and make sure the ladies come past. You know, they're being the gentleman there. But yeah, the ladies' race is on its own. They are really not allowed to give any assistance in that. But you can see, it's definitely the ladies that won the prologue yesterday. So I'm just wanted to see where the rest of the team is, and are they together when it comes to the ladies' category, the heads of state when it's ladies.
Absolutely, but I hope we'll get some more views from them yesterday. As we see again the men's category all back together, our French rider catching up with the group. Maybe burning a few matches too much that early in the race, but at least he got slightly more fresh with that hydration stop. As the group is still very much together. No one is attacking too strong yet. They're all riding together, setting the pace. As just some riders getting out of the saddle and trying to stay together on this road section.
Yes, the front guys still together. You can see the Australians, the US of A is there as well. Keegan and Russell Fintersgald, Team USA. There's the leaders' jerseys. They're not giving anything away. George Eger and Max Brundle is in the mix. The Austrian team, the Canadian team is there. Peter and Andrew Lesby, the guys, Peter Dysera and Andrew Lesby. There we go. Yes, last year's second place guys, Gregor Ragel and Karl Macht. Looks like they're putting the pace up that climb, or setting the pace up that climb.
Yeah, it looks like actually Fabian Geiger or Martin Glut really on the front. Both of them have been on the front from the beginning of the day, so I guess they're feeling pretty good. But everyone here looks pretty tired. You can see Gregor Ragel's face shows that he's not in a very happy place right now.
Definitely not. Once those mouths are open like that, the guys are looking for as much oxygen as they can. So yes, this is not easy, but the pace is there. You can see Daniel taking some goo on and quickly having a couple of energy sachets, because they know it's going to happen real soon. The attack, that is.
Yes, and if it doesn't happen real soon, some riders are just going to fall off the back. As again, we see another view from the women's riders. I'm pretty sure near them it's Catherine Pendrell and Hayley Smith on the left. Looks like their kit, the Canadian duo. So they're together with the leaders today after having a not very good prologue yesterday, losing about 2 minutes if I'm not mistaken. So they're up together, and I think they're going to have to make a difference if they want to go up to the lead. As we see number 4 here, this is Markus Schulze-Lunzum and Simon Vitsum, with Daniel McConnell again in the back near his partner, the Russian champion Anton Sintsov.
Well, the guys are still talking. You can see the Austrian team, they're still chatting.
Yeah, there's still some conversation, so the pace has gone off a little bit.
Dropped a bit, definitely dropped a bit off, yes. But the thing is, there's this gradient, and this tar road, nobody's going to get away here. So might as well keep the pace as it is, try and recover a little bit maybe, and get the heads and obviously the legs ready for the last bit of the climb where that attack will count. And they have to make it count.
Absolutely do have to. Maximilian Brundle and George Eger are not worried. They have the lead. The other riders won the lead, and they have to take it. They're not going to give it.
מי שמצביע משפיע. היכנסו לסקר היומי באתר ערוץ הספורט ותוכלו לזכות בשובר למגוון רשתות. מתנת?
ברצועת החוף היפה בישראל, וילה אכזיב, חצי דונם לבנייה עצמית החל מ1,690,000 שקלים.
פילה, להשיג בחנויות Factory 54. Change the game. פילה.
טויוטה, נותנת החסות הרשמית למשחקים האולימפיים והפראלימפיים בטוקיו 2020.
מניה ג'ינס, תבוא, מארגן אותך.
איך יודעים שהאבוקדו הבשיל?
תשאלו כל דחי.
סימן איכות של חקלאי הגליל.
So we're back in the race. We see some footage of the back of the bunch. Again, it's Daniel McConnell over there on the back, and Simon Vitsum, looks like it, or Markus Schulze-Lunzum. And they're both riding at the back. The pace is not very high yet, and we are waiting for that moment where the race will break loose, where riders try and make the difference. It's still not very steep right now, so no riders are picking up the pace too hard right now. If riders will pull too strong on the front, they'll just tire themselves, and the other riders can sit on their slipstream and won't suffer too much. So it's not really worth to burn your matches right here yet. As we see an intermediate time for now, we see Martin Glut and Fabian Geiger were in the front. George Eger and Max Brundle, the leaders, are on the front as well. So are Karl Macht and Gregor Ragel. Daniel McConnell and Anton Sintsov are also there, as the French duo of Basile Arnaud and Anthony Philippe. We also have Andrew L'Esperance, Peter Dysera, Keegan Swinson and Maximum Fildy and their partners up the front. So we have 9 teams up on the front. And that's all. We have 18 riders. And we see a technical here. Looks like the Canadian duo having a problem. It's Peter Dysera and Andrew L'Esperance. Look like they have a problem with their front wheel. So they're trying. Let's see what's going on with that.
Well, that looks like they definitely have to plug it. They're looking for where the hole is. It doesn't look like it is too big of a hole. They might be able just to plug it and get going, but they are losing time now. And as you could see earlier as well, Ori, the guys taking on a lot of drinks and a lot of those gels because they know the harder part of the climb is coming real soon. So the guys are replenishing and putting already those electrolytes and all those well-needed nutrition for what's going to happen the next couple of kilometers as well. As you guys can see, it's already getting a bit steeper in that section.
Yeah, and that's just bad luck for this Canadian duo, losing the wheel. They looked very good, and now they're in the back in one of the most crucial points of the climb. It looks like the gap is starting to open up on the front. So we'll have to hope that they fix that technical shortly and try and catch up with the other riders who are obviously not waiting for them and will continue in their own race.
Well, I'm sure they will get back on the front as the pace is not that hard at the moment. However, the terrain is very hard. As we can see already, the first technical issue with the guys from Canada. And like we always say, every sport's got its own injuries, but we don't want anyone to have any bad luck on this type of race. We want everybody to finish, and we want to keep it exciting, the racing. But yes, the Canadians did have a little bit of a bad luck today.
אני מרגיש שאני מטפס כבר חצי מהחיים שלי. אז קודם כל תגיד לי עוד כמה זמן יש לדבר הזה, וחוץ מזה, איפה אנחנו לצופים בבית, מהזינוק, מהסיום, מה נשאר לרוכבים?
בעצם החבר'ה יצאו מכפר התחרות בזינוק מתגלגל של כ3.5 קילומטר על אספלט. שם שחררו אותם, דוך לאורך הגעתון, עוד כמה קילומטרים מישוריים, אבל מצטופפים, זאת אומרת דאבל טרק, שם כבר ייווצרו רכבות, יש מצב שיהיו נפילות, יש שם כל מיני קוליסים כאלו מהחורף האחרון. מהיציאה מסינגל מצובה, מתחילים בקטע קשוח גלילי, דומה למה שאפשר לראות פה מתחתנו, שמהר מאוד משתנה לדרכים חקלאיות מסוגים שונים.
כולל אספלט.
אספלט חקלאי, יש פה משמעות לדרפטינג, גרבל. דרפטינג,
אתה ממש צופה שאפילו שזה מגמת עלייה, יהיה פה דבוקות קטנות ואנשים ישבו אחד על השני?
יטוסו פה, ייסעו פה מאוד מהר. יש פה משמעות גם לדרפטינג וגם למתן קצב, פייסינג. משמעות גדולה. עם קטעים ספציפיים שבהם כל אחד צריך לבחור את הקו שלו.
כמו כאן, כמו הפיסת יער אלונים הזו.
בדיוק, פתאום יש לך איזה 30-50 מטר של שינוי בשיפוע, הורדת הרגל, הלכה הרכבת. אנחנו במגמת עלייה של 18.5 קילומטר, או למשך 18.5 קילומטר, שהממוצע של כל הדבר הזה הוא 3%. אחרי 22.5 קילומטר התחילו לטפס.
אבל השיא היה 14%.
השיא 14%, אתה צודק. לקראת הסוף שלו, פה מי שרוצה להוריד את הגרזן, זאת נקודה טובה מאוד לעשות את זה.
אתה אומר שזוג שירצה לתקוף ולברוח יעשה את זה בעלייה הזאת?
אם הוא מרגיש בנוח והוא יכול פה, או מישהו, אתה רוכב בדבוקה, אתה מריח דם, או מישהו חווה את התקלה, הוריד רגל, בחר קו לא נכון, בום, מתקיף.
היום הזה הוא בעצם היום הכי מתיש מבחינת טיפוס, נכון? זה היום הכי הרבה טיפוס, קרוב ל-1,700 מטר של טיפוס מצטבר?
כן, זה יש לנו קרוב ל-1,700 מטר.
אז אפרופו למי שיחליט לתקוף דווקא בעלייה הזאת לקראת הסוף שלה, לקראת סוף ה-18 קילומטרים, כמה עוד עליות יש?
אנחנו לקראת הנקודה הכי גבוהה של היום. אנחנו לקראת 40 קילומטר, זאת הנקודה הכי גבוהה של היום. זה לא שמפה חזרה לכפר התחרות לא צוברים גובה. נכון. אבל בגדול, אחרי שהם גורמים את הדבר הזה, תופרים קצת פה באזור, יורדים כזיב.
רולינג הילס.
מצאו בזה.
מי שהורד לכפר התחרות.
בדיוק.
בירה מה בירה. מסאז' מה מסאז', בריכת קרח מה בריכת קרח. You know.
בול.
שיקום.
כן, שיקום. לאופניים, לציוד ולנו עצמם.
Yes, so we were just seeing Gal Tzachor, the race organizer, and Nimi Cohen taking us through the areas that the riders are riding. They have slightly more smiles than the riders will have getting up this climb. And again, we see the pace is high. Riders are trying to pull off and make the gap. And it looks like Karl Markt over there on the back. Just hard to recognize yet.
Well, they just off the pace, by the way.
No, it's just Austrian duo, the second Austrian team, numbers 24 that we've seen earlier this race.
Well, as Ori has mentioned, we have seen Gal, the organizer of the race, the 7th edition, and I think they're riding. It's a special ride this year because we're riding for Gal's dad as well. In memory of Gal's dad, they had a vision about bringing cycling and the world to Israel and experience the amazing trails and routes. So yeah, we're riding in memory of Giora Chaskor.
Absolutely.
So that is quite special. And I mean, this race is very close to Gals Hard, which makes it even more special. And they make so much, all the little small things that the guys do for the athletes and for everybody. Every single person, every single rider on this race feels special.
Absolutely. There is a very special atmosphere here in the race that Gal made in memory of his father. Both of them did have a vision. And as we can see here, the lead, it looks like Giovanna Konrak from the bike way racing team. She finished second last year. It's just hard to understand exactly where she is. As we see number 101, it's Haley Smith and Catherine Pendrell. And I remember having Erin Huck and Chloe Woodruff with them. Looks like they're just off them. I'm not sure they're managing to hold the pace. We'll have to wait and see. Near them we see Tommy Tzchaki and Chen Schreiber. And we can see the riders here are just, it's Catherine Pendrell on the front setting the pace for her partner Haley Smith. Both coming from Canada. Catherine, as we said, was a 2-time world champion. As we are back with the men team, the men racing, it looks like the yellow jersey is still very much up the front. They're not letting the riders go away from them. They're not even giving them an inch. They want to stay at the front. They want to control the race. They want to stay in the jersey from here to the end of the race. So they are very much in the front. It'll be interesting to see if they're trying to make a move on the end of the race, maybe trying to gain some more seconds to make their lead slightly more strong.
Well, you can see there's nothing flat to this race. If you saw the mountains at the back, it is the Canadian team of Catherine Pendrell and Haley Smith.
Yes, and it looks like Chloe Woodruff and Erin Huck just behind them, but the gap is not very big, and they're just setting their pace, riding their own pace behind them. So it is Catherine on the front, just going there between the other duos.
So it looks like it's only 2 ladies teams. There they are at the water point. They're definitely going to stop as well, specifically of the heat. It's going to be a quick changeover. Guys quickly replenishing, filling up water balls, and some guys keeping the ladies company there.
Yeah, it does look like Erin and Chloe just with them, the leaders, winners of yesterday. Actually, do you know that Catherine didn't always start as a bike rider? She started riding horses when she was young, and only later, I think around when she was 14, I'm not exactly sure about that, but she started riding her bike. So she did start riding, well, I guess it's pretty different, but she likes to ride things.
Well, as you guys could see as well, the team of USA, the ladies team USA team that won the Prologue yesterday, Chloe Woodruff, 32 years old, and Erin Huck, 38 years old. So it is veterans in the sport, so plenty of miles on those legs. Once again, there's that tricky section that the guys did not anticipate. A little bit of a turn left and right, and then away they go. So the water point is getting nice and busy and full. And the ladies teams, as I mentioned, that is team number 112. It is the USA team, Chloe and Erin Huck there. Here's the guys that came second yesterday. It is Gregor Ragel and Karl Macht. They're on the front. But it is there's a little bit of coverage from a little bit earlier. There's a little bit of a tongue out. The guy's having fun. Yes, we're back live. As you guys can see, it's running up that climb. It is technical. And we have predicted it that some of the guys will not be able to ride this full climb.
And you see even the riders who are riding are suffering. Their head is down. They just try to get as stable as possible. As we see Daniel McConnell on the right-hand side of the screen losing contact. And now we can see the American team of Keegan Swenson and Russell Finsterwald also opening a few bike lengths from the team in front of them. But it still seems pretty much together. Some riders falling off the back, but no duo making the difference. No duo attacking and going out for the stage win yet.
But you can see the guys that's got the technical skills or the technical climbing skills there. They are putting a little bit of a gap between the rest. Just want to say there's the guys now, the intermediate one split. It is the team of the Canadian team and the USA team. Haley Smith, Catherine Pendrell and Chloe Woodruff and Erin Huck together, well, together 3 seconds. That is nothing.
Yeah, it is nothing. They are riding together as we suspected earlier. I wonder where Rebecca McConnell and Gita Michels are. It is interesting to see. They are another very, very strong pair. And also Sofia Gomez and Rose Grant, who were very strong yesterday. We are not seeing them yet. So we will have to wait to see how they go. As we see once again, Tommy Tzchaki, he's riding very close to the women elite team, so he gets a lot of coverage today.
And it was interesting to see where the Argentina-USA combination is. Sofia Gomez Villafane and Rose Grant. She won the Leadville 100 kilometers event in the USA. As
That's
we once
Anton Sintov, the partner of Daniel McConnell, having a problem over there. So he looks like he has something in his rear wheel, trying to pump up that wheel. Probably had a little flat tire. Put in
maybe just got a bit of a burp of the air going out of the tire as they hit a rock, and you can see just quickly bombing it to get back on the race. But the guys are losing a little bit of time. The guys need to be, the composure needs to be, they need to be calm, they need to be composed, checking it out. Looks like it is fine.
Doesn't look very composed though.
They're a bit rushed. They are a bit rushed.
They are in rush. But
Daniel he's nice and relaxed. He's just thinking, guys, I'm going to have to race hard now to get back to that front.
Yeah, because every second now counts, because they have to catch the leading group on their own. It's going to be very hard. It's going to be very hard to set their own pace. It's going to be very hard not to be in the slipstream. So they have lots of work now.
Well, and how much are they going to spend now to get back to that group? Is it going to take a toll the next couple of days? So we don't know. It's very hot out there. The pace is very hard. So the guys are definitely going to spend some pennies to try and get back to that lead group. You can see we're at the back markers now. Well, in the middle back markers, the photographers are still having fun while they wait for the guys just to make their way past there.
Yeah, absolutely. We have that cheering point over there with our photographer marking to our helicopter saying hello. And yes, we're waiting to see some more photos from the leading riders to see what's going on over there.
Want to see where the Hungarian team are, the national Hungarian team, Virak Buzaki and Regina Schmidl. And it would be interesting to see as well the Italians and Portugal team of Ilda Pereira and Lorenza Mena Pace. I haven't seen them, but you can see Catherine and Haley, they're checking each other. Yeah, we're still fine. Let's just keep this pace. We've got a little bit of a lead, 3 seconds in front of the USA team of Chloe Woodruff and Erin Huck, but I don't think they're going to let their ladies go.
No, they're having a little conversation over there. Looks like Catherine is slightly stronger than Haley today. Haley's on the back, not talking too much. Catherine is checking how Haley is going. So Haley is on the front. So Catherine, excuse me, is on the front. Haley on her wheel, trying to get as aero as possible, to pedal as least as possible to save as much energy.
Well, Haley is only 25 years old and Catherine 39, so definitely she's the experience and she's got the experience in the team. So she's obviously just guiding Haley and say, Haley, how are you feeling? Is the pace fine? Have you drank? Have you eaten? And there we go. You can see now she's setting the pace. So obviously, as you mentioned a little bit earlier, you're only as strong as your weakest rider. They're having a quick conversation there. They're looking where our next or nearest rivals.
And we get a nice hello from Angelo Di Veroli, yesterday's master winner. Smiles up. I bet they're in a good position now. They're leading the Masters category after winning it last year. And here we can see the end of the ladies bunch. It looks like Chloe Woodruff and Erin Huck are still there, but really, and the end part of that bunch, they don't have to be in the front. They're leading the race.
Yeah, but they've got what? Yeah, a minute. The ladies from Canada needs to make up a minute and 50-odd seconds, almost 2 minutes that they need to make up. So that's why they're attacking at the moment. So the USA team, they must not let them get away too far. The other thing, as you mentioned, the Grandmasters in second place, it's the, well, there we just go back quickly to the intermediate split. Haley Smith, Catherine Prindle, and 3 seconds back, Chloe and Erin. I think that gap has grown a little bit. And then we have Giovanna Krokonak and Sofia von Bersford Weldre. And then, as I mentioned earlier, the Argentina USA combination, Sofia Gomez Villafane and Rose Grant there in 4th place. Cindy Motambald and Sandra Walter, the Canadians, in 5th place. Yannicka Löw, Greta Steinberg, and 6th place, and Rebecca McConnell and Gita McKells. They're about 5.5 minutes off the pace. It's gonna be difficult for them to get back.
Yeah, that looks like something bad happened to this duo, because they are very, very strong, but they're 5.5 minutes off the pace. That looks like a race over for them for today, and maybe for the overall in general.
I think so, because I mean we're an hour 40 minutes into stage number 2, day number 2, stage number 1. And I mean, already losing 5.5 minutes before, what, 30 in the first 30 Ks. That is plenty of time, and I don't think they're going to make it up unless something drastically happens or something bad, unfortunate happens to the front teams, which we obviously don't want. There's the USA team. Sorry, Ori.
Yeah, absolutely. The USA team here just trying to hold the wheel. It looks like they're suffering. Absolutely looks like they're suffering, and that's what Catherine and Haley wants them to do. They want them to suffer. They want to set the pace. They're not attacking them. They're just setting a hard pace, so they suffer and they fall off the wheel. As again, we see the views of the leading master duo, Chaim Dahan and Angelo Di Veroli, just making their way up that climb, pedaling on a high cadence on the back and lower cadence on the front.
Yeah, definitely different riding styles, opting to have a little bit of a lighter gear to back, and you see even pushing his teammate. Just back on the ladies, I wonder if the heat is not playing taking its toll. I'll tell you why, because Catherine and them came a week earlier. I think they rode an event with you guys last Friday, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't know what time, if the USA team arrived, only a few days ago, and I think that might play a big role, because the guys have acclimatized now, the Canadians. I wonder if the USA team is not suffering underneath this heat, because it is almost 30 degrees at the moment, and we're not even it's not even 9 o'clock in the morning here. 8:45 for that matter.
Yeah, and it's not only the heat, it can also be jet lag manners. Coming from the United States, it could be between around 10 hours difference. It's a big difference. It could affect your sleep and affect your recovery. So if you come here earlier, you get used to the time, you get used to the climate, you feel the ground, you know how it's supposed to be, how the bike feels on the ground. So it is a very different thing. And I'm pretty sure Gita Michels came here pretty late as well. So not knowing the ground here is not as good, not feeling it.
Yeah, that is definitely very, very hard. So yes, no, some of the guys here, I wonder, and I wonder if not that the USA team, Erin and Chloe didn't push too hard yesterday. So I wonder if they didn't spend a little bit too much pennies yesterday. And you can see they're a little bit off the pace as well, but trying to take that right-hand line, the smoothest line that is.
Yeah, they're just trying to keep in the pace, not stay cool, not freak out if they're losing the wheel here and then, but they're just keeping their pace. And they may have pulled too strong yesterday, because yesterday it may have been only 20 kilometers, but it could take their toll, as the Canadian duo are very, very much at the front, trying to keep the pressure on the American duo that are just losing the wheel but still staying. They're in touch and go.
They're still in touch, definitely still in touch. Well, 3 seconds off. So that is the leading ladies group. So it is the Canadian combination, Catherine Prendrell, Hayley Smith, just 3 seconds ahead of the USA team, Chloe Woodruff and Erin Huck.
And you see our master leaders, even they have to walk up that climb, so that's a brute. It's a tough climb. You have to choose the right line. You see one rider walks, one rider climbs. It's really important to choose your lines correctly, and when you're tired, it's not very easy.
And I hope the guys have got the right tire selection for this rough terrain. I mean, that plays a big role in these stage races.
Absolutely, as we've seen riders having problem with their tires, having flat tires, having to pump up their tires. So maybe we had some bad selections here. We have to have good selections, good mechanics to keep your bike prepared for every stage, so you won't have mechanics. It's not only luck, it's also good preparation.
Definitely, definitely. I wonder if they might run a little bit lower pressures here and there as well for better grip. As you guys can see, the guys are really working hard on this technical climb. And this is the front, guys. So if they walk, then you imagine how the middle and the back markers are going to walk. And it's going to take them a long, long time.
Absolutely. We just saw Guy Kaftori and Noam Strashnov from the Buttons team, Matzman.
There we go. We remember them from yesterday.
Absolutely.
Great guys.
We just saw David Reznik passing them over there. So another good Israeli pair. As we see an American duo, it's Keegan Swenson and Russell Finsterwald. I wonder if they're on the back or on the front, but it looks like they're working together, setting their pace. We just have to wait for confirmation to see exactly where they are in comparison to that big group. Maybe they went on the break. They didn't have a very good stage yesterday, so maybe they're trying to make the difference. Looks like they're chasing.
Looks like they're chasing. I saw some dust in the front there, so they definitely looks like they're chasing. We're back with the leaders, ladies. Well, just in second place, the Team USA, Erin Huck and Chloe Woodruff, as I mentioned a few times. So the Canadian team is just in front of them. There we go. So that's what our stuff looks for the cattle, by the way.
Yeah, so we have that too.
You got that too.
Yeah, we have both. We like to have everything of a little bit of everything. As we see the riders again crossing the road, you see the marshals over there telling them exactly where to go. It's well arrowed, it's well marked. We have team here marking the race for a week before, riding with their quad bikes all over.
Yes, very
taking their leg off. So sorry, Carl, over there. They just this looks like the American duo just having to walk there, and that's where Hayley and Catherine can make the difference. When one of them walk and they can ride, they're on the front, so they have a better view. They can walk, they can ride it, and if they're walking, they're going way slower.
Yes, it's going to be interesting if we get the front ladies. In other words, Catherine and Hayley is walking as well. It looks like they are.
Yeah, it looks like everyone is
Looks
walking
like
in this
everyone
group.
is walking, yeah,
and if
yeah.
the front part of the group is
Yes,
walking,
there they
then
are.
the end part
There's
is
the
walking.
Canadian team now.
Yeah, they're walking, so there's no big advantage being gained here. They're walking, you can see they are very, very tired. It's hard to walk after this hard riding.
I know some of these athletes, they do cross training as well, so they will be able, you know, they don't normally do running and off-road training, running and stuff to just to work different muscle groups and that. So in this type of situations, you know, they know that sometimes this is going to happen, so they are prepared for stuff like that. Whereas some guys that's not used to it, I mean, it is hard on the calves, and you are going to feel it a little bit later on.
I can actually tell you that Catherine Pendrell is two-time Canadian cyclocross champion, so she knows how to run with her bike.
Well, there we go. Enough said. Almost 2 hours into the race. Just once again, for all our viewers that's tuned in, we are at the 7th edition of the Migdal Epic Israel, powered by Trek. It is day number 2, stage number 1. Yesterday we had the prologue. Today, they said it's a Queen stage. However, the locals say tomorrow is the brutal stage. Today, 95 Ks, 1,650 meters of climbing. It is a tough day, but a good day.
It is a very, very good day, very long day. The riders are only not halfway through the stage yet, but the second half of the stage is going to be way faster. It's mostly climbing in the beginning, and then it's going to be descent and flat farmlands on their way back. As we can see, the American duo just making their way back into the group. It was Keegan Swenson and Russell Finsterwald catching again the group, but we can see some more helicopter shots. Looks like it may be Fasuta. I'm pretty sure we're getting close to the end of our climb.
Yes, gaps definitely been forming now. These guys are just rolling it down, most probably just relaxing the legs and just getting the legs a bit fresh before they get to that last bit where the 12% kicks up.
Yeah, that is it. It's Tobias Sindlinger and Gabriel Sindlinger from Germany.
Yeah, MTB-news.de, that is the team name for them. Once you guys can see the helicopter right in the front there. Looks like that should be the leading bunch, the leading group now. 1 or 2 gaps, but the guys will catch up to each other real soon.
Absolutely. Looks like it's slightly narrowed, maybe from a different technical issues or different form issues, as we see Keegan and Russell suffering. We don't exactly know from what, but maybe they suffered on the steeper section of that climb, and now we are going downhill. So we see we have about 6 teams or so still at the front, so it's still very, very open. It's going to be interesting to see which team can make the difference. Or here we are at Abirim, which is, as you see, a community in Upper Galilee.
Now I wonder if Anton Sintsov and Daniel McConnell, I wonder if they back and if they caught up with that lead crew after they had a little bit of a puncture. It looks like they had a cut on the tire to have to plug it. As we see the guys in the quad, they're just having a quick little bit of a chatter, making sure everything is right.
Absolutely, they all want to make sure you get the best coverage as possible, as we see Chen Schreiber and Tom Itzhaki again, and
well, there's the USA team.
Yeah, it looks like Keegan Swenson and Russell Finsterwald just on the back of the front group, just heading down, just following the front group.
Very dusty, very tricky if you don't keep the space, and if you obviously you don't want anybody to be trigger happy on that breaks down and downhill like that, specifically when it's so dusty.
Absolutely, you have to watch out not to fall and to get a good enough view, not to get the dust in your eyes. That's why it's very important to wear your sunglasses in days like today.
Yeah, and I wonder how many guys ride without gloves. I would never be able to ride without gloves. I promise I'm one of those sweat hands, and yeah, you don't want to come off or slip off that handlebar, specifically if you're going downhill, and these guys are flying downhill.
Yeah, absolutely. You don't want to slip off that handlebar, and even if you do slip, you don't want your bare hands to fall on the ground, because boy, that could hurt. Very unpleasant.
You're going to lose a lot of skin.
Absolutely.
We had 1 or 2 tumbles yesterday in the prologue. Gita had a tumble on the elbow, and I wonder if that's maybe playing a bit of a role for her today. It didn't look that serious though, but I wonder. I don't know. You can't see, you can't really tell if you see from the outside. You know, maybe she's heard something. We had 55 kilometer. Was that the 55 kilometer mark? No, that can't be. What was that flag that came up on the screen now?
I'm not sure. I didn't see anything yet. As we see again the intermediate time, we see new times from Naaman Neumann and Antonio Doberman. Naaman, the Israeli cross-country champion, 9 minutes off the pace, and another 4 minutes behind, nearly 4 minutes behind him is Hilda Pereira and Lorenza Menapaz. And as you said, that if the fall of Gita may have affected her, maybe not physically, but maybe in her head as well, because maybe she doesn't have as much confidence to take the descents right now.
Yeah, definitely. Just one fall. do play a role with the confidence, and it takes a little bit of a while just to get back and get that confidence back completely, and obviously fly over some of those technical. We mentioned Ida Pereira and Lorenza Mena pace a little bit earlier. They 12 minutes, well, almost 13 minutes off the pace. They were not going to come back unless something drastic happens. Nice to see the German and Israeli team right up there, 9 minutes back. Naama Neumann and Antonia Dauberman, they right there. And then Gita Mikkels, as we mentioned, Rebecca McConnell, 5.5 minutes back. That was at the first intermediate split. Anything can still change. Those gaps can get bigger and bigger because Catherine and them, Catherine and Haley looks very well. And I must say, Erin and Chloe, they're not giving anything away. They look very, very strong today as well.
Looks like we are 55 kilometers till the finish. So we still have, we've around 40 kilometers into this stage. So we finished our big climb of the day. We still have some little ups and downs for now. We're going to stay on the high hills for now, but we're going to get start descending soon and then head to the farmlands towards the race village over here.
I want to tell the viewers as well that we're just quickly back at Daniel and his teammate. They had an Anton Sintov.
I wonder if
that's from
still,
earlier.
Yeah, I wonder if it's still live or from now. Because I remember Daniel,
a long time now.
Daniel was on his bike. Now he's off his bike, so maybe it's a new coverage. As we see, some more riders have to go off their bike. So it looks like Daniel McConnell and Anton Sintov having a really big problem there.
They are not having the best of days. They are not going to be happy with that. And as I wanted to mention for the viewers, the finish area today is a tricky part. So the guys are coming in. They have 1 or 2 little bends before they make their way to the finish line. I hope the guys have checked out the finish line because I've got a prediction that we're going to have a sprint finish today.
It looks like it's going towards there, and you have to be at the front really a few hundred meters before the finish because you can't pass groups just on these narrow turns.
Whoever's going to come in here first, they're going to take it because it's very, very tight corner before they come to the finish line, the finish banner or the arch.
Absolutely, and we are going to have the same finish in the next 3 stages, I believe, as we see again some more views. It looks like the men's at the end of the further end part of the men's leading men. We're just going to have to get confirmation exactly of which riders they are.
Well, it was nice to see where the Hungarian guys lay. Andras Partey and Zombor Palumbi. They came 10th last year at the Migdal Epic Israel. Would be
That's
nice
a different
job. Nice to see where they are. So they didn't have a bad race last year, but yes, I just wanted to see how they would do today. As we look at the American team, they back on the front with the guys Keegan, Trenton and Russell.
מי שמצביע משפיע. היכנסו לסקר היומי באתר ערוץ הספורט ותוכלו לזכות בשובר למגוון רשתות. מתנת?
מניה ג'ינס, תבוא, מארגן אותך.
לבנות מחומרי בנייה ממוחזרים
זה אנחנו!
וגם שיקום מבנים.
ישראל צריכה מהנדסים פורצי דרך.
SCE, מהנדסים לעולם טוב יותר.
המקררים של בקו בטכנולוגיית אברפרש פלוס לשמירה על טריות המזון. בקו, לאכול כמו מקצוען.
חדש, קוקה קולה פלוס קפה. בוסט קטן בטעם מושלם. קוקה קולה, טעם החיים.
Well, just had a quick commercial break. We're back at the racing. This is the leaders group. At the back of the leaders group, Team US of A, Keegan Swenson and Russell Finterswelt. You guys, it looks like the pace has picked up a bit. As you guys can see, they're working a little bit hard. They're rocking from side to side. So, well, it's technical as well, but it definitely looks like that the pace has picked up. We're almost at the top of the climb, if I'm not mistaken, or we just passed the climb. I'll make sure and see exactly if I can see on that profile, but it looks like definitely the pace has picked up.
Absolutely, and they have to change their lines constantly because it's as you see, there are many rocks, and you have to take the smoothest and the fastest line through this course. As I think we're back with the women, not really sure yet exactly what we're seeing.
Wonder where the partner is. 2 riders in the front. One of the partners might be just at the back as the e-bikes trying to make their way past and see exactly. Well, there's the leader group, the leading group now.
Yes, this is again Keegan and Russell. And if you like nice photos, then you should go to Russell's Instagram because he has a pretty nice Instagram account. I checked it out lately. He has really nice photos over there. Both of them have finished very well in the United States cross-country championships, finishing first and third, with Keegan being the American cross-country champion.
So you're saying Keegan he's got a TV face, not a radio face, with all the beautiful pictures on Instagram?
That's Russell, actually.
Russell's got a TV face. Oh, it's all, okay, scenery, so it's not photos of him, selfies or anything like that.
No, no.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask the guys how the terrain and the roughness of this the Migdal Epic Israel is compared to the riding that they've got there back in the USFA on in the States. But I mean, these guys race across the world. I haven't seen them at the Cape Epic, by the way. So I mean, that's pretty much similar terrain that you guys see now. Here and there, we got more roots than rocks, but we got everything in that in the Republic of South Africa. But I wonder how it's going to be interesting to see how they actually feel about this hard racing, tough conditions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. They are racing in World Cups all over. Excuse me. In the World Cups all over the country, all over the world. So they are used to get the different terrains and very technical terrains, because as you know, the World Cup cross country are very technical. They're getting technical and more technical. So they have to. I think they're pretty adept, but it's still different to find which lines have more grip. Some places have more grip than others. Still different in the way they choose their tires, as you said earlier.
And I know that most of the Europeans, they say this is a little bit too not enough climbing, because they are used to climbing like 100Ks, 2,000 plus meters. So for them, this is not too much climbing. However, the weather definitely plays a role for them, because it's hot here. It is definitely hot. I know the guys have been putting up 50 screen factors, sunblock on their, on them. So yeah, they know this is tough terrain and very hard conditions of riding.
Absolutely, and here we are at the back of the group, it looks, with our cameraman Aviv Yecheskel there with the orange back on the left. He gives us live coverage from his GoPro and his live view unit. Again, we can see Keegan Swinson and Russell Finsterwald just on the end of that group. Looks like
we got the leaders' jerseys in that group as well. We got the guys from last year. It came second last year in that group. So that is Gregor Ragel, Karl Macht, and the leaders' jerseys, or the yellow jerseys, George Egger and Max Brandl. They in the mix still. We've got the guys.
This looks like Simon Witzum and
that's it.
Partner.
And Markus Schulz is Lunzem from Germany, and this man obviously from Switzerland. They in the mix there as well. We mentioned them a little bit earlier. Two youngsters, well, fairly young. Marcus, 27 years old, and Simon, 24 years old. They've ranked 84th and 79, 84th and 106 at the UCI rankings. Just off the pace, most probably just getting ready and just relaxing. His teammate just in the front there. A good position to be in. You do not want to be at the back, specifically if the guys start pushing the pace.
By the way, Simon Witzum is it's not his first time here. He rode the Epic last year, finishing as 17th. So he looks way better this year. He looks like he's way in the front group, in the top 10 teams, top 9 teams, as we've seen in the intermediate split. We're nearly 2 hours into the race, and it's been some good racing, but no team has yet been able to make the difference. We're interested to see if any team is going to be able to make the difference, because we're past the big climb of the day, and there are not many opportunities left to make the difference. So it's going to be very interesting to see what's happening.
Yeah, there's only 2 more little stings in a tail, and the last 10Ks is flat. As I mentioned earlier, my predictions, we are in for an exciting sprint finish this afternoon.
Well, we'll have to wait and see if your predictions are correct, as they were yesterday, but let's see if you can keep it going.
Well, we've got, give or take 50 kilometers to go, 2 hours into the stage number 1, day number 2 of the Migdal Epic Israel, powered by Trek. So as you guys can see already, 50 kilometers they've done in 2 hours, so we can predict the winning time, 4 hours something, 4.5 hours. Maybe a little bit longer than that. It is 95 kilometers though. However, the last 10 cases I mentioned is fast and flat. So yes, I would say 4.5 hours, 4 hours 40 minutes, give or take.
Yeah, don't forget the beginning of the stage was uphill, and now they'll go mostly downhill, so it may be slightly faster than the first half of the stage. So maybe towards the 4 hours, still have some time till they get here. Still lots of racing. Now they are starting to get tired. Nutrition is key. I hope they're eating, because you need to recover. You need to stay as strong as possible to be able to respond to these attacks, to be able to respond to the fast pace. Oh, and a little touch of
a little bit of elbows in
there. Yeah, trying to improve position, but the USA riders are not giving their place.
No. These oaks, they don't give anything away. They've used to this. I mean, specifically in the cross-country racing, and it starts, they know. If fight your place, you've got to fight for your place there.
Absolutely. At least our cameraman is not taking his elbows too much out and not fighting the riders. But you see, they are very, very. They want to keep their place. They don't want to fall back because. And here we get our photos. These are the leaders of the race. It's George Egger and Maximilian Brondel.
They look comfortable. They still look comfortable, Ori.
Yeah, we talked to Maximilian Brondel after yesterday's prologue. He was very happy and very tired. He said George did most of the work. He did talking and saying, George, slow down. He said George was so strong. George is a bigger guy, very, very strong on the flat, so it was a very good stage for them. And they were actually worried, when they caught the Austrian duo that maybe it's too early, maybe they started off too strong. But
and these guys are not tiny. I mean, they weigh 70 odd Ks, and I think Max weighs about 82 or 85 kilometers. Other way around. George 85 and Max 70 odd kilometers. So they're not small guys, but they look very comfortable in that leaders and yellow jersey.
They're not small, but they have these watts in their legs. They are very, very strong.
Well, they got the power SUV and they handle like a sports car, if you ask me.
Absolutely. As you see some more views, it looks like the back end of that group from our e-bike cameraman.
Flying down that downhill. Once again, the dust kicking up, so the guys are keeping that spaces just to make sure they get safely through this downhill. It is a long downhill, and I think everybody, just on another point, I think everybody, well, the front guys are going to stop at almost every water point. It's very hot, and they've already stopped at the first water point, which is very unusual for these pros. They don't normally stop at the first water point, but I think the heat is taking a toll, and obviously the dust and stuff, it makes your mouth and stuff so dry, so you have to drink, and I think they drink more than what they normally drink on cooler temperatures, which is obviously a fact.
Yeah, absolutely, and the course is not very easy. You have to keep both hands on the bars most of the time, so it's hard to take your hand to the bottle, so maybe it's better to stop altogether and get this glass of water to your hand and drink it very quickly.
Well, they get their timing right. We saw earlier on that tar climb when everybody was just quickly taking in some drinks and all the gels and the goos, because I knew there's a few things that's coming. So these guys worked out their race strategy to the T. Every kilometer they know exactly where the climbs are. They know exactly what time, every 40 minutes, every 45 minutes, depends on what they used to, when to take on those vital nutritional and food and gels for the race to come, because it's not just today. We've still got, after this, 2 more hard days of racing.
And you don't want your body to get too far in the red zone, because it will make it very hard to recover. We have 94 kilometers today. You have another 2 very long stages. So it's not going to be easy, and you have to be as strong as possible. And every stage, during the stage and after, you have to start recovering as soon as you finish the stage.
Yeah, recovery is key in mountain bike stage racing. There we are, just losing a bit of picture as we are in the remote area of Israel North, in the Western Galilee treasures, as I've seen on some of the posters and stuff. There we go, a quick right turn. It looks so nice in that buggy. It must be a great experience to be right there with the action and the thick of things.
Absolutely, with these great riders that we have here. As we said, we have many national champions. We have at the front the German national champion Maximilian Brondel, a young rider. He's only 22, and he finished 5th in the under-23 cross-country world championships, and he was pretty disappointed with that, you know.
Oh, was he?
Yeah. So
well, the guy's got high standards, so yes.
So he won't take nothing but first, I think, here in the Epic as well. And they are defending their jersey very well. Here we can see number 20 over there. Just looked like they lost contact from the front team.
Yeah, they definitely lost some contact. We can't see the front guys at all, and it looks like it's Ranker Niklas and Paul Hauser, the Germany combination team, Wheel Sports, Benarbeit. They have off the pace, most probably be in the second group. We'll see now if we get a bit more feedback from the course. Still want to get back to that, ladies, as my words weren't even cold.
Yeah, good you're talking. We just see our leading women, looks like Catherine Pendrell and Haley Smith, just over there taking turns, going on the high pace, just in the flatter parts. And it looks like they're on their own. You know, it looks like they're totally on their own.
I don't see the USA team at all. Erin Huck and Chloe Woodruff, I don't see them at all. The leading bike for the ladies are right there. We would have seen the second place lady, as I mentioned, Chloe Woodruff and Erin Huck. But it doesn't look like it. It looks like it is definitely the Canadian team that putting the hammer down and obviously making sure that they want to take the stage win. Haley Smith and Catherine Pendrell, Team Canada.
Yeah, two very, very skilled and strong riders trying to make up for yesterday's ride, and they're doing it pretty well. They have 2 minutes, though, to open today, so it's going to be hard work. But as you see, they go down to that aero tuck on the road. Both riders going as low as possible, trying to gain as much speed as possible and save as much energy. They'll be on the road shortly and very soon go back off-road. You see, they're working very, very well together. They're very coordinated.
Yeah, they definitely, at over 30 kilometers an hour easily down that stretch. And in Israel, the guys drive on the right-hand side of the road. Just to mention once again, I think the South Africans are going to struggle today. I hope we don't have any incidents with them.
Yeah, that's a good point. I hope they'll be fine and not take the wrong side of the road. But they're blocked pretty well, so it is going to be pretty fine here.
Well, just going back to the intermediate splits as it stands now, that is way earlier. A little bit earlier, Haley and Catherine still leading it in 3 seconds. That has changed. But yeah, sorry, Ori, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, we see another team coming, and there it's the Hungarian team that you were looking for, the Viraj and Regina, and they're way back, 18 minutes off the pace.
Very, very far back. And then once again, it is the front group, the leading men. I just want to make sure if it is.
Looks like Simon Witzum and team.
Yes, there we go. It is the Switzerland-Germany combination.
Looks like or Simon or Marcus will have to get slightly closer to see, but looks like one of them. This is the mixed category, and there's a big change. Ivan Gresev and Seda Gentseva. I hope I got that right from Russia.
Yes, they were second yesterday, by the way.
And they opened 3.5 minutes, so it looks like they're leading by 3 minutes overall now. They were 30 seconds behind yesterday, so that's a big move. And Dvora Ochayon and Tomer Baruch have lots of work to do.
Definitely, you can see even there that they are the leaders' jerseys from yesterday. The Israeli team will be back at the ladies' race once again. It's Team Canada, Catherine Pendel and Haley Smith in the front. I wonder where the USA team is. Where is the USA ladies team? It's going to be interesting seeing how much they've opened up now since the first water point or since the first intermediate split points. They had 3 seconds. It's more now.
It's way more now for sure if we have the camera bike in between. And you see, these riders don't have the camelbacks as you mentioned, but they do have a bottle in their back. So that's a slightly different strategy, maybe choosing what's comfortable for them. And we see the Grandmasters also have some nice results. Amos Geri and Zohar Galili are in the lead, 28 seconds in front of second place Ronen Shirizli and Chagai Anabi.
Well, you can see there at 9th place, Izzy Zimmerman and John O'Connor. They were second yesterday. They have lost 10 minutes. And then the other South African team, they were 4th yesterday. Landon Lagranzi, Gavin Falloon is still in 4th place, 1 minute 60 seconds off. Gil Kashi and Israel Chen, they about just under a minute off. In 2nd place, Ronan Schersley and Hachai Anabi, they were the leaders yesterday. They are almost half a minute off the pace. This is going to be very interesting racing between the Grandmasters. But yes, it's over for Izzy Zimmerman and John O'Connor. They're going to struggle. They were last year's 2nd place last year as well in the Grandmasters.
Maybe they'll go for the stage wins. And as you can see, there are no big groups in the Grandmasters. Each team is riding on its own. You didn't see teams in the same time. You saw like 30-second gaps. So it's interesting to see how the dynamic works in that category. It's like every team paces their own pace. And good job for Zohar Galili and Amos Geri. I talked to Amos after yesterday's race. He said they slightly struggled yesterday, but they hope to be stronger today, and it certainly looks like that. Opening 30 seconds. They still have some more time to make up, but good job. And here we see the Masters, and that's confirmation of Angelo Di Viroli and Chaim Dahan dominance. They won yesterday. 3 minutes and 47 seconds from 2nd place today. That's a very big gap.
You can see the Israelis are getting excited. It is a big gap. And 2nd place, Team USA, Erez Falkenstein and Matt Cook. They're looking well. They're off, 3 minutes, 47 seconds back. And then once again, local Israeli team, Dver Almoch and Ehud Bitubuol. They in 3rd place at the moment, 4 minutes, 42 seconds off the pace.
So it looks like a very, very good ride for Chaim Dahan and Angelo Di Viroli, just dominating this race. As again, we can see Simon Witzum and Marcus Schulze-Lundsum on the back.
This is the leading group. Sorry, Ori, this is the leading group just off the back, as you've mentioned. Here's Team USA. They're still in the mix there. And want to see the leaders' jerseys or the yellow jerseys are still there. They're looking comfortable. They're just sitting. They're not setting the pace. All they have to do is just defend their title and just make sure nobody gets a break that is in contention for that GC or the top podium positions.
Absolutely. It looks like we have a tumble over there. Oh, someone is off his bike. I hope everything is all right over there. You see many many rocks. It's hard to stay on your bike in that section, and it's probably not a very pleasant fall. He doesn't look very happy.
Those are normally the hardest falls, you know, when you almost get to that standstill and you just tilt over. That's normally the hardest falls that you get.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
But he looks fine, just quickly running it out. Should be getting back on the bike real soon, so it didn't look too bad.
Yeah, I just hope everyone stays safe through these sections. Luckily, it doesn't look like a very fast section, so it's not a very fast fall, but still dangerous as we see some more replays from today.
That is a little bit from earlier days. Still the same guys. Well, we've got there Team Norco. They had a little bit of a bad luck. The guys from Canada, Lesby and Peter, Andrew Lesby and Peter Dicera, they had some bad luck earlier. It will be nice to see, interesting to see if they could get back. I doubt it though, because the guys actually picked up the pace once they got that little bit of a technical incident.
Oh, and we see here Daniel McConnell and Anton Sinzov. We still don't know what's going on with them. Anton had a problem with his rear wheel. We hope he managed to fix it, but it looks like they were there for a while, for longer than they expected, as we see another rider here suffering at the back.
He is falling off. I hope his partner realizes that he's falling off. Keep in mind that guys need to be within each other or in range with each other 2 minutes. They're not allowed to get back or to be further away than 2 minutes. There's immediately disqualification. We've got international UCI commissaires at this year's of the event, and the guys are very strict.
Absolutely. The race does want to be a very, very professional race in the highest level. Looks like Marcus Schulze-Lunzum, by the way, here on the back. And as I said, the Epic Israel organizers want this race to be an HC1 level, which is the highest level. It's now S1. It went up to S1 this year, adding the prologue yesterday, making it the first time the Epic Israel had 4 stages in this 7th edition of the Great Race.
Yes, and it's only been 5 years that the race has got an international stature. So yes, well, hats off to all this amazing organizers, Gal and his team. Really amazing event. A world-class event.
It is an amazing production, maybe the best cycling event in Israel the whole year. As I said, many times riders are waiting for it, and we can see an American rider here struggling in the back, and that's not a little struggle, that's a big gap opening. Looks like Russell Finsterwald probably, just hard to see. But they are suffering, and I hope his partner is aware of that, because he has to wait for them.
Yeah, he is definitely quite a bit off, and the guys are picking up the pace. You could see how he was struggling and just, you know, rocking from side to side to get his max power through those pedals. But yes, the pace is definitely up, and the guys are struggling. How technical is that? But the guys make it look so easy if they navigate their way over those rocky sections.
It is not easy at all.
Even the downhills you can see. Big rocks there. I know the guys got the danger sign, so all the warnings is there for the riders, so they know exactly what to expect when they come down, either up or down, with those red danger marking arrows.
You still have to keep your eyes open, because a rock can be in every place, and you don't want to meet one of these rocks, especially not when you're descending very fast. And here we get some more live footage again with Marcus Schulze-Lunzum on the back of that group, just making his way back into it. He's struggling on the uphills. He's making the gap, and here again we can see Russell Finsterwald on the back of that. He's really suffering.
I hope it's not on the back. I want to see. Can't be that. No. Yes, I want to. No, there's the dust in the front there, so you can see he's definitely off the pace. I wonder if his partner realizes that he's off the pace, because the guys are obviously sending a fast pace in the front there.
They have no communication in between them, so he'll just have to notice that his partner is gone. And sometimes in the middle of the race, when you're just in your thoughts, trying to stay focused, trying to keep that wheel, he may not notice. We hope he notices it pretty soon.
Well, most probably once we get to a little bit of a single track switchbacks, he's going to look around and see if he sees his partner. Otherwise, when we get to an open section, he's going to look around and see if he can find his partner. But hey, it's going to take a little bit of a while. You can see he's in the front there, Keegan. So yeah, Russell still needs to get back on this leading group now. You know, he has to get back there real quick, because the pace is not slowing down.
No one is waiting for him.
No, not
including
today.
His partner for now.
I'm sure he realizes that it's off, and just obviously hang back a bit, and they'll work together to try and get back to that lead group.
Absolutely. I believe Keegan will go back and help his partner as soon as he notices. Obviously, Keegan feels stronger today, so he'll probably make most of the set. He'll set up the pace mostly, and we see some more views on this group. And we are still not seeing any big attack. They're just setting a high pace. The leading duo is just sitting in there. George and Max, they have nothing to do, just to follow the wheels and stay at the front, as they've done very well up till now.
Yeah, the pace is definitely not slow, but it's consistent, and the guys just don't want anybody to come back. Once you fall off, they want you to be off the pace, off the back, and they want to keep it like that. So yeah, the guys are keeping that pace consistent, but they are not letting it go. Just going over once again the beautiful stage number 1, day number 2 of the Migdal Epic Israel, powered by Trek, as you guys can see there. I know it says once again 3 water points. There will be 4 water points due to the extreme weather and all the heat. Over 31 degrees today. And it's 95 kilometers and about 1,650 meters of climbing. All the climbing, and the biggest climb was at about 20 kilometers mark, 18 kilometers, and then we have, and the last 15 or so Ks, we have 2 little sting in the tails. It's going to be tough. And then flat home from there to the amazing venue, Aqueduct Hotel. Aqueduct Hotel.
And you know what an aqueduct is? So an aqueduct is a way of leading water. It's an ancient Roman way of leading the water. They used to lead water to cities and for agriculture. It was also for drinking and for their trees and their plantings. And it may look pretty flat, but it has a very small slope. It's around a few centimeters over hundreds of meters. So it is a very small slope. It's sufficient to make the water go down, but it's not big enough so the water doesn't damage the aqueduct itself. Actually, Rome is still using an ancient aqueduct to have water in their city.
So is it, lack of a better, is it channels? Is it basically channels?
It's like a channel just higher in the ground. It's built on arcs. You could see it around. We could see it in the start and the end of the stage. As we can see them on Fort Lake, I believe it's an artificial lake. Just here we're going to have the second feed zone in this lake today. No aqueduct leading to it here. It's very artificial.
Montfort Lake, it's called. Beautiful images. And yeah, once again on the right hand side you can see the tar road guys obviously still busy with their daily lives while we're racing it out. A city and the Western Galilee merging the Asian Arab town Tarshiha with the Jewish town of Mahalot.
Yeah, so Tarshiha is a very Asian town, as we see Keegan Swenson, it looks, walking here. I'm not sure he's aware of Russell still. He's in the back of the group, but he's still walking. He's not stopping. He's still staying with the front group. Maybe he's hoping Russell will get back. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe in hindsight he hopes that Russell comes back to the group. He must have looked around now and really realized that his partner's not with him.
Yeah, he must have. And here we are back again near Ma'alot Tarshiha. It is a combination of 2 cities. Tarshiha has been an old Arab city from around the 12th century, if I'm not mistaken. And another ancient thing in that city, Ma'alot Tarshiha, is they had the same mayor for 42 years. He was only changed last year.
Really?
Yeah, absolutely.
You can see as a favorite, obviously. We met the mayor. I met the mayor last night of Akko, the old city of Akko. That was quite special to meet the mayor of this amazing historical city. Yes, and what a down-to-earth guy. Very nice to have met him. Mr. Shimon, if I remember correctly, Lackey. Mr. Shimon Lakri, if I remember correctly.
Sounds good.
Well, there's race number 20. The guys, race number 20 that's climbing up, getting up that climb. And then there's Ranker Niklas and Paul Hauser from Germany. The USA team, they at the back here. I wonder if they realize that the teammate is off. Just want to make sure and see. But the guys are still flying down downhills once they go past that beautiful section of the course. They are 2 hours, 20 minutes into the race. We still got about 40-odd Ks of racing left.
Yes, we are going downhill right now. So the riders are just still tackling that technical sections. Many rocks. You just have to stay focused. Hold your handlebar strong enough so it doesn't go and so you don't lose your bike, and just stay on your bike as we're here at the back of the leading group, the UCI men riders, with Keegan Swenson from the United States, the United States cross-country national champion, a very good rider here.
Well, you can see once again the mountains in the back on the guys flying down this downhill, technical downhill, a right turn, a couple of switchbacks. The guys, well, not really switchbacks, but a couple of turns the guys still have to go through and past. Want to double check? We're most probably going to go back to the ladies' race real soon. At the last intermediate check, it is the Canadian team that's leading the heads of state, and Catherine Pendrell and Hayley Smith.
Yes, and is it just you're talking again, changing the views? We'll have to wait and see. It doesn't really look like them. Looks like a different team right here. Looks like maybe no, it's not the Masters. Again, number 20. We've seen them before, the German duo. They're pretty much off the back, so they're not in the front of the race. They're not making anything.
Yeah, it's Ranker Niklas and Paul Hauser at the back there. They are not catching up to that leading group. And they've got, what, 40 kilometers to do so, but I don't think they are going to get back on there. I mean, there's about, what, 5 teams in the front. They are one team. The 5 teams, give or take, are working together. 1 or 2 guys are falling off the back on the lead group, so they are going to struggle to get back to that leading group. Flying down with the dust everywhere. Looks a bit smoother here and there. A couple of rocks that the guys need to go through over. But it is fast pace. You can see the helicopter on the right-hand side. How cool is that? As you mentioned, most probably an ex-Air Force pilot, well, Israeli Air Force pilot.
Yes, absolutely. That's what he does today, flying the helicopter, following our great race. We have the helicopter coverage throughout the whole race with many cameras as well. Now we can see the camera from our quad bike on the back. And we do have our e-bike rider at the front, Aviv Yechezkel. You can see him there. It may be his view actually right now as the riders are going down towards the Montfort Lake. Let's see if they're going to stop in the feed zone. I'm pretty sure it's going to be really, really soon.
Yeah, it is definitely going to be interesting to see if the guys stop for the water point. If they do, then you can definitely take it that the heat is taking its toll on these athletes, because the guys don't normally stop at every water point when they race. Not the pro riders, not the UCI riders.
No, absolutely. It is very hot and it's pretty open. The sun is just on them. They have no place to hide. They're riding under the sun. It's really hot. They can
There's not a lot of shade. You're right. There's not a lot of shade here.
Yeah, as you see, a left turn onto that
couple of beautiful
bridge.
bridges. Yeah, there we go. Nice little bit of just something different, just to get the guys' minds off something different instead of all those rocky and technical descents and climbs. Gaps opening up, but the guys will still together. I'm still putting my money on that. It's going to be a sprint finish today.
Here is Martin Gluth just getting into the feed zone. They're stopping. They're getting something from their box. I wonder, it's a bottle switch. It's a good time to switch our bottle just in the middle of this stage. We are actually around 54 kilometers into the stage already. So they've ridden a lot. They have around 40 kilometers remaining to the stage. Looks like everyone is stopping here. They're going to their boxes. If they have their boxes here, then they sure will stop, but they're trying to do it as fast as possible. You see riders are running from one side to the other, trying to get their things, find their box, grab their bottles, and run away. And you see the cameramen are riding too to get a good photos. We do have some nice photos on the Facebook page of Epic Israel.
I saw yesterday. It is really totally world-class images. And obviously the finish as well. Some of the guys taking a little bit longer. The leaders' jerseys, the yellow jerseys are already out. They're not waiting too long.
Nobody is waiting here for anyone.
No, it is everybody's race. Guys running around trying to get those technical boxes and supporters boxes. The USA team opted to grab the backpacks. They are not going to stop at the next water point, so that tells you something.
And you see Russell is back in. So Keegan waited for Russell. Russell made it back on that descent. Maybe Keegan made the right move, slightly recovering, not working too much. And here we can see Martin Gluth and Fabian Geiger first in, with Karl-Marc Dreger-Ragel, George Egger, Max Brandl, and Bastille Allard and Anthony Philippe from France, all together in the front group. We can also see Keegan Swenson and Russell Finsterwald 44 seconds back, so they have a gap. We did see Russell was off, but they're pretty close. They just made a shorter stop so they can make it up. And fifth are Marcus Schulze-Lunzum and Simon Bitzum.
They did make a shorter stop than the rest of the guys, but I think as well that will play in their favors that the fact that they grabbed those camelbacks. So the next water point, they're just going to fly straight through, and the other guys most probably will stop again and just refill up the bottles or grab a new bottle.
And as you said, there are not many climbs left, so they don't have to be too light now. Actually, being heavy is good. Going down, they'll just go down faster.
Exactly. They don't have a dragonfly body like myself. I drag my body up the climbs, but I fly downhill,
Yeah, you roll slow up down, but you roll really fast down.
Yeah. Well, there's the intermediate spits, as we mentioned earlier. Guys are still very close. It's just
only 6 teams up the front. Sorry, that's a small amount of teams.
We were at 6 teams in the front, so yeah, sorry, we were waiting for the rest to see where the second batch, how far the second batch or the second guys are laying from the front leading group. Should be very interesting, but we'll get that intermediate splits right now at the second water point. The ladies race, will most probably going to go back to them real soon. As you can see the beautiful images, and the guys are absolutely just going down there very fast pace. Open road, so the guys can see each other. It's not like, you know, out of mind, out of sight, out of mind. They can see each other. They know how hard they need to ride now to get back there. But that water point definitely created quite a few splits, as we could see now on the screen.
Absolutely, and you can see how much dust each rider makes. It's a very dusty descent. And here we can see what we have in the water point.
Yeah, all
nice
the snacks.
Nice drinks, nice isotonic drinks, bananas, some sweet stuff. I wish I was there, you know.
Some pretzels, there we go. A couple of Israeli national little cookies and stuff that the guys provide, all the energy stuff that they provide.
And some goo gels from
one of our partners and
yes,
sponsors, actually, yes. Well, they're very well known across the world. Even in my country, Goo is one of the top nutritional brands. So, by the way, they've been in the business for many moons.
Absolutely, they know what they're doing. As we see, more and more riders are making their way into the Monfort Lake feed zone, and it is only 6 riders still in contention for today's stage, and maybe for the general classification if no big moves are going to be made. We did see the Austrian duo, runners-up of last year, still very much up in the front. So they didn't have a good day yesterday, but they're up in the front today. It's good to see.
Well, you can see in their mouths the bottles they're just going to chuck it and grab a new one. Quick change for the Austrian team. There's team number 24, Maximilian Foldi and Manuel Pilem, Austrian cycling team number 2. So they obviously riding for Gregor Ragel and Karl Markt, which is still in the front group, the front 6 teams. There you can see the guys just chucking their bicycles down every second. Sorry, Ori, you carry on there.
Yeah, it's Damiano Ferrara and Gioia De Cosmo. Sorry to interrupt. They're just really quickly trying to get drinks in their bikes, jumping off the bike and hoping to jump on it as quick as possible. It's not as fast as they want to be. We can see here also Lukas Schwarzbauer and David List from Germany finishing second yesterday, a minute off the pace. Not as good today. They're not able to support their friends as much, and that's a pretty impressive can hold.
Definitely. 41 that is some great skill there. 41 kilometers to go, and as we just saw the Ukrainian team on the screen, but that's over a minute off the pace from the leaders, these guys.
I believe it may even be more. That's a big gap, and I'm not sure they can make it unless the guys on the front will really knock off the pace. Doesn't look like they're planning on doing it. Other riders want to take the yellow jersey. The yellow jersey leaders want to keep the yellow jersey. And here we can see a guy drinking. He doesn't need the bottle in between, he just needs it all.
These oaks are taking it by the liters today. Some electrolytes, some water. So yes, definitely the guys from Ukraine are suffering in this heat.
He's making the drink inside him. He doesn't need to make it in the bottle. And they're just about to head out looking for the way, as we can see our UCI judge.
Yes, all the way from Nederland. Marinda is her name, by the way. Beautiful images once again. Prachtig. Magnifique. A city in the western Galilee, merging the Asian Arab town Tarshiha with the Jewish town of Ma'alot.
Yes, Ma'alot Tarshiha making it together.
Oh, okay, there we go. I'm getting used to the Hebrew. I actually love it. So just for once again our international riders, we are in Israel, the 2019 edition, and for the locals, the 2019 edition of the Migdal Epic Israel, powered by Trek. A beautiful, amazing country. As we're going back to the water point, you can see the Daisera. The guys are they had some bad luck earlier. They at the water point as we speak now, but they are not looking happy. The Canadians, Andrew L. Esperance and Peter Daisera, 28 and 24 years of age. As we quickly look at the intermediate splits, Ori, there we go.
So it's a 4-minute gap in between the leader group and the groups behind them. So we have the Austrian duo 4 minutes behind, and then the German duo of Lukas Schwarzbauer and David List second yesterday at the prologue. Again, 4 minutes behind with Dmytro Tertenko and Vladimir Kolzovsky from Ukraine. Again, 4.5 minutes behind, and Gioia De Cosmo and Damiano Ferrara in the same group, nearly 5 minutes behind. So the gaps are very big. So it's only 6 riders still in contention in the front group. It's going to be very interesting to see who can make the difference in the final 40 kilometers of this race. So once again, we have the leaders of our race, the winners of last year and the leaders of the prologue, George Egger and Maximilian Brandl on the front. 3 seconds is nothing. They came in there together. Martin Glut and Fabian Geiger did try to put lots and lots of pressure on them throughout the whole climb, but they didn't manage to break them. So they still stayed in the front. Here we can see Shlomi Chaimi and wearing the white jersey of the best Israeli pair. Shlomi Chaimi is riding with Guy Zesler, the Israeli cross-country champion. You see Shlomi is being happy. Many people around Shlomi, everyone wants to help him. He's a very nice rider, a very big personality here, taking just the Gugel right inside. Behind him you can see the Canadian riders. Looks like they dealt with their problems, but lost lots of time. They're around 6 or 7 minutes off the pace. So that was a very, very problematic technical as Shlomi Chaimi and Guy Zesler are rolling out of the feed zone.
Well, there they go, and it is a brand new category for the 7th edition of the Migdal Epic Israel, where they acknowledge the local riders and the fastest local riders. We have it exactly the same in South Africa with the Cape Epic. We have the African leaders jerseys, and here we have this local Israeli leaders jerseys, and obviously sponsored by Toyota. This is a little bit earlier from the Canadian team, Dicera, and riding with him, Andrew Lips, like his friends would call him. They had a technical with the front wheel early, as we saw. They are allowed to have a backup wheel set at the technical zone, so they're most probably just going to swap it out and get back on the bikes and fight back to that leading group.
Absolutely, and that technical did take lots of precious time off them. They were about 6 minutes off the pace. They were at the front. They looked very, very strong today. So maybe they're out of GC, but I think we're going to see them going for stage wins tomorrow and on Saturday, because they look like they have the legs. And now when they're off the pace, it looks like the other riders will let them go, because 6 minutes is nothing that would worry the leaders, and it may even grow by the time we end the stage, as we are here again with Chaim Dahan and Angelo Di Veroli going down the technical descents. They had a 4-minute lead earlier on, and it looks like they just keep on charging. It looks like it could grow to 5 or 6 minutes by the end of the stage, and maybe by the feed zone.
And that is the Grandmasters leaders, as you guys could see. The Grandmasters leaders.
The Masters leaders.
Masters leaders. The Masters.
The Grandmasters leaders for today was Amos Geri and Zohar Galili, and yesterday won Ronen Shirizli and Chagai Anabi. As we are in Ma'alot Tarshiha, you see the riders just riding in the streets of the city. They are going to descend. They are descending right now, actually going downhill, but the general direction now is going down and west, back towards the Mediterranean Sea, back towards Mate Asher Regional Council, where the race village is. The race start and finish is always here at the race village. The riders have a very nice relaxation zone afterwards, and actually the race is being broadcasted here as well. So we have people, not riders obviously, because the riders are on the course. We have people here sitting in the relaxation zone just watching the feed.
Yeah, and every night we have the the highlight packages on Eurosport. That is quite nice. We are live as well with Channel 5, the Israeli sport channel. The commentators are sitting next to me and Ori. So, yeah, we are live 2 hours, 35 minutes into the race. We've already passed Montfort Lake. That is just after 54 kilometers. The next water point will be at 74.5 kilometers. That is the end of Kizviv, the nature reserve, beautiful nature reserve that the guys are going to go through. 5 water crossings, and that is going to be tricky for some of the guys. It's slippery down there. It is cement, and it's sometimes up to knee deep, those water crossings.
Yeah, they are going down to the Kziv River right now, so they're going to go down, and I believe they're going to go just around the river terrain and to the out of the reserve towards the feed zone.
I must just say, I think that water is actually going to, the riders are going to welcome that water crossings, because it's very hot there. They want to get cooled down, so I'm sure they're going to actually enjoy that little, 5 water crossings.
It is going to be a very good refreshment for them. May make them slightly muddy because all the dust and then the mud may make some. And here we can see some
Team
Israeli
TNT.
riders.
I saw them earlier in the morning.
That's
Team
Eliyad
TNT.
Daniel
There we go.
and Eitan Levy, Israeli local riders here just at the feed zone taking some drinks. And you see the Ukrainians started a tradition here, drinking right from there, and some water poured on him. And some gels for the way from the Shimano guy. This is Roy, a Shimano mechanical.
Hey, Shimano Israel is one of the partners at the Migdal Epic Israel, so yes, and obviously our bicycle partner, the Trek guys. We've got Joe's no punctures or no flats. No flats. There we go. Joe's no flats as well. So the guys do not have an excuse not to get fixed and get their bicycle sorted. However, as Ori has mentioned, those water crossings, yes, it takes its toll on a drivetrain. So the guys need to make sure when they get to the next water point, either to lube it and put those the lubrication on those chains, because you don't want to get a chain snapped in the last couple of kilometers, because there is still two little climbs that the guys have to do. Not long, but they still then, I think it looks quite steep on the profile.
Absolutely looks steep, and except for that, we will have really fast racing on the farmland. And all the riders are still together, so I believe we're going to have very fast pace, trying to make as big as a gap as possible from the back, and maybe trying to break the German duo Maximilian Brandl and George Egger, as we see some more riders still riding through the city of Ma'alot Tarshiha, through the streets before they go down to the Kziv River.
Yeah, most of the climbing has been done. We at a kilometer, give or take, about almost at kilometer 60. From kilometer 75, we've got a few rolling hills and tough, rugged trails. So I think that is where the guys most probably is going to try and get away. Still, my prediction is we're going to have a sprint finish. There's the helicopter, so that is where the front guys, the leaders, the heads of state are. The leaders' jerseys, the yellow jerseys, is there. We've got 6 teams, teams in the front. So nobody is not letting anything go at the moment.
No, they're all staying very much together, and even the American team that slightly struggled on the hill, the feed zone came just in time because of a short stop, and they're back in the front group. So makes it 6 teams on the front. It's going to be very interesting to see how they go and what the dynamic going to be in that team, as we see some more footage of our riders going downhill. That's the general direction, as you've mentioned, and except for a few little steep inclines we're going to have, as we saw on the profile.
Well, the predictions that the guys have laid out on the course, every kilometer they've laid out, their predictions are that the guys are going to average at least 24 kilometers for this 95 Ks. That is very quick. And we still had a brutal climb in the beginning, well, in the first, just after the 20 kilometer mark. So that pace is fast for these Oaks. Well, they're world class, so we don't expect anything less.
And I must tell you, they're faster than the predictions up till now. They were only expected to make it to the second feed zone right now, and they've been there 10 minutes ago, so they're going fast, and as you see, they're all staying together, so everyone is strong today.
So we're looking at the moment, what, 25, maybe 26 kilometers an hour average for these guys. We are almost at kilometer number 60. We've passed 55. That is where the last water point or the last feed zone was. So we should be getting to kilometer 60. Well, in fact, I think they passed 60 already. These Oaks are flying. It's a couple of downhills now. So we're almost at 63, 64, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, they are going very fast, and it's mostly downhill, and it's mostly urban downhill up till now. So they're going to go off-road very soon. And here again we can see the map. We're heading east back towards the Mediterranean Sea, and then heading south on the same way that we headed north in the beginning of the day. And here we can see some images. We're waiting to see. This looks like the leading riders. Looks like number 7 Martin Gluth and Fabian Geiger, the leading team. And you can see the yellow jersey wearers are there. So are the Austrian team.
Simon Witzum, Marcus Schulze-Luzum, they are in there. The yellow jerseys I could see as well. Is that the second Austrian team? Just want to make sure, see exactly. There we go. Team USA is in the mix there as well. Keegan and Russell Finterswald, Keegan Swenson and Russell Finterswald. They still there with the backpacks, as we could see right at the back here.
And looks like also Basile Allard and Anthony Philippe from France riding a very good day today. I didn't see them yesterday, and they're riding an amazing day today. Maybe they're trying to steal a stage win today.
I think so. They're not long. They're not far off the pace. So yeah, at the intermediate splits, they were a couple of seconds off the pace. So it's going to be interesting to see today. The French team, they're having a great day today.
Actually, yesterday they were 3 minutes off the pace, so a very bad day yesterday. But they show that they are worth more than that 3 minutes gap. Yesterday they're staying in the front group where many riders can't stay. Up till now it's only 6 teams, as you said. And here we can see it looks like Martin Gluth leading the way through the city of Ma'alot. They're just rolling through. They're not very high pace, just going on the sidewalk over there. Yellow jersey, third wheel, just making sure they're on the front. And here we can see Simon Witzum and Marcus Schulze-Luzum just in the middle.
They are playing it a little bit safe. They're riding on the pavements. Remember, it is a 4-day race. It is not just for today. So the guys, the pace is there, but they're keeping it a little bit cautious. We are in the urban side, so there's plenty of traffic, plenty of things. Luckily, it's cornered off, so the guys have a smooth, open line all the way till they turn. I think they're going to cross the main road soon. If I remember correctly, they're crossing it again, as you guys can see. Yes, they just crossed it, and then going up. I think those rolling hills are going to start coming real soon. I wonder if they're going to attack. It's going to be exciting to see who will have the legs today.
It is going to be very exciting, and I hope they haven't. I hope the German couple didn't break the other people's minds, because they look very strong, and no one has yet been able to make the difference. But maybe other riders like Fabian Geiger and Martin Gluth want to make their second place stronger. Actually, they're third, if I'm not mistaken. They want to be third and a very good. They want to go into second, because second place yesterday are not here today. David List and Lukas Schwarzbauer were 5 minutes off the pace, so they're going into second place. It's going to be interesting to see how the overall GC is going to be after today. Many riders who were good yesterday are not very good today. We didn't see many strong riders from yesterday at the front.
There will be a few changes on general classifications, but in the mix there is George Egger, Max Brandl, the leaders' jerseys, the yellow jerseys, they are there. Gregor, Rachel, Karl Markt, they are still in the mix. Andrew and Peter Nysera, they are off, they fell off the pace. Simon Witsum, Marcus Schulze-Lutzum, they have fallen off the pace a little bit as well. We've got, in fact, they are in the mix, they are in the team, apologies, they are right up there. The guys from USA, Keegan Swenson, Russell Finderwald, they are still right up there. And the French team are looking very strong today. They are definitely right up there.
It's Basile Allard and Anthony Philippe from France impressing all of us here at the commentator box, coming from nowhere, not being seen yesterday, 3 minutes off the pace, and riding very well. As you see the riders going through the twists and turns on that road descent. It is going to be interesting how the race will pan out. From now there are still very much
מי שמצביע משפיע. היכנסו לסקר היומי באתר ערוץ הספורט ותוכלו לזכות בשובר למגוון רשתות. מתנת?
ברצועת החוף היפה בישראל, וילה אכזיב, חצי דונם לבנייה עצמית החל מ1,690,000 שקלים.
פילה, להשיג בחנויות Factory 54. Change the game. פילה.
טויוטה נותנת החסות הרשמית למשחקים האולימפיים והפראלימפיים בטוקיו 2020.
מניה ג'ינס, תבוא, מארגן אותך.
איך יודעים שהאבוקדו הבשיל?
תשאלו כל דחליל.
סימן איכות של חקלאי הגליל.
Well, we just had a quick commercial break. We're back. It is the 7th edition of the Migdal Epic Israel, powered by Trek. It is day number 2, stage number 1, 95 kilometers. As you guys can see, we are back live now. Open roads. It is the section of the rolling hills that we start almost going to start getting. We are 6 teams in the mix. The yellow leaders jerseys: George Egger, Max Brandl, Gregor Ragel, Karl Markt is in there. Simon Witsum, Marcus Schulze, they are there, as well as the USA guys: Keegan Swenson, Russell Finderveld, and with them Martin Gluth, Fabian Geiger, and the French team, Basile Allard and Antoine Philippe, looking very strong on stage number 1.
And again, we can see it looks like Fabian Geiger and Martin Gluth at the front, and the yellow jersey team, George Egger and Maximilian Brandl, not giving them a single meter. They're just following the wheel all day long. I think it may start irritate them soon.
Hey, that is racing for you.
Yes, and they're going down and up all the time. It changes. Here we can see the riders just still on the asphalt. They will go off-road very soon.
Well, hopefully they get a bit of shade now. As I look at all the trees, that's it. They will welcome that. It is over 31 degrees, and the time, local time, is 9:45. So yes, these guys are suffering. We have seen everybody is stopping at all the water points, even the first water points, which is very unusual for these top riders. So it just shows you how tough these conditions are.
And we are back with Angelo Di Veroli and Chaim Dahan, last year's Masters winners, and as they ride today, it looks like this year's Master winners, maybe early, but they're 4 minutes lead, just pushing each other over there. working together, good teamwork.
There we go. Teamwork makes the dream work. So obviously the stronger rider just helping the guys out. Listen here, that's what I mentioned earlier, the dynamics of these type of team racing. Some guys might be strong on the climb, some guys might be strong on the flats. I mean, look at Kulhavi. Once he puts the hammer down on the flat, not a lot of people can stick or sit on that wheel. So this is the dynamics for the racing. You know, those guys, they make sure they got the nice synergy, strong versus, you know, weak points, strong points for each other, and they work and they play on that.
Absolutely, it is important to choose your partner. Sometimes partners complete each other. One is a better climber and one is a better descender, and that way they can push each other even further, each one in a stronger discipline, as we can get some more helicopter shots of our leading riders here. Again, looks to be, I'm not sure exactly if it is Fabian Geiger or Martin Gluth on the front, but it's still our 6 leading teams here at the front of this first stage of Migdal Epic Israel.
So yes, once again for the listeners and our viewers, if you guys want to know, George Eger, Maximal Brandl from Germany, they in the mix. Gregor Ragel, Karl Machter still there in the front team. Simon Witzum, Markus Schulze from Germany and Switzerland, they are up there. And then Martin Gluth, Fabian Giger, Germany and Switzerland, they are up there as well as the USA team of Keegan Swenson and Russell Fintergold. And of course, do not forget about, I think these guys are going to make an upset today, the French team of Basile Allard and Antoine Philippe. They call themselves Profer Maturos Velorock. That is their team name.
Looks like the professional team they're riding for. And we can see here Chaim Dan and Angelo Di Veroli just walking up this climb. And if I'm not mistaken, it's a women duo just in front of them. It's slightly hard to see. I hope we'll get a better view. But looks like it may be a women duo. We'll just have to wait and see exactly who that is. But
well, I'm sure we'll see the women's splits once they get to that 54-kilometer a water point or a feed zone. I'm sure we'll get it there. We are live. We are almost 3 hours into day number 2 and stage number 1. It's going to be interesting to see where the ladies are laying. At about 10 or 15 kilometers ago, it was the combination of the Canadians and Hayley Smith and Catherine Prendrell. The USA team, or the winners from yesterday's prologue, Chloe Woodruff and Erin Huck, they were a little bit off the pace. So definitely the Canadians are making their mark and telling the USA team, guys, well, there we are. Back at the ladies team, that is the Canadian team of Hayley Smith and Catherine Prendrell.
Yes, Chloe Woodruff and Erin Huck were with them at the beginning of the climb, but looks like they just couldn't hold the pace. They were at the back while Hayley and Catherine were setting the pace, and Chloe and Erin just couldn't hold the pace, maybe tired from yesterday. And here we can see Nachal Kziv. It's the longest stream in the Western Galilee. As I said, it comes down from Mount Meron, the highest mountain in the western side of the Jordan River in Israel, 1,200 meters above sea level, and 4 meters if you want to be precise. And it goes down from Mount Meron to the Mediterranean Sea.
39 kilometers long. That is very long.
It is very long, and we are going to ride just in it.
So that's obviously all the water crossings that we'll have, specifically Kziv, the Kziv streams and Nahal Kziv. 39 kilometers long, beautiful, beautiful stretch. We'll be back at the ladies, the leading ladies. It is the Canadian team once again. Catherine Prendrell and Hayley Smith leading the pace. Which was interesting to see how far back the USA team, the United States team is.
Looks like they're riding very, very well together. Always when we see them, one rider's in the front, one is in the back, very close and tight. Looks like they have good communication. They know how to do it. They're working very nice, and I believe they're opening the gap more and more.
Definitely look like it. And remember, Catherine's got a huge volume of experience. So she's guiding Hayley through this. We must actually have a chat with Hayley and them and see how many stage races they either have done together or have done specifically. I'm talking about Hayley, because it looks like at the moment that Catherine is guiding her and just telling her, you go, stay in the front, ride your race. I'm fine. We'll see later on how we feel, and we'll work and push it harder.
Yeah, looks like they're just in the descent towards the lead to the feed zone to the Monfort Lake. So just going down over there. We have Hayley Smith and Catherine Prendrell at the front here. You know, Hayley Smith has a pretty nice blog. Again, talking about blogs of riders, Hayley has a nice blog if you would like to follow. She likes to write over there, tell about her stories. It's not always updated, but every few months I see an update over there. So it's interesting to see.
Well, definitely these riders need to be updated. Tell all their fans, all their sponsors, put it out there and listen. This is the race. This is how it's went. This is how it's gone. The achievements they have. What do they enjoy about the race? What do they not enjoy about the race? What would they change for next year if they go back to the race, etc., etc. So yeah, and it's good to see from the pro riders their perspective on the events that they do. It's really nice read. Like you say, some of these guys got amazing blocks out there.
It's great to see, and actually it's pretty unfortunate that the women's don't have as much sponsorship as the men, so the women's really have to get out of there, get big, try to get as much as exposure, so more sponsors would like to invest in them and give them money, because it is very hard to be a professional woman rider in this world. As we've said, we have Sophia working for the chocolate company. We have riders have to work just to fund their own sport. They're professional athletes and they work in other sports, so that's very unfortunate.
Yeah, some of these guys, like you say, they still need to buy their own equipment. They might get an entry free here and there, but yeah, it is still, I mean, it costs a lot of money. And yes, definitely some of them is full-time, well, part-time jobs, full-time jobs, and still riding in with the best in the world.
Absolutely. Here we can see some more shots. Looks like earlier shots from a drone, just of the riders going down. I'm not exactly sure from when these shots are.
Well, tough, rough conditions. You can see caution, and when they take that turn, the guys obviously want to make sure they get to the finish line, and that will be on Saturday when we round it off with 70-odd kilometers, 800 meters of climbing, the 7th edition of the Migdal Epic Israel, powered by Trek.
Yeah, we still have lots and lots of racing as the riders here, Catherine and Haley, are making their way down on the dust descent. They'll be in Montfort Lake very, very soon, so I believe soon we'll get the intermediate splits. Well, depends on the racers, how far the American couple is behind and the other duos are. So we're gonna have to wait and see how good they are working, but it looks very good for the Canadian duo. Very impressive ride today.
Definitely looks like they in the cockpit seat and steering this plane all the way to the finish line. These ladies, they are quick. They are quick as a hiccup sometimes, and I tell you, some guys giving them company. That is just almost losing that wheel. But these guys got a lot of skills. These ladies, it looked like the couple of male guys just behind them when they just navigate through one or two little gates and sections on the course. Catherine, looks like Haley is at the back now. Catherine setting the pace through this little, not that technical, but one or two little bit of turns. They are at the water point, so we're going to see after this where the USA team is, and the likes, obviously, of Erin Huck and Chloe Woodruff. They won yesterday's prologue, so that's going to be interesting to see how much time these guys put in to the USA team.
Yes, they have lots of time to take away from them. They're just making their way through the water point. It's going to be interesting to see if they stop here. They do have their boxes here, so it makes sense that they will stop and take the bottles that they prepared before the race for now.
They will definitely stop. If the front leader guys will stop, these ladies will definitely stop. And like you say, they've got their feet, the support boxes. The bottles are out. They're definitely going to fill it up quickly, grab a few gels and bars, and then they'll go. They're straight to the boxes.
And you know, behind them, their e-bike cameraman is Yuval Friedman, and his brother Tal Friedman is the only gold medalist Israel has. He won in a well, I'm not sure about the English name, excuse me, but it's a kind of a surfing sport, windsurf.
Yes, windsurf. Oh my goodness.
So Gal Friedman, his brother, is the only gold medalist for Israel in Athens 2004.
Very impressive. Well, the ladies not taking too much, not wasting too much time. A quick couple of sips. They've already got their replenishment bottles on the bicycles. And some of these small frames, that's the other thing. They can only hold one bottle. So sometimes in conditions like that, it is a bit tricky. Maybe next time opt for the backpack or the camelback.
One of them actually had a bottle in their back pocket, so they do find solution. It's not as comfortable as having it on your on
the bike itself. Yeah. So what they normally do is they drink from that bottle first. They might chuck it at the next one and just obviously carry on with the bottle that's on the frame or on the bicycle itself. Catherine leading the pace. Haley Smith sitting nicely and comfortable. They are the leading ladies at the moment. 2 hours 54 minutes into the race. They just passed the 55-kilometer mark, the second water point, and they're looking very strong. It's going to be interesting to see where is the second place ladies.
Yeah, and they still have another 40 kilometers to go to today's stage. Anything can happen. They can have technical issues. Nothing is sure till they come here to the finish line at the Regional Council, Mate Asher, to our great race village. nothing is sure until they get here. So they still have to get here. They are making their way just up here in the Ma'alot Tarshiha city with
just spinning the legs out. Apologies, Ori. Just spinning the legs out a little bit at the back. You can see Hailey just obviously reserving some energy. Kathleen looks strong, and that should be, is that the leading group? Double check and see if I can see the leaders' jerseys in the front. I'm sure, yes, that is the leading group.
Absolutely looked like the leading group. We didn't see what's going on with them, but it looks like no change on the front group. They're still riding all together. There's no big climb to make the change, and as we see, even in the big climbs, no team has managed to make the change. So it's still going to be very hard to see which pair is able to make the difference. Maybe the difference is only going to be made tomorrow, and your prediction is going to be right today. But for now, we did see that the women duo of Catherine Pandrel and Hailey Smith are managing to make the difference. Just marking the left turn over there, and getting some great views here.
They are, well, there we go. They're splits here. Okay, 1 minute 20 seconds, and it is a change as well.
Yeah, a big change. It actually looks like there has a group has been formed of Yannicka Lolv and Grit Steinberg from Estonia, with Sofia Gomez Villafana and Rose Grant and Chloe Wardruff and Erin Hack, yesterday's winners, and the Jersey leaders. So they look like they formed a group of 3 teams, which is actually pretty good for them because they have a big group to work together. They won't have to work all the time. They do have to work because they don't want Hailey and Catherine to get up. As we see, riders just have to climb up that
there we go, up those steps. We saw it earlier with the footage on the camera. So definitely, what, give or take about 20 odd, 50, almost 30 steps that the guys need to navigate up. And that, I can tell you, is going to take a toll on a lot of riders today. That is not lekker. That is not Yoffe. That is Aina on the legs.
Absolutely, that isn't pleasant after 55 hot and tough kilometers. And they still have another 40 kilometers, and now they have to climb the steps in the middle. Just looking back at the cameraman, maybe he said something, I don't know. And here we're back with the leading men, looks like, from our helicopter, just making their way through the Kziv Nature Reserve, just near the Kziv stream. So we don't see many changes there yet. And back to the women, it's 1.5 minutes already opened, and around 20 kilometers of racing since we've saw the gap being formed. So that's impressive. It will be interesting to see if they can open another minute, and if they can open another minute and a half. I'm not sure because not as many climbs, and the group has been formed on the back, but they're still working very well together. They're very cool. They don't look like they're getting too much excited. They're working well, not moving their back too much, except for on this little steep climb.
Well, it looks like Hailey is a bit off there by Catherine.
Oh, yes.
Definitely looks like it, but yes, second, third, and fourth place are all together. Yannicka Lolv, Greta Steinberg, Sofia Gomez Villafana, Rose Grant from the USA, and yesterday's winners, Chloe Woodruff and Erin Hack, a couple of seconds still off. But it's just all, everybody just getting the bottles. They should stay together, I think. Giovanna Krognovak and Sophie von Bersvoort, Walrabi, they are 2 minutes 34 minutes, 2 minutes 34 seconds off the pace, and a minute off the first 3 or the second 3 teams, 3rd, 4th, 5th place.
It's going to be interesting to see if they can make the gap back. Giovanna is the Serbian national cross-country champion, and she did finish 2nd last year in the Epic Israel, so she is familiar with the racing here. She's actually part of the Bikeway racing team, an Israeli mountain bike professional racing team. So she is a good rider. She knows the area of Israel. I'm not sure she's raced up here in the north, because last year the Epic was more in the central part of the country. But it's going to be interesting to see if they can make the gap now in the descent in the city. It's going to be very good for them to ride in a group. They can make a higher pace. They can work together, share the load, as we've seen again the leading women, and now we're back with the leading men, hoping to get some pictures more on the ground.
Well, Catherine and Hailey, they are 1 minute 20 seconds up on this stage. However, they were yesterday with almost 2 minutes down. So they've got, as you mentioned, 40 seconds, maybe a minute to make up. They would rather get more time and play it safe today. It says on the race profile that it is the Queen stage. However, as I heard from the locals and as I heard from the organizers, apparently tomorrow is the brutal stage. Even though it's a little bit shorter, apparently that is a brutal stage. Well, here we are at the Masters, the intermediate split point, and it's Angela Di Virali Hayim Dahan from Israel. And as it stands now, obviously 2 hours, 53 minutes when they got past that water point. The front leaders, they're almost at 3 hours as it stands now.
Yes, and we still didn't have any other master team going over there at the intermediate point, so it's interesting to see what their gap is. Looks pretty big. It was around 4 minutes last time we checked, just around the 20 kilometers time, so it looks like they may have opened their gap as we see the riders just making their way through the Kziv stream. They are going down. They will get to the third feed zone fairly soon. As Carl, as you mentioned, I'm not sure they're going to stop there. They'll probably go through, especially the riders who took the camelbacks, or they're just their backpacks, and they took 2 bottles of water, most of them, so I'm not sure they're going to have to stop again till the end of the race. It's going to be around 2 hours till they get here, maybe even less.
I would say an hour 40 max, so that we can expect our leaders back home. And as you mentioned, there's not much climbing left, and it's fast the last 10 kilometers. Well, it's flat home the last 10 kilometers. So yes, most probably the guys would not stop at the well, there is a 4th water point, so maybe the 3rd water point they would skip, quickly replenish at the last water point, which is 10 kilometers back.
Yeah, it's very
maybe.
close.
Now, when I said it, I was thinking, yeah, maybe not even, because the last 10 Ks, as I mentioned, is very flat, so most probably not.
Yeah, last 10 Ks shouldn't take more than 30-20 minutes, so I believe they'll just fly through and try to get here as fast as possible. I'm not sure. I'm sure the race is going to be pretty fast when they get to that point, and I'm not sure any duo will be willing to take the risk and take the stop over there.
Well, I hope they've got enough energy, because if you look at yesterday, Ori, the winning time for them was 37 minutes. The last 10 kilometers, I think the boys will do it, just over 20 minutes, I definitely feel. So they are going to be together, all of them, so they are going to work together as well, because it's going to come down, I'm sure it's going to come down to a sprint finish.
Yes, and actually the final part is in favor of yesterday's winner. As we said, George Egger and Maximilian Brandl did a very good race yesterday, and yesterday was pretty flat, so they're good in the flat. It will be just in the same area, and George is a very big guy. He could, if anything happens, I believe he can pull him and Max, and maybe they can even pull a little attack, although I'm not sure they have to. They're in the lead, they're in control.
Well, unless the fellow countrymen want to do something today, so I wonder.
They're far back, the fellow countrymen.
They are far back. They are far back.
Around 4 or 5 minutes, as we've seen in the intermediate check. They're way far back. I think their closest rivals are Fabian Geiger and Martin Glut. Around 1 minute and 45 seconds, if I'm not mistaken,
yes,
off the pace yesterday.
Well, the helicopter bringing some amazing images as well. It is the leading pack, still the same teams together. George Egger, Max Brandl, Gregor Rachel, Karl Macht in the mix there as well as Martin Gluth, Fabian Geiger, Keegan Swenson, Russell Fint as well, the guys from the US of A, and of course, the new kids on the block, Basile Allard and Antonio Philippe from France.
Yes.
Welcome to the party, France.
Absolutely, a great party to be here in the Migdal Epic Israel, as again we are with our leading women, Hayley Smith, just a nice bunny hop over there above that sidewalk. Hayley Smith and Catherine Pendrell making their way through Ma'alot Tarshiha, on their way out of it towards down the Kziv stream. They're working very well together, exchanging the leads. I wonder if their gap is going to shrink now that behind them there's a big team forming and not many climbs, but they just look so strong, so I'm not sure everyone can bring them back.
Well, there's 3 teams. I wonder if the guys are not going to, if the ladies are not going to work, those 3 ladies teams not going to work together, they are not going to catch these ladies. Once again, quickly up the steps as they go, and as Ori mentioned, the guys are really working together. They're looking smooth through all those corners and stuff. They're really looking smooth. And like we always know, every second counts. The smoothest lines, the quickest quickest off the bike, over some of those obstacles. That is what you want. Because at the end of the day, the end goal is obviously the title, the 2019 title, Migdal Epic Israel, powered by Trek.
Absolutely, it is. Every second counts, as we had Hayley Smith and Catherine Pendrell off the pace around 2 minutes, so they're really close to make the gap now. So every second counts to get the jersey, and I'm pretty sure they want to get the jersey as soon as possible. It's a pretty nice jersey.
It is very beautiful, very beautiful and very impressive jerseys, I must say. There's the leaders group once again. The guys are still together. They've got, what, give or take, how many Ks to go? Give or take, well, I would say 30 Ks or so to go.
Yeah, something like that, 30, maybe even less. We'll just wait to see when they get to the next feed zone, which is around 20 kilometers from the finish line. I'm not sure they got there yet, so they're probably between 20-25 kilometers to go still. They still have time, still another hour of racing, looks like it.
Yes, definitely hour and a little bit, just over an hour left of racing for the leaders, that is. The ladies will take a little bit longer, and then obviously we'll get into the Masters, the Grand Masters, the mixed teams. Would nice to see who is leading there and how, what the current positions and time gaps is in the mixed categories, as well as the obviously the Masters and the Grand Masters.
Yeah, we're still waiting to see more results on the Masters and the Grand Masters and the mixed category. Who we've seen, there was a interesting move today by the Russian couple, taking the lead by 3 minutes, and thus taking Tomer Baruch and the Dvora Achayon's jersey off their back, and it looks like they're on the way to take the mixed leaders jersey. And here we are again with the men's leading team. Looks like everyone is still together. No big move has been made, just going there. And here they are at the third feed zone. We were just talking about how far they are.
So they're
20 kilometers.
Yeah, 20 Ks to go. 20 kilometers left of racing. I would say an hour.
There is, some riders are stopping and some are not. It's going to be interesting to see who's waiting, who's stopping. Looks like maybe the yellow jersey group stopping.
It looks like so. So obviously they didn't get their nutrition correct at the previous water point, because the guys knew. That's why they grabbed the backpacks, and that's why we predicted most of the guys are not going to stop at least one of the water points. Well, there you go with the Grandmasters.
Oh, South Africa in the lead.
There we go. Afrique du Sud, Landon Lagranzi, Gavin Viljoen leading the pack. Well, they've got a lead of about 36 seconds on this stage. However, we'll still have to see in general classifications how much time and the gap they have to make up. And in second place, 38 minutes and 36 seconds back, Amos Geri and Zuhar Galil. So the South Africans is flying the flag high. Go South Africa, go! Yala!
Yeah, they are riding a very nice ride today. They finished 4th yesterday, around 1 minute and 10 seconds off the pace, so they're still very close. Zohar Galili and Amos Geri finished 4 seconds faster, so it's very tight, 30 seconds in between. Looks like there's a big fight for the jersey in the Grandmaster category.
Very competitive, definitely very competitive.
Great racing here in our Migdal Epic Israel, powered by Trek, as we're back with the leading women. Another interesting race here with the women category. Hayley Smith and Catherine Pendrell, who didn't have a good prologue, are off and running. They had a really good stage. They had Erin Huck and Chloe Woodruff on their wheel most of the climb, but they managed to break them, just setting a very, very strong pace. Chloe and Erin didn't manage to hold the wheel, and since then Hayley and Catherine have been flying, working very well together, opening a 1.5 minute gap by the second feed zone, 55 kilometers into the stage and 40 kilometers to the end of the stage. So we're gonna have to wait and see how the other girls behind are working, because there is a group of 3 women teams behind, so we have to wait to see if they work together and how strong and how much fuel is in the tank for Hayley Smith and Catherine.
Well, and how well those 3 teams work together. So some of the guys do not like and prefer to work together, but however, having said that, they know each other. They race across the globe together and against each other. So they know each other's strength. They know each other. So most probably you are going to see the guys that will work together. The guys and ladies are looking back. They can see nobody behind them. That is a good sign. They will pick up the pace. This is from earlier.
Absolutely, earlier photos from the big peloton we had at the beginning of the climb. Everyone was still together before we had the pace set, and here we can see the tough rocks they had to handle with. This is Angelo Di Veroli just having to walk his bike on this hard climb, but they're leading by a lot.
You can see they're taking a little bit of their time there because they know they've got a big lead. They got a good margin. This is still from earlier. The guys just taking a couple of drinks. Team USA, they still in a mix when we go live just now. Well, there we go, out of the saddle.
The German Sindelberg brothers.
Yes. Oh, well, we're back at the ladies. There we go. We're back live.
Not yet.
Not yet. That was a bit early. Apologies.
The entrance to the feed zone in the Montfort artificial lake. We see just Hayley Smith and Catherine Pendrell going there, taking the turns on the front. And here we are back live again from our helicopter. Here are our leading riders. Looks like the leading men, who it looks actually to be Fabian Geiger. If I'm not mistaken, it's Fabian Geiger, Martin Gluth, and the Austrian duo of Gregor Ragel and Karl Marx. And it looks like they have a gap because they didn't stop, and the German duo did stop. We're still waiting for closer images, what looks to be them, and they look to be attacking the German team.
Well, the leaders' jerseys are off the pace now. 2 teams in the front, and the leaders' jerseys, the yellow jerseys, are give or take about 20 seconds off the pace. It is a technical single track. Looks like a downhill, so the guys are flying down there. Definitely a gap, but the guys are not giving anything away. So, there's a tumble.
And there's a tumble,
bad
and
tumble.
the yellow jersey is behind the tumble, so that's another few seconds lost over there. Wow, that's interesting racing.
You do not want to be there.
Looks like there are only 4 teams in the front now. We had 6 teams, now it's only 4. And
you can see these teammates waiting for him, obviously realize that they fall, they back now on the bike, and the way they go, definitely some action. That's how we like it.
Yeah, that's absolutely how we like it. Good racing here at Migdal Epic Israel. Some riders stopping at the feed zone, some not. Some interesting tactics here as we're back with the leading women. And here we get some more Grandmasters result. Whoa, there's a big gap over there. Gil Kashi and Israel Chen are way back. And the jersey holders, Ronen Chirizi and Chagai Anabi, yesterday's winners, are 5.5 minutes behind.
They must have had some trouble. They must have had some trouble.
They're losing the jersey today.
Well, the South Africans are looking very good. At the moment, they're on the lead with about 36 seconds on today's stage. Landon Negranzi and Gavin Viljoen. And then 36 seconds back, once again, the local riders from Israel, Amos Geri and his partner,
Zohar Galili.
There we go.
As it stands right now in the virtual overall standing, let's say, the South African duo is leading by around 30 seconds over Amos and Zohar. And if the stage would have ended now, they would have had the jersey.
So as it stands now, yes, they got the jersey. Let's hope they can keep that jersey. That will be so nice.
Well, I'm not sure. I'm hoping that. I'm cheering for Israel.
I know. Overall, intermediate 3 as it stands now. The French, hey, the dark horses, Bezel Allard and John Philippe. 3 minutes, well, they're all close together. 1, 2, 3 seconds. George Egger, Max Brandl, the leaders' jerseys. Karl Mark, George, Gregor Ragel for last year, second place. And the USA team, they came back very strong and very good. They are still in the mix there. Keegan Trenzen and Russell Finterswald.
We did lose Simon Witzum and Marcus Schulze-Lundsum. It's going to be interesting to see where they are at right now. Looks like they didn't manage to hold the pace, mostly downhill, but maybe something happened we didn't see.
I wonder if that wasn't them that fell in front of the leaders' jerseys.
I'm pretty sure that intermediate is before that crash, because we had 4 teams at the feed zone, and then that's the 4 teams who we saw going into the single track. So it may have been one of the, I'm not sure exactly who fell, but now we can see again only 2 teams at the front, and it's really interesting, and the gap is opening.
It is getting bigger and bigger, Ori. Yes, you're definitely right.
It's about 10 or 15 seconds already, and they can't see them, which makes it very, very tough mentally. Because when you can see the riders, it's like you lock on them, you can see them, you follow them, but when you can't see them, they can be anywhere.
Once that elastic snaps, then it's all game over sometimes. The guys, however, are fighting back. There is about 20 seconds gap now. 2 teams in the front, 2 teams chasing them down. We're back at the leading ladies. Once again, quickly over those pavements. They make it look way too easy. I hope there's some communication, because those poles, did you see that middle pole? If you knock that one, yeah, that's not what you want to do.
It's absolutely not pleasant. As we can see again, Angelo Di Veroli and Chaim Dahan. Angelo is smiling and Chaim is suffering on the back. Angelo's just...
Well, he's waiting for him. He's waiting for him at least. They still got a big margin now. Back at the front, ladies. Real smooth pedaling and fast pedaling for these girls.
They look very, very smooth. They look like they're not suffering.
That is a poker face of note, definitely.
And behind them is our Yuval Friedman.
He's struggling. He's struggling a bit.
He is struggling with the battery, so they are strong ladies over here.
They're very strong. It looks like a little bit of an incline there, not too much, but it looks like a little bit of a false flat. There we go. Just one. Oh, that is the ladies just quickly going crossing the road there. Beautiful images once again. Well, it looks like the guys came back. One of the teams made their way back to the front group. There was 2 teams in the front. Looks like one team making his way back. We'll double check and see now if we can get some race numbers and names for you guys, just to get you guys updated. Once again, to all our local listeners and international listeners and viewers, good afternoon. Well, good morning. It's Boker Tov.
It's still morning.
It is still morning. It feels like it's so, because we've been up so early this morning. Only 10:15 local time. I think in South Africa it's 9:15. But there we go. Once again, the ladies, smooth pedaling style on that little bit of a tar section.
And here we can see photos from the second team of the women. We have 3 teams here. We have the Estonians, Janika and Grit. We have Erin Huck and Chloe Woodruff. And we have Rose and Sophia, the Argentinian and American, all-American team, we should say. Looks like they may have been working together. Although Chloe and Erin look like they're opening the wheels, they look like they're suffering. Look like yesterday took its toll.
Yes, it definitely does. Sofia Gomez Villafana and Rose Grant. Well, Sofia Gomez Villafana, she is Argentina, born in Argentina, but she moved to the United States of America when she was 12 years old. So she's got dual citizenship, by the way. And riding this race was Rose Grant, the lady that won the Leadville 100-kilometer race in her country. A great achievement. She's a mother, she's a wife. We've got one of those in South Africa. Her name is Yolandi de Villiers, by the way. Tough, strong lady. But yeah, love it. Absolutely love the racing. The ladies racing is fast, it's fierce. The men, we're going to have some exciting finishing when the guys make their way to the finish line. Maybe, it's going to be a sprint finish, definitely.
That's it, you decided it? You called the sprint finish, that's it?
I'm calling a sprint finish, definitely. Well, here comes the ladies. It's the local.
This is Giovanna and Sophie von Westrus.
There we go.
And by the way, you were talking about Rose being a tough girl, and she was supposed to race the cross-country World Championships this year and had a very bad crash before, having a nice, I'm not sure I could call it nice, but a big scar on her elbow now. She didn't manage to race the World Champs, but she's got back into form, and you can see she's riding a good race, and maybe she'll just keep on getting into form as this race keeps on going. So maybe we can expect more good racing from her in the continuation of this race.
Well, she's used to the long rides, and I mean, some people prefer the stage racing. And as you mentioned, every day they get stronger and stronger. With some people, not that with the stage racing, they prefer maybe a different type of racing, and sometimes it doesn't work out that way. However, these guys are professional. They know what to train, how to train, and how to prepare for a race like this. So yeah, they won't come here unprepared.
Absolutely. So we are still expecting 2 great days of racing and another hour at least of good racing, because we still have many riders. As it looks like the leading men, looks like the yellow jersey group, the yellow jersey team has made it back to the lead, and it's hard to recognize exactly who it is.
Is that the USA team in the front?
Actually, it looks like Gregor Ragel and Karl Mark, the Austrian champion. Gregor having the Austrian flag on his jersey, and behind him it looks like the USA team of Keegan and Russell.
All the guys actually took the camelbacks now. It looks like the first 2 teams is wearing the camelbacks. It's just the yellow jerseys that's got the bottles, if I look correctly on the screen.
But it looks like our French dark horses are at the back. Maybe they took the tumble back that the single track. So we hope they're okay, but we can't see them in just another little steep incline you can see. But the German duo are just keeping the wheel, staying over there, as we can see here. Another pair of women riders over here riding through this great course.
Well, there's the leading ladies now. Well, you can see the difference in the pace between those. The leading ladies at the front here, Hayley and Catherine Pendrell. Hayley Smith and Catherine Pendrell from Canada. And the previous image from the 2 ladies, the pace totally two different paces. Well, at least the leaders' jersey, well, the yellow jerseys are still in there. They're just obviously surviving and just keeping that position. They've got, what, 40-odd seconds lead, a little bit more than that?
They had a minute lead over the second closest group, but they are not here. They're like 4 minutes off the pace. As we can see a little
bit. Once again, we've got all the incidents, and it looks like Thomas Zaltzman with Nick Berkey, their team members. The Israeli-Swiss team. That looks like they had a little bit of an incident there. Nice little bit of stairs that the guys need to make their way down.
Yeah, these girls are
can
very,
be a little bit
technical.
intimidating if it comes unexpected, but that's the front ladies there. There's the Canadian team of Catherine Pendrell and Hayley Smith, still looking very strong.
Well, they're used to cross-country racing, so I'm not sure they're very excited by these steps. And we can see again the George Jager and Maximilian Brandl just on the far end of that group, as Gregor Ragel is setting the pace. Karl Mark is just behind him. It does look like the United States team with the United States flag and stars on their shoulder with Keegan Swinson.
18 kilometers to go, or 18 Ks to go. We still got 3 teams together. Nobody is letting anybody get away. It is exciting. 18 Ks to go. It is very flat now. Well, 1 or 2 more rolls the next 8 kilometers, and then 10 Ks downhill straight to the finish line.
And I'll tell you what, the closest teams yesterday to the German duo are not up here. So we only have the Austrian team of Karl Mark and Gregor Ragel. They finished 2 minutes and 13 seconds off the pace. So that's a big gap to close, and they're not even managing to close it. The Germans are just opening the gap on everyone and keeping it with these 2 teams. the American team finished 2 minutes and 47 seconds off the pace. So they have a pretty good gap even for the riders here. So they can even let them go, give them 30 seconds. They won't be too worried about that. But I don't think they want to do that. They're just in control. They're strong.
Definitely. I don't think they want to do that. The leaders' jerseys, they are the heads of state yesterday, and well, as it stands now with less than 18 Ks to go, 18 kilometers to go, they are still in the mix. They're just maintaining it, sitting on the back and not letting anybody get away.
No, but do you think the fact that they're sitting on the back maybe suggesting that they're slightly weaker now? Because they were more in the front earlier.
I saw that, but I mean, that was at the climbs because the guys they didn't want anybody to get away from them. At the moment, they can see it. They're right there. They're looking comfortable. They're just maintaining it. They are not struggling at the moment. They're really just maintaining it. It is not their job to do the work. It's not their job to get that yellow jersey. They've got it. So they just need to maintain it.
Yeah, absolutely. And thumbs up to Russell Finsterwald. He was suffering early on the climb, and he's up here right now, and that's a very, very impressive ride for that guy.
Amazing recovery from him because he was a bit off the back and he managed to get back. So yes, amazing recovery from him. Well, listen here, these guys know how to pace themselves. They know how to spend a little bit more energy at places where they can, and then after that, try and reserve it as well. So they know exactly how their bodies feels. They know if they can get back there. They know if they must reserve it a bit and keep it a little bit in, for lack of a better description. But yes, it is 3 teams in the front, and the leaders' jerseys, as you guys can see, they're at the back there. George Egger and Max Brundle. They just paid them. You can see now they're looking. Their heads are not hanging. Their shoulders are not hanging. So now they're looking comfortable.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're 3 hours and 20 minutes into this race. I believe we'll see them in less than an hour coming back here to the Mate Asher Regional Council, our race village. We are going to have a very exciting finish. As we can see, Gregor Ragel just opening the wheel on the front, but he's only opening it on his partner Karl Mark with 14 kilometers to go. So they'll be here very, very soon, 40 minutes or so. It's flat, it's going to be flat, it's going to be fast. They're not yet on the farmlands, they're just making their way here, but they'll be here very, very soon.
Well, at least there's some shade, a little bit of spots of shades for the guys. Well, we're back at the guys. It should be Shlomi Haimi and Guy Schessler, the front. The front Israeli team, the fastest Israeli team. They got 17th yesterday, as I mentioned earlier, and today they're looking good. Still up there, maybe just a little bit back, but they're still looking good as the fastest and the best Israeli team on this race.
Yes, I'm pretty sure that the Israeli jersey for them is pretty safe. I still have interesting to see where they are in comparison to the international riders, because both of them are there in the international level. Shlomi racing World Cups all year long. Guy is still slightly younger, trying to get into it, trying to get into the World Cup level. So we'll have to see how good they're going to be in comparison to the other riders.
Well, I'm sure you guys have heard Boas, like I used to call it, or like I call him, the boss, the MC at the finish line. He started talking, so that means one thing as well, and we predicted that the guys are not far off now. They've got to give or take about 12 kilometers to go. You run 12 kilometers in, 40 minutes, so they're going to, 45 minutes, so they're going to be, I would say, in the next 35 minutes, maybe 40. Let's make it 40 to be safe.
40 for safety, and we see a stop there for number 14. It looks like a non-planned stop, maybe a problem there for these riders. Interesting to see what happened with them.
Yeah, it is definitely tough terrain, and if you don't have the right tires and equipment, you are going to suffer. It's Daniel Gadhoff and Caleb Kleiniger. The German combination, DG Connection, that is their team name. They look like they're struggling with some technical difficulties there.
Yes, many riders had some technical difficulties today, even from the front. We lost Daniel McConnell and Anton Sintsov for the technical, and Andrew Lesperance and his partner Peter Dicera, who looked very, very strong today. Although Martin Glut and Fabian Geiger did look strong, and they lost it. And here again we can see, looks like Amos Geri and Zohar Galili. You remember yesterday, I think it was Amos, no, it's not them, excuse me, it's Itamar Deshe and Tzur Brandt, if I'm not mistaken. They took they made the early benchmark yesterday in the prologue, and here they are now riding for CCC, Itamar Deshe and Tzur Brandt.
Well, it is the Israeli riders, so yes, they're used to these conditions. However, having said that, they are looking not their best, because I think the weather there, the heat is definitely playing a role today. As we're back to the front, ladies, it is the Canadian team, Catherine Pendrell and Hayley Smith. It's really interesting to see how far ahead they are now. They had to make up 2 minutes from yesterday to get to that top spot, the yellow jersey category for the ladies and the ladies contingent.
Well, they are making their way through to the third feed zone, and then we'll get our third intermediate time check, and then we'll have a better picture of what's going on in the women's category. We have the team of three, well, the three teams chasing them. We have
and they were 1 minute 20 seconds off the pace.
Absolutely. We have Erin Huck and Chloe Woodruff from United States, winners of yesterday. We have Rose Grant and Sofia from Argentina. And we have the Estonian duo of Janika and Greet.
Well, there's a quick flyover once we're back at the leaders jersey. Well, it looks like one of the yellow jerseys are a little bit off the back there. Don't look like they're struggling too much, however. They are, what, I would say now 10 kilometers, almost 10 kilometers to go. As soon as they get out of that single track, I think it's 10 Ks to go for these guys. 30-odd minutes that's left of racing for them, specifically in the last 10 kilometers. 35, 37 minutes still left of racing, unless they pick up the pace on that last 10 Ks. Very flat and very fast.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting if we're going to see any final attacks on that last climb here. They're taking a right turn.
But it looks like they're going down that last downhill, so we should be in the final 10 kilometers in the next minute or so.
Yeah, we're very, very close to the finish. Here we're back in the farmlands that are close. You can see the riders just making their way through the dust and through the narrow farmlands. As you can see, they were on this route on their way here. Now they're doing almost the same comeback.
Is that avocado?
I'm not sure, it could be. And I was talking about Amos Geri and Zora Galili, and now we can see them, the grandmasters, chasing your South African guys. They're just, you can see Zora slightly suffering on the back. Amos is waiting for him.
I would love to see the facial expressions of the South Africans as well, because you can see, yes, they are suffering a little bit. Yes, I was wondering how the South Africans look at the moment. We are used to this weather, but at the moment, I mean, in Cape Town the last couple of months it's been raining, which we're not complaining about. So this is very hot for us because we haven't had the right temperatures that we normally have in South Africa at this time of year. The men's leaders, as you guys can see, 3 hours, 26 minutes already into it, just underneath the crossing underneath that highway. So they have
11 kilometers to go, just crossing highway number 70. So 11 kilometers to go. It's going to be very flat all the way to the finish. Just a few left-handers and right-handers in between the fields, but it's going to be fast, and it's going to be furious when they get here.
Well, there you guys can hear the finish line commentator. While we have, give or take at the moment, 10 Ks to go, just over 10 kilometers to go. So we can expect the front and the heads of state, the leaders, as you guys can see, the guys quickly taking on some hydration because they know the pace is going to get picked up. The pace will pick up now once they hit that open flats.
Absolutely, and maybe one of the duos would want to take a stage win. Maybe there'll be an attack. These are bananas, by the way, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes,
they're riding here.
Yes, definitely, that is bananas.
And they're just, the Germans duo are going in between the puddles on the back, just trying to take safe, taking the drink, starting to save their energy. You see George looks really strong, takes his hand off the bar.
10 kilometers to go. That is the final 10 kilometers of day number 2, stage number 1 of the Migdal Epic Israel, powered by Trek. The final 10Ks, just over 30-odd minutes. These guys will still riding, 30-odd minutes of riding still left for these guys. Apologies. Yes, the guys are quickly now. They're taking the gels, the last couple of gels that the guys will take because they don't have much time left of racing.
Yeah, so 10 kilometers to go. The atmosphere is getting better here. Not many spectators yet, but I believe we're going to have slightly more when they get here. It's going to be a very, very interesting finish. We just get our photos from our cameraman, Aviv Yecheskel, who is following them, who's been following them the whole day. Well, I'm not sure he's there. Maybe the quad bike behind him getting us the photos. We're getting good photos from them. And the riders, you can see the pace is picking up, maybe even less than 30 minutes. Looks like at least 30 kilometers per hour on these flat roads.
And that's why the guys took all those gels and stuff, because they know it's now crunch time. It's now, you have to bite the bullet, you have to stick on as well. You're not going to give anything away, specifically not on a flat last flat 10 kilometers as it is now.
Absolutely, and the question is any duo going to try to make the difference? Because they're all very, very tight together. Didn't see any big attacks since the final big climbs when they set a high pace, and it's still a high pace setting. Oh, just be careful of the tree over there.
Well, he just missed his drink as well, because this is a almost the last, well, this is the last and final extra water point that the guys put in at 85 kilometers, and you can see the leader, the yellow jersey, just missed that out on that. Should be water, what must have been water. However, they still got the backpacks and still got the camelbacks, so they should be fine for the last 9Ks.
And I believe that in 20 minutes or so, when they'll get here, they'll get a nice drink and whatever they want. And Maximilian is a pretty tall guy, so he should watch out for this tree. They're closer than he thinks. And they take another right turn. They're going to cross the road very, very soon. They're going to go just under it. As you can see, another little gap opening. Maybe a little coordination over there, but it's nothing serious. The riders are just very much together. Here you can see they're going to go under that road. Here, Maximilian Brandl, the German champion. You can see his white pants fits for his white kit with the German flag when he's not the leader of this race. And as they are crossing the road once again.
Well, there they go underneath the highway in the final 10 kilometers. Should be about just, what, 8.5 K still to go left of racing. As the guys make their way underneath. Still open farm roads the last 10 Ks. Very, very fast. And yes, I am sticking to what I've said. We are in for an exciting sprint finish on day number 2, stage number 1 of the Migdal Epic Israel, powered by
Trek.
Here we go.
Well, it seems inevitable to get a sprint finish right now. They're all very much together. I don't think any pair is going to give anything to the other ones. They're going to stay together. Everyone wants to get the stage win. Well, the German duo got it yesterday. I'm not sure they're going to give it up today. They would like a stage win. Who doesn't like a stage win?
Exactly. And specifically, if you're already wearing that leader's jerseys and the yellow jerseys, just want to say, throw it in the guys' faces. Hey, guys, we're still the top here. We're still on the top here.
Absolutely, they'll want to show who's the boss here in this race, and looks like they are the bosses the way they've ridden today. As we can see, some more riders.
Well, this is some of the back markers, middle back markers coming up this climb. You can see the heads are hanging. It is very, very hot, and it's very tough riding conditions. 1,650 meters of climbing for these guys.
These are the Grandmasters leaders, Ronen Chirizli and Chagai Anabi. You see them pretty off the pace. We saw Amos Geri and Zorga Lili being there a long time ago, so the gap is opening. They're having a bad day today.
Yeah, they're definitely not having one of the best days, and that will worry them a bit, because I know these guys, they are very competitive as well in their own right, so they will not be happy with their performance today. However, tomorrow is another day to fight. We're still back with the leaders. We've got less than 8, give or take 8 kilometers, just under 8 kilometers to go. And then nobody's getting anything away. The leaders as it stands now, George Eger, Max Brandl. Those are the leaders. Well, they are the defending champions from last year. And with them, we've got the USA team, Keegan Swenson, Russell Finterswald, right in the mix. And the third team,
we have the Austrian duo of Gregor Ragel and Carl, or Charlie if you like it, Mark.
Charlie.
Coming back from last year. We have two pairs here, the 1 and 2 from last year. So the Austrian duo are showing why they were second last year. They are very strong. Bad day yesterday, making it up today, but they still have to open a gap from the yellow jersey if they want to fight for that win.
Yes, and by the way, Carl Mark is 39 years old already, and he's a teammate from Austria, Gregor Ragel, 27 years old. Once again, experience with youth combination.
Absolutely, a good combination. We worked very well last year, hoping to get one step better this year. They'll have to do it tomorrow, because it doesn't look like they're going to open a big gap today. We're just 3 hours and 33 minutes in a moment's time into this race, and they're going to be here very, very soon. It's going to be some interesting racing.
So I think, yeah, today's stage and winning time would be under 4 hours. If
Absolutely.
I look at the time, 3.5 hours as we mentioned. So definitely will be under 4 hours for this 95 kilometers of riding.
Which makes it nearly 25 kilometers per hour with the climbing, with 1,650 meters of climbing. This is very impressive with the tough terrain, with not that much grip. It shows how strong these riders are.
Yes, and as we mentioned a few times, it is a UCI event. The guys want to reel in all those UCI points for next year, 2020 Tokyo Olympics. So yeah, it's interesting to see. Well, it's nice to see the guys form at the moment. That's what I mean. And then nice to see who is here to try and get all those, accumulate all those UCI points.
Absolutely. It is the end of the season. Many riders want to rest, but they still have a mission in their mind. Some of them want to defend their jersey. Some of them want to get more race days. It's good for the youngsters to get more race days in their legs to build up. It improves them for the future, for next year's, and also to get for the Olympics is an amazing feat.
Yeah, and the guys get more and more experience in stage racing. I mean, we're building these youngsters to become, once again, the best in the world, but they're already in the top-level riders. While we have, what, give or take, is it 6? I would reckon, with thumb suck, about 6 kilometers or so, just over 6 kilometers to go. So the music is pumping at the finish line. We are getting more people, spectators coming out. A couple of guys just making sure the finish line area is nice and clear for the leaders, because we are going to have a sprint finish, electrifying sprint finish. The cameraman already, well, we just go back up to a little bit earlier from the leaders, Israeli team leaders. The cameraman, everybody is at the finish line for the interviews and getting ready for all the heads of state with this electrifying, exciting sprint finish waiting for us.
Yes, and let's take you through the finish today. They're going to go into the race village, but they won't immediately go towards the finish line. They will take a right-hander and then 2 left-handers in quick succession. It's going to be pretty dangerous. They're going to have to get first into that right-hander because it's very, very narrow. I'm pretty sure, as we said before, that the first duo into that right-hander is going to be the winner. And we must tell you that the winners would be determined by the second rider. So the second rider has to be up there on the front. It doesn't matter if the first rider on the front, they have to make sure they are there together. As here we get another view of the leaders. We see the Austrian duo on the front and the German duo just exchanging some snacks in between them. Keegan Swenson and Russell Finsterwald are also there on the back. The Austrian duo have been working a lot lately.
They've been in the front quite a bit for the last, at least the last 6 to 7 kilometers they've been working. Even a little bit earlier on the field, they've been out in the front. So obviously they want to stamp their authority down. And as you mentioned, Ori, yes, it's going to be interesting to see what tactics they use when they come into for the sprint finish. As the slower sprint is going to come first, and then trying to get the stronger sprinters that chance to obviously let them win. But once again, keep in mind they're not allowed to be 2 minutes apart from each other. So it's going to be interesting to see how they come and who comes in here first.
It is going to be very, very interesting to see that.
Well, it is fast, it is open. We're in the final, less than 10 kilometers still to go of racing to go for these top and world-class athletes. George Eger, Max Brandl, Gregor Rachel, Karl Markt, and the USA team, Keegan Swenson, Russell Finterswald. They in the top 3 teams, and they are definitely going to sprint it out today. There will be 1 or 2 changes in the general classification. Definitely after today's stage, a lot of guys suffering out there, and 1 or 2 incidents.
Yeah, and that might be what Gregor Ragel and Karl Markt are working for. They know that riders that finished in front of them on the prologue are behind, and they want to get the gap as big as possible because they want to get on the podium, and I think they may get on the general classification podium today. And it's impressive too to get the podium in the general classification in this race. Maybe they'll get again the second place. We'll just have to see how riders behind them finish. But if they have a sufficient gap, then they could be second, and maybe even Russell and Keegan could finish third on GC.
Definitely move up, definitely, Ori. Other thing is, these guys know exactly they'll get all the intermediate points. They know their team managers, and that will give them the split points and tell them how far they're ahead, how far they're off the pace, or in general classification, how much time they need to make up. So these guys know exactly what they need to do. We have less than 10 Ks, I would say almost just over 5 kilometers to go or so. It is going to be exciting to see these guys coming to this amazing finish line. You can hear the finishing commentator getting very, very excited at the finish line, and I can't wait for these top riders to come back to the finish line.
It is going to be very, very exciting, and as we can see, the American team is on the back, so maybe they're saving some energy for the sprint. They don't have to work. The Austrian duo is doing all the work on the front, and they're just sitting on the back. Maybe we'll see a big surprise from them. They could be very, very good winners, especially after the tough ride Russell had today.
Well, the pace has definitely been picked up in the last final kilometers. You can see heads down, the power going through those pedals, and the guys are fast, furious, flying down that straight.
And it's Charlie Mark setting this stellar pace up the front. Look at the dust they're making. They're like motorbikes up there.
That is the Austrian Express.
Absolutely. 39 years of age, if I'm not mistaken, and
Yes,
very,
yes.
very good riding here from the veteran.
There we go. You can see, as you mentioned, Ori, the United States just sitting on the back here, maybe reserving some energy for that final sprint. I wonder who's the strongest sprinter in that team.
Well, I believe Keegan is a slightly stronger cross-country rider, so he may have the better sprint. Russell looks a little more marathon style, although he is a good cross-country rider, finishing third in the national championship. But just from Keegan finishing first, he may be the slightly stronger sprinter. Looks slightly smaller. I don't exactly know their sizes, but I think Keegan may be slightly stronger in sprinting as the stronger cross-country rider. It's going to be interesting to see how they work it out.
Well, as you mentioned, the cross-country riders, they've got a lot of explosion, quick explosion off the mark. And this finish specifically will suit these type of guys because it's technical, a couple of bends before we actually make the last right-hand turn with 20 meters or so to the finish area. So, yes, it is going to be, I think, well, we're going to say it again, the guys, whoever comes in first in the finish line straight area, they are going to be the ones that take today's stage.
Well, it's not as simple as that. It's the second rider who comes in first.
Yeah, the second team overall. Sorry, you know what I mean, but you can see the yellow jerseys. They are still chatting, so they are working already out what are they going to do at this finishing area. The Austrians, they're leading the pack, Gregor and Karl Mark, Gregor Ragel and Karl Mark, they're still in the front. The Americans are relaxing a bit. Well, if I say relaxing, they're just sitting at the back there, and the yellow jerseys comfortable in the second place. Very comfortable.
Not even having to sit on the wheel, so maybe the pace has gone up a little bit.
Looks like it, yes.
But Karl has worked a lot to make sure that they go up on GC, because that's what they want to do today. After the bad prologue, they'll go up on GC, and tomorrow is a new day. Maybe they'll be able to break the German duo. They have another 2 days to do so. So it's not over yet. For now, they're just trying to improve their position overall, and as they go under the bridge and under the road and back up.
Even that little bump and climb, that takes a lot out of these riders, because it's a little steep. It's short, but it's steep, and you can't really get your rhythm up there. Well, there you can see now the guys back in their form or back in their rhythm, and it's still the Austrians in the front.
It's still the Austrian, and it's still Karl. It's still Charlie up front, setting the pace. And these fields don't have the best grip, so again, you have to watch your line. You have to make sure you're not going into a little hole in the ground. You have to be very, very cautious, and we hope no tumbles will be here, as they have very high pace. They are very tired, and we hope we're going to have a very, very good sprint soon.
Well, Ori, as you can see on the terrain, and that it looks like, where they obviously have farming and stuff, so that is very difficult to ride. It's more sand than anything else, than hard pack surface. And you can see Karl in the front powering through. His teammate Gregor is struggling to hold on. The head is hanging a little bit, but it looks like the Austrian team wants to take the first stage. They're not letting anybody get to the front, and I know actually with that surface terrain, it is going to be very difficult to come past them. So they are setting the pace. They're keeping that pace and not want anybody to come past them at the moment. We are less than, I would say, 5 kilometers to go now.
Yes, seems like something like that. And as you mentioned, Gregor is slightly behind Karl, which isn't the best move for him, because Karl can block the wind for him, so he should be as close as possible to Karl as they go take a right-hander in towards this field. They'll be here very, very soon as Gregor gets slightly closer to Karl. Still not close enough. You see the German duo is very, very close together. They're saving their energy. Gregor not enough, and Karl is just slowing it. Once again, everyone's getting slightly more bunched up, and they're getting prepared for that sprint
Well, you
finish.
can see they're drinking now. They're taking on, well, there we go. That's very, very close to the finish area. You can see the guys are taking the last couple of goos, the last drink or two. They're most probably going to start chucking all those drinks and the water out to be as light as possible for this sprint finish. Yeah. But I don't know as well if Gregor and Karl, if Gregor is not maybe just holding a little bit back so that the guys, they're breaking the other guys' lose rhythm and they don't want the guys to pass. I think maybe that's another tactic that these guys normally or sometimes use.
That could be a very good tactic to do, as we see a look back from Muscle Finsterwald, looking back to see the rider behind him. He looks pretty fine on his bike. I bet everyone's really tired after 90 kilometers today already, and they still have just a few kilometers as we have this farmer on the side cheering them, cheering the way.
The pace has dropped a bit. You can see the pace has dropped a little bit now. Remember that Karl Mark has been working, has been on the front for a long time now. So he's most probably going to start looking around. Is there anybody that's going to come to the front? What is the situation now? Should I just keep the pace and make sure we get first into the finish area?
Yeah, because if the pace goes down, we may see some attacks, maybe from the American duo. When the pace goes down, they can go maybe try and surprise when everybody slows down, when everybody's slightly tired, looking at each other. It could be an interesting move, but still everyone has been following so well today, so I'm not sure we're going to see a late attack.
And it's going to be difficult to pass through there on the section that we are at the moment. As we mentioned and saw earlier, the terrain is it's softish and there's not a lot of place to come past, and you are going to use a lot of energy if you have to come past there and attack on this section, because the guys the pace has picked up once again a little bit, so the guys are going to struggle. You can see out of the saddle just to try and get back to his teammates' wheel. So the pace definitely has picked up again. Once again, Karl Mark is opening a gap to his partner, Gregor Rachel. It's going to be exciting.
It is going to be very exciting. We are very excited here. We have more and more people here at the finish line waiting for the finishers. We have 3 teams fighting for this win, and they're fighting to improve their general classification. The Austrian duo and the American duo, I think that we're going to have them going maybe even into the general classification podium, since we didn't see any more riders behind.
Well, they're crossing once again underneath the road. Just want to quickly see, you can see the motorbike just directing the guys where to go. There we go, underneath the highway, one of the highways. Oh, they see everybody's getting off the bicycle. Most probably be, is that a low crossing?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's a low crossing over there. You see it made a little, slow them down a little bit, and you see how now they're getting out. Yeah, they had to walk it and be very low.
I wonder if the guys are going to actually put the hammer quickly down. No, everybody's still together. No, they together.
Yeah, they're staying together. I think it's clear to everyone it's going to be a sprint finish unless we're going to see a surprising
Well, you can see the
attack.
Americans, the Americans are a second or so off. They're going to work a little bit harder now to get back. Once again, Karl in the front, Karl Mark. He's got a gap to his teammates. I hope that Gregor can come back as quickly as possible. As you guys can see, we are close now to the finish area. It is going to be exciting.
It is going to be very exciting over here. So Austria against Germany against the United States. Let's see who takes the win today.
We'll go back once we bring in the front leaders and the men's. We go back to the ladies teams and the rest of the guys, the mixed teams, the grandmasters, masters. So we'll see them just now, but we're going to bring these guys in. Yes, the pace is still there. It looks like the leaders' jerseys, the yellow jerseys, are moving to the front now.
It's an interesting move. Gregor Rachel is going behind the yellow jersey. I wonder if he's planning to do anything, maybe to pass them later. It's going to be interesting to see. And as you mentioned, we do have an interesting race in the other categories. We're still waiting to see what happened with the women categories with Catherine and Haley. They were on the front, but there was a big group forming behind them. I wonder if they worked together and closed the gap, or did Catherine and Haley left the hammer down and kept opening that gap.
Yeah, I'm sure they have.
And then a little gap there from Team USA. They're struggling to close it, so I'm not sure how good they're feeling up here.
Well, you can see it's like elastic. They go and they stop. They go and they stop. So they're testing each other.
They are testing, but a sprint finish doesn't always, it won't always reflect your feelings. To sprint, everyone is spent. Everyone is tired. It's just who wants it the most. Who's going to do the smartest move?
I like that. Who's going to do the smartest move? Hey, you can see that balance. The guy's obviously just too close now on the wheel. Keeping that balance nice and up. Very close now. How far would you predict, Ori? I would say 3 kilometers maybe?
Yeah, 3-4 kilometers, something like that. We were very close. They're still doing a little road around the race village. We're very close practice and air distance to the race village, but they're not going directly to it. We're going around and we'll go in. We're not taking the straightest route, as we can see all the teams over there. Everyone is just full of dust.
They're full of dust, these oaks, yeah, no.
They're going to have to take a good shower for them and for their bike, because it's pretty dangerous mechanically for tomorrow. There's a drink there from Gregor Rogel.
The USA team don't look too bad as well. They've got so many awesome poker faces, really difficult to tell. But it is still Karl Markt on the front with the yellow jerseys following George Egger and Max Brundle right on his heel. And then Gregor Rogel, Karl's partner, is just sitting between them. And on the back, it is the USA team. Okay, USA, Keegan Swenson, Russell Finterswald.
Yes, and Karl is like never ending. He has a never-ending engine. He turned it on around 20 kilometers ago, or maybe even earlier. We didn't see them, and he just didn't turn it off. He's just been on the front. He set the pace. Maybe he upset the pace for the two other teams that were with them. They didn't manage to hold. We have three teams fighting for the win in day two, stage one of this Migdal Epic Israel.
Well, we're 3 hours, 48 minutes into the race. We have less than 5 kilometers to go. These are the heads of state of the first stage and day number 2. The Americans, the Austrians, the Germans, they are fighting it out for the last and final kilometers.
Yes, and you see there are flat roads, fast roads. The pace is still not very high. Maximilian is cooling there, stretching with his hands behind his back. He's having a good time.
He's just bragging now.
He is bragging. It looks like maybe there's a slight slow over there.
You can see they want each other. Oh, that's nice. Nice camaraderie just to make sure, you know, everybody comes safely.
Yeah, they want the race to be fair. They want to win it. They want to win it in a fair way.
Exactly, exactly. They are gentlemen. And there's that beautiful helicopter giving us some amazing images. Well, just now we're at with the quad bike on the back there with the first 3 teams: George Egger, Max Brundle, Gregor Rogel, Karl Markt, Keegan Swenson, and Russell Finterswald. And nobody is letting anybody get away.
Nobody is letting anything get away, and nobody's giving anything out. All of them with their straight faces. We don't know who's going to win this. It's a totally open race. As you can see, Gregor Rogel is going slightly lower, keeping the arrow, maybe saving some more energy. Maximilian is a big guy. He's getting smaller. He's saving lots of energy over there.
So, Ori, who's your money on today?
Well, it's a tough call. I have a feeling for USA. I don't know why.
I must be honest. I wanted exactly. You took the words out of my mouth. Hey, we have an attack on the front.
And that looks like the yellow jersey.
It is definitely the yellow jersey.
Wow, everyone
George Egger and Max Brundle making a break, and it doesn't look like the Americans can sit on that wheel. However,
no, but it looks like the Austrians are right on their wheel, and maybe that's what the stretching was for. Maximilian was stretching his hands, and now they're stretching their legs, and they're checking everyone's legs. It's George Egger and Maximilian Brundle on the front. Karl Markt and Gregor Rogel pretty close in behind. The United States of America sending Keegan Swenson and Russell Finterswald are slightly further back. I hope they'll be able to make it, but it looks like the gap is opening.
It is
opening.
Like
8 bike lengths. If they're not going to slow down, they're not going to make it.
If the guys are not going to get back now, they are not going to get back on today's stage. They will be on the podium for today's stage, but they are not going to take the stage win.
Actually, I think we may be mistaken. I'm not exactly sure who's the second duo. It may be the American on second. Yes, it's the American duo second. It was Gregor Rogel and Karl Markt losing it, but it's still the German duo opening the gap, and they're opening the gap from them as well. I think they're going for the win.
They are definitely going for the win, but I think that Gregor Rogel and Karl Markt, they did too much work in the front today, and they are taking a toll right in the last 5 kilometers.
Absolutely.
The leaders' jerseys, they attack. The Americans are trying to get back on that wheel. They have less than 4Ks to do so. Are they going to do it? Ding dong dell, time will tell. Come on, America. Go, Germany. Where's the Austrians?
Oh, here they are. They're going to catch them. I think they're going to catch the Americans. The question is, are they going to work together? The Germans are opening the gap. They're showing why they won the prologue. They won the prologue with this kind of riding. They're strong on the flats. Gregor Rogel is a monster on the flats. Maximilian Brundle is an amazing rider as well.
They are in a league of their own in the 2019 edition of the Migdal Epic Israel. Definitely in a league of their own. The gap is getting bigger and bigger. We have 3 kilometers to go.
Wow, it's nearly maybe over 10 seconds. They're cutting the corner. They're trying to get every second out of this race. They're trying to close them, but I'm not sure. They're just going under the aqueduct and taking the right hand.
It is a tricky section, so the guys need to be cautious. Their heads down when they go through there and they make their way onto the tar road. They want a little bit of a loop, and then we can expect them back. We've got, what, 5-7 minutes of racing left. It is the leaders, the yellow jerseys, putting the mark down. And in second place, the Americans. It is Keegan Swenson, Russell Finterswald. And in third place, the guys that did a lot of work today on today's stage, Gregor Rogel and Karl Markt.
And you can see the German riders going into the race village stage. We're going to see them right now, and we can see them over here. They're about to take the stage win. What a perfect attack. And second, it's going to be the Austrians just coming in front of us.
They have overtaken the Americans.
Gregor Rogel and Maximilian Brandl, kings of the epic up till now.
What an amazing ride from the Germans. And in second place, it will be the Austrians, Gregor Rogel and Karl Mark, which did a huge volume of work. And in third place, rounding off today's podium, definitely Keegan Swenson and Russell Finterswell. Well done.
What a perfectly timed attack by the German duo. Amazing work.
That was very exciting. Wow, wow, wow.
I have nothing else to say about that. Wow.
Amazing ride from the leaders' jerseys. Very close contention, but I must say, I think the Austrians worked too much in the front today.
They have worked too much for the stage win, but maybe they worked enough to get that second place overall. The clock is counting. It's still rolling. We're about 30 seconds after their finish. No riders are still to see in the area. Here are Martin Gluth and Fabian Geiger, closest riders. They still have over a minute or so until they get there. So I think Gregor Rogel and Karl Mark are getting into second place.
Well, they have their goal. They had their sights on not on a stage win today, but to try and make up as much time as possible to get on that, the better position on the podium, and they definitely did. So yes, they worked a lot, but however, it looks like at the moment it's paying off for them. And when it comes to the general classifications, well, the leaders' jersey, we just saw them sat down. They're congratulating each other at the finish line. Great gentlemen and great camaraderie as we once again see the guys from Fabian Geiger and Martin Gluth almost home, going past these beautiful cotton fields.
It is a beautiful cotton field. It wasn't as beautiful for the other riders who just passed there now, because that was all hell breaking loose on that final attack. It was an amazing attack by the German duo, just sitting down over here, taking a drink, relaxing, both having their some sugar. I think they're drinking a nice Fanta, getting some sugar back into the system, as we see Fabian Geiger and Martin Gluth making their way here. They'll be here in a minute or so. I think they lost their third place.
Yeah. Viewers, I wish the viewers could see how these front guys look. They are messy, they are full of dust. There we can see they're very dirty, even the jerseys. So yes, very tough conditions and very hot out there. There's a little bit of a wind blowing, so I'm sure the guys welcome that and it cooled them down a bit. But yes, tough. But well done to George Egger and Max Brandl once again. Yesterday took the stage, and today stage one of the Migdal Epic Israel.
Wow, amazing work. They have over 2 minutes, maybe even 2.5 or so. And here you don't see it, but we have, now you do. Fabian Geiger and Martin Gluth are coming into the race village. They'll finish every second now. They're just doing around the finish line, taking 2 left-handers before they get into the finish line. And here they are. They're going to finish 4th in today's stage. Another impressive ride by them, probably going down to 4th overall.
Just coming into the finish area. Yes, they are done and dusted with stage number 1, but today's stage have taken a toll on them. They are tired.
They look slightly disappointed. They did do a lot of work in the beginning of the stage, putting the hammer down in the beginning of that climb, but maybe it was too early, too early for them. And now we can see some more riders still very far away from here.
They are way back. Team Buttons, we saw them earlier this morning as well. It's nice and interesting to see where and what's happening in the ladies' race, but we should go back really real soon.
And here a confirmation of the results. It's George Egger and Maximilian Brandl with a beautiful victory today. 3 hours and 52 minutes. 12 seconds after them were Karl Mark and Gregor Rogel, and third Keegan Swenson and Russell Finsterwald. A very interesting race today. We see the riders are just wiping off all the dust off of them. They brought them white wipes. They're going to be brown in a very short time.
Well, they're getting ready for all the interviews and stuff. Once again, here comes one of our teams still racing it in.
It looks like the French duo.
It looks like the French. Is it? We'll double check Fabian now. We'll make 100% sure.
We'll just wait to see who exactly is coming over here. Number 23 for France, Anthony Philippe and Basile Alaud. A very good ride for them, finishing 5th today, probably going up the overall. And here we see the German duo, Lukas Schwarzbauer and David List. 2nd yesterday, 6th today, a few minutes off the pace. Not as good as they expected. Probably they want to keep the 2nd place, but another not bad ride for them.
not bad at all. I must say I'm very impressed with the French riders. They weren't even in the favourites list, and today they actually put their hand up and say, guys, listen, we are here, so don't forget about us. We still got 2 more days to go, and we want a stage win.
And here we have another result here. So it's here we have the GC after today. It's George Egger and Max Brandl obviously staying in the lead, and they have 2 minutes and 25 seconds over Karl Marx and Gregor Ragel. Going back to last year again, 1-2 for these two teams. Maybe the Austrians will try to go one better. Third is the American team, Keegan Swenson and Russell Finsterwald. An amazing ride today, putting them into third, 3 minutes in behind, and Martin Wild and Fabian Geiger going down from third to fourth, 4 minutes and 40 seconds off the leaders. So the gaps are pretty big already.
And it's only stage number 1, day number 2, but I must say a brilliant ride from the Americans. They fell off the back, they had to work hard to get back, they managed to get back, and they managed to secure a general classification 3rd place, and it's only day number 2, stage number 1. So well done to team, well, we can see it on the screen, Team USA. Brilliant riding and brilliant fighting back from them.
Absolutely, as we see Zvi Abraham and Tom Sheffer just climbing up that hill. The Americans did get to 3rd place overall. Very impressive ride. It looks like it was all over when Russell was slightly back, but they kept it cool, kept it collective, and now they're 3rd overall. Very good job from them.
I'm definitely going to have a chat with the USA guys later this afternoon. Just want to see what they feel. I actually want to find out what their main strategy is. Obviously, the main thing is we want to win the race. But I mean, they're off the pace a little bit, so they've got to have to re-strategize and decide on what they're going to do. At the moment, they're on 3rd place. They will most probably, I just want to double check on those times, that they most probably will want to get on that 2nd place. I told you again that the guys, Gregor and Carl, worked very hard today to secure the 2nd place. So I hope that they haven't spent too much penny, so because the USA team can try and get back on the 2nd spot overall.
Absolutely, and it was a very good ride, and I think they did achieve maybe
guys,
one of their goals.
First of all, congratulations.
Here we get an interview.
Thank you. Yesterday you mentioned something about you being heavy and will struggle a little bit on the climb, but you survived the climb easily all the way towards an amazing split 1.5 kilometers before the finish.
Yeah, we always try to stay in the front to react if somebody attacks, and we try to be defensive in the first 3 hours maybe of the race, and then we did also some pushing in the front, and yeah, in the end we attacked.
Max, did the race go the way you expected it?
I don't know. There were many options how the race will be. But it was very fast from the beginning on. After 2.5 hours, I was looking at my watch and my legs were hurting already a lot. And I was thinking it will be a 4.5-hour race because because the track was so slow because of many rocks. And yeah, in the end it was luckily faster than 4.5 hours because I had also cramps in the end when George attacked. But yeah, we're very happy how it ended.
Looking now on the GC, at least for the first 2 couples, that's what you know from last year, is the Austrian on your back.
Yeah, I think the Austrian and the American, also Giga and Glut, they are pretty strong as well, but some had flat tires, some teams, also the bike weight team. So yeah, we had a bit of luck because the other guys don't have that much luck.
Looking on the gap, 2 minutes 25. If no mechanicals, game is over?
The game is over when it's over. We can't say that yet.
Congratulations and enjoy.
Thanks a lot.
So we heard from Maximilian Brandl and George Egger. They said the game isn't over until it's over, and they are right. We have another 2 very tough stages in this race, and anything can happen. They can have a bad day and lose many minutes like some riders have in long stage races. Maybe not very long, but they can still have a bad day, and everything is open. You can have mechanicals. You can suffer on very different ways.
Yes, we had some amazing riding. It looks like the Ukrainian team are finishing up now, still laying very well in top 10 classifications, top 10 and general classifications. And we look like one of the riders has lost their partners. Did I look correctly now?
Yeah, it looks like he's waiting for him. He doesn't want to finish without his partner. He is making progress. I hope his partner is all right. Looks like Fabian Costa. I can't exactly see his partner.
I can't see him either. I'm looking right at the finishing line. I can't see them.
Yeah, he slows down.
And it is the Ukrainian team that just finished up, Dmytro Tyranenko, and with him Vladimir Kozlovsky. They finishing up. Not a bad ride from them today, Ori. They're still in the top 10, and that on today's stage we'll double check and see obviously how it is with general classifications. But I must say that from the Ukrainian team, not a bad ride. There they are. You can see on the screens quickly taking in some drinks after a brutal, hot but good day for them.
Yeah, it's a good, decent result from there today, staying in the top 10 of the day. And I believe it will be a top 10 GC. Today the gaps are bigger than yesterday. Yesterday maybe being 3 minutes or so, but today it's way bigger.
A solid race yesterday, but today you totally made it. I saw Finsti was suffering, maybe 2 times exploded and made a way back. How did that happen?
Yeah, the pace of the front group was really hard at times on the climb, and I knew I just needed to stay within my limits on the heat. I could feel I was more or less on the verge of cramping, and just knew I needed to ride my own race. We had a good strategy. Keegan went ahead on the climb, got the camel back for me. And that allowed us to not really lose any time in the feed zone because we could just go. And then just rode a steady race the rest of the day. But it was a hard, fast day out there.
Third on the GC at the moment. Is that enough for you? That was somewhere at your expectations?
Yeah, I mean, today I think we just want to try and get as much back on GC as possible. I mean, yesterday was a decent day, but not great for us. We lost a bit of time, and today we were able to make up quite a bit of time. And I think I'm happy with the result and some good progress. So.
Not that far away from the Austrian, but also not the way the guys on the fourth, the Giga and Glut. Are you going to try to keep third? What's the strategy for the next 2 stages?
I think the strategy for us is just to be smooth and ride our own race and kind of let those guys, hopefully they blow up and we just keep slowly moving forward.
Having already the, let's say, the standard of races after 2 stages, how is Israel? How is Epic Israel for you?
Yeah, it's been a great trip. This is my first time in Israel. We've been here for a little over a week, and it's been a great trip. It's a beautiful country with lovely people, and we've been enjoying the pitas and hummuses, so it's been a great trip. Hoping to see a camel by the time we go home.
Take it easy, guys. Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so we heard they're enjoying the hummus and the pitas over there. Our Carl is just about to leave towards a prize ceremony. Maybe we'll catch him up later, maybe not. And they had a very interesting tactics today as Russell was slightly suffering. Keegan kept on the pace and went to the feed zone to take the feed for Russell. So that was a very, very interesting strategy for these 2 riders holding up the pace. And as here we can see the women leaders, it is still Catherine Pendrell and Haley Smith on the front. We don't know the gaps yet, but they're 4 hours into the race, and now we can see Shlomi Chaimi and Guy Zesler making their way through the race. Heading back towards the race village. They look like they're going to stay in the white leading jerseys for the best Israeli duo. And here we can see some more riders getting up near down. It's Chaim Latzmi and Sharon Peer. As here we have Damiano Ferraro and Giola De Cosmo finishing today's stage. Not as good as they expected, I believe. Last year Damiano finished 3rd in this race. Looks like they had a bad day.
Yeah, Ori, just want to get ready for the prize giving and that. So yeah, all the live viewers and stuff, it's been an amazing day. We might be back in a little while after the prize giving and the leaders' jerseys, general classifications. But yeah, some amazing riding and fighting it out. So can't wait for the ladies' race.
Yeah, thank you very much, Carl. It was a pleasure being here with you, and have a good prize ceremony. So here we are again with Shlomi Chaimi and Guy Zesler near the end of the stage, the Israeli duo controlling the cross-country in Israel since 2013, with Shlomi taking the cross-country championships from 2013 to 2018, and Guy Zesler taking the Israeli cross-country championship this year. Here you can see it looks like Giola De Cosmo, very hot and very tired, just cooling down. The youngster being poured some water by his partner Damiano, just there with some cold water. It was very, very hot. All the riders suffered from the heat. And here again are Haley Smith and Catherine Pendrell leading the women's category, staying up front. Only 2 of them very well. Very, very good riding by them. Here we can see Fabian Costa, who was waiting, finishing right now. and he's still in the race village. Here you can see Fabian Costa's partner just fell off his bike, very, very tired. Emmanuel Zangler just having people checking him. Fabian was waiting a little bit for his partner because he was far back, and then now they finished. Fabian finally was able to pass the line when his partner came, because we were reminding you that they have to be none more than 2 minutes in between a pair. So it is a pair race. It is a couples racing. You race in pairs of 2, teams of 2, pairs obviously 2. And anyway, so you have to stay not more than 2 minutes from your partner. It's not been checked during the race, but you have to finish and be in the intermediate times with no more than 2 minutes in between you. So as you've seen, Fabian Costa had his partner far away from him, so he waited for him, and now he has finished. As we can see again, another view of Keegan and Russell just resting after a very good ride today. They said they just want to tire the riders out and stay at the front and trying to get as good as possible. Maybe even get 1 step up at GC, if not 2. Here we are again with Haley Smith and Catherine Pendrell just working their way through the fields on their way here. They'll be here in about 10 or more minutes. Still have some riding to do. They're not very, very close yet, but they look like they had a very, very impressive ride today. It's very interesting to see what's going on behind them, because we had a big group of 3 teams just behind them with the Estonian team, another American team winners of yesterday, Chloe and Aaron, and 1 more team over there for Sophie and Rose from Argentina and United States. So they're just crossing under the bridge. And meanwhile, we have here in the race village, we can tell you, another duo coming. It looks like Eitan Levy and Eliad Daniel.
אני נמצא עם לוקה שוורצבאואר. Hi, how are you first of all?
Yeah, slowly but surely I'm getting better. Again, the heat in the flat sections down here was crazy. Up the mountains it was okay, and there were some rivers. That was quite nice. But yeah, it was right at the beginning, it was so hot and I suffered a lot with that. In the beginning on the long climb, David was for sure a better climber, but I could go with a good speed in the flat sections, and so I think we were a good couple. I tried to slow down a little bit in the beginning to just overlift that.
Started the day at 2nd place and lost the podium spot. How does it feel?
Yeah, I think that's okay. Yeah, it's okay. I think it's not perfect for us here. I struggle a lot with the heat, and I think it's okay. We will try to support our first team, and if we are still maybe in 4th or 5th, it's great, quite nice, yeah.
Go and get some rest, good luck.
Yeah, thank you.
אקר, כפי שיכולת לראות בזמן הזה, 2 הרוכבים הישראלים הראשונים שחוצים את קו הסיום, וזאת אולי דרמה כששלומי חיימי וגיא זסלר עדיין על המסלול. אני אנסה לתפוס איתם כמה מילים, זה בהחלט. עכשיו שלומי חיימי מגיע, הוא שרוע על הרצפה. קודם כל נגיד ברכות לאיתן לוי ואלעד דניאל. איתן, ציפיתם לזה, הזוג הישראלי הראשון?
ממש לא. אתמול במרוץ הראשון אני הרגשתי פחות טוב. אליעד היה חזק, הוא זה שמשך. היום התחלנו ברגוע, ידענו שיש הרבה אבנים חדות, שיהיה יום מועד לפורענות מבחינת הקלות.
So we have here Eitan Levy talking about today's stage. He said yesterday when he didn't feel very good. He was asked whether he was expecting to be the first Israeli duo today as they were.
בוא נשאל ככה, לפני כמה שנים הכינוי שלך היה מערות. היום אבא לשלושה, פרשת כנראה לפני 3 או 4 שנים. מאיפה אתה מביא את זה?
האמת שאין לי מילים, לא יודע, אין לי. פשוט מאוד ניתן לילד לדבר, אני פה לגמרי במקום אחר.
כמו שאנחנו יכולים לראות, הרוכבים קודם כל מרוגשים, כל האמוציות יוצאות. איתן לוי ואליעד דניאל, הזוג הישראלי הראשון. שלומי חיימי שרוע, אולי זו ההזדמנות הכי טובה לתפוס אותו. שלומי!
And it went pretty well for them, the first Israeli pair today. It's going to be interesting to see if they can take the white jersey.
איך היה היום? קודם כל תסביר לנו, כי לא ראינו אתכם כל הזמן. מה היה? איך התנהל המרוץ מבחינתכם?
התחיל חזק.
So Shlomi is just talking about the race today. He said he started very strong and felt very, very good.
בקדמת הדבוקה, והרגשתי יחסית בנוח. אני חושב שהייתי היום אחד המטפסים הטובים ביותר. וכמובן בטכניקה פה עם כל הסלעים וזה, סלעים זה משהו שאני אוכל לארוחת בוקר. רצתי עם הקבוצה הראשונה עד הפידינג זון הראשון, אמרתי קצת לשחק איתם, קצת זמן מסך וליהנות, אמרתי אני אגיע לפידינג זון הראשון ואז נראה מה המצב עם זסלר.
מה קרה איתו באמת?
תצטרך לשאול אותו, אני לא יודע. פשוט הגעתי לפידינג זון הראשון, תדלקתי, אמרתי אני אקח כבר בקבוק לגיא כדי שהוא לא יצטרך לבזבז זמן. ומשם פשוט המשכנו הכי מהר שרק יכולנו ביחד.
שלומי, תודה, אנחנו מקווים שתתאוששו בהמשך ועוד נראה מכם הצגה עד הסוף.
בוודאי, תודה.
בהצלחה.
So Shlomi is promising to be very good till the end and to do another show. As we can see, the women leaders, we're back with Hailey Smith and Catherine Pendrell here leading the race. We're getting them their shots. They're just getting closer and closer to the race village. They should be here in about 10 or so minutes, still leading on the front, still working together, still taking turns. Very, very good job from this duo, riding very, very impressively today. The big question is, can they take the leader's jersey? Can they take the purple jersey? What they're working for, they're working very hard. They came here with a mission today. They started riding on the front from the beginning of the stage, breaking the women leaders from yesterday, Chloe Woodruff and Erin Hug. They managed to ride a very hard and sustained pace on the beginning and then break the leaders. Then since then they've been on their own, working together, exchanging turns, and the gap has still managed to stay as it is. It was 1.5 minutes a long time ago, and a little miscommunication over there with a little break on the front. It looks like Catherine braking and Hailey not noticing that, but everything is all right, no falls. So here they are just near the banana field, making their way back into the race village and the regional council of Mate Asher. Just have to be careful in these little passes. The road here is not very straight, has many twists and turns. Although it looks like a road for two riders to go together, it's pretty narrow and many humps and bumps, so you just have to be careful, stay alert, trust your partner to take the best line, and trust your partner to mark. And here we have another duo finishing here in the race village. You can't see them yet. It's Max Yore and Jens Scherman finishing in the top 10 yesterday, going out of the top 10 today. Jens is the Belgium cross-country champion. And another French duo just making its way in here. So we are 4 hours and 15 minutes into the race. We can see Catherine Pendrell and Hailey Smith here at the front. Behind them is our man Yuval Friedman, following them with the e-bike and getting the great photos throughout the race, getting the GoPro Hero 7 photos with the live view system on his back so we can get our live broadcast. So we still have these two riders on the front. We don't have any more footage of the other riders. They're leading the women's category today. May take not only the stage win, but maybe even the leader's jersey. We're going to have to wait and see by the time they finish. We have another duo coming in here. Another duo just finishing the race for today. Many riders had a tough day today with 94.5 kilometers, we remind you, with 1,615 meters. We just have here in the race village, you may not be able to see that, it's Simon Witzum and Marcus Schulze-Lunzum, who had a very, very good stage today, are finishing only now. They probably had something happening to them because they had a very good opening. They were with the top 6 leaders at the second feed zone but in the third speed zone we lost them. Maybe they had a technical, maybe they just blew out because there was a very, very hard stage. And we have more and more duos coming here, more and more teams coming here into the race village. We have number 15, Milan Damek and Jan Jobanek from the Czech Republic, as we can see. Simon Vitsu and Marcos Schulzelundsum just relaxing. High five over there. We had a good ride today, a good start to the ride, not a good finish. Maybe talking about it, trying to get the conclusions for tomorrow. And here we are back again with the women's leaders, Catherine Pendrell and Hayley Smith on the front.
Well, they are in a league of their own, and day number 2, stage number 1 of the Migdal Epic Israel, powered by Trek. Definitely the ladies' strategy was today, we want to win and we want to get top spot on the general classifications. They are absolutely flying now, and they are definitely getting closer to their goal, and that is the top spot of the Migdal Epic Israel.
It's exactly what they're doing, and even if they won't get it today, they're riding amazingly. If they don't get it today, they'd get it tomorrow if they keep on riding today. Just hope they didn't spend too many pennies, as you say, didn't burn too many matches, that they still have energy for tomorrow. They need to ride strong, but not too strong. They should finish here with a little bit energy, well, at least not totally spent, because they have another 2 long days. Tomorrow is a tough stage. Saturday is not an easy stage as well, being 70 kilometers. It's still not easy. Nothing here is easy. They have to keep their legs strong. They have to be prepared for anything. They can have mechanicals. They shouldn't ride all out now, but they should keep a good pace and try and get that leader's jersey.
Well, it looks like they're riding themselves from 4th place right into 1st place, and then only on the day number 2, stage number 1, and they're not holding anything back. You can see the pace is still fierce that Catherine is setting, and Hayley is hanging on for dear life.
Yeah, they're both working very, very well together, as we've said earlier. They're a very good duo, making a good pair here. It looks like actually Catherine on the back, if I'm not mistaken. They're just changing it up in between. It's number 101-2 on the back, and here in the race village we have another team finishing the race. It looks like Team Misgav Riders, probably Gili Gonen and Ori Launzini here are finishing. Here you can see just them. 4 hours and 19 minutes after the start of a very, very long stage 1 here and day 2 in our Migdal Epic Israel 2019.
Yeah, the guys obviously well-deserved rest now, and the recovery drinks. We've got some smoothies and everything. Back at the women's leaders, it is the Canadian team, and none other than leading from the front and from the 1st kilometer, by the way, Catherine Pendrell and Hayley Smith from Canada. Definitely riding themselves up into general classification on the top spot. I think they are going to take it today.
Well, it looks pretty safe for today. Riding very, very good. Just keeping the power down, keeping the work being done, working very, very well together. Just one behind another, very, very close. Keeping it stable. They don't look like they're suffering too much. Their bodies are stable. It's very good. They have a very good posture on their bike. Good cadence, not killing their legs too much. And they're getting closer and closer to the race village. We will see them very, very soon.
Well, the lead bike is, well, the camera bike is keeping them company. As you can see, once again, very, very hot there, even for the ladies, opening some shirts just to get some wind and obviously cool down a little bit and get as much oxygen in as possible. I've never seen that, by the way. I've never seen the ladies open it up like that, but hey, whatever works for them, as long as they get to that top spot in the general classifications, they don't care.
Well, they come from Canada, and to go from Canada's nice weather to over here, that's a big difference. So I think Hayley's feeling it on herself. It's a big, big temperature difference, but she manages with it. She rode a very, very good ride today. So it shows you don't have to come from a warm climate. You can come from a cold climate as well and succeed here in the Epic as well. As we can see, another great view of
beautiful.
That, shalom, peace, and salam in Arabic.
Salam alaikum, walaikum salam.
Exactly.
Well, quickly, the last couple of sips from Catherine, while Hayley is setting the pace. They're not far out now for the ladies. The leaders, ladies, they're looking around just, well, Hayley is looking around, just making sure if Catherine is feeling still okay. There we go, quickly hydrate the last couple of kilometers for these ladies. We have a capacity crowd, 1 or 2 riders finishing up, and we have a capacity crowd. Looks like somebody in the back there. Is it the ladies team? Ori, did you see that? I don't think so.
It's actually hard to understand exactly who was behind them, but we'll have to wait and see very soon. there is a team very, very close, but it could be from many categories. All the categories start together. So it could be men, it could be women, it could be mixed category, it could be masters, grandmasters.
The ladies are looking around, so they're not sure as well if it's another ladies team. We can't really see. It doesn't look like it though.
Give you confirmation as soon as we can see, get a closer view of them. We hope we'll get one very, very soon as they take another right-hander here, just do another field road.
Will be interesting to see second place ladies on today's stage. But yes, the Canadians flying down there.
Oh, and there is a catch here. It looks like it may actually be a women's team.
It definitely does look like it. I wonder if it's not Rose.
I think it is Rose Grant and Sofia Gomez Villafane. Whoa, what a catch.
An amazing ride from them.
And they're going straight through. They're not waiting. They're just going straight past Catherine.
Remember, they were part of that three ladies teams that were trying to catch Catherine and Haley. So it looks like they broke away the USA-Argentinian combination. And yes, once again, as Ori mentioned, they are setting the pace at the moment. So yes, we're still going to have a fight on with the ladies.
And they had a better prologue yesterday. So as it stands for now, they are going to take the leader's jersey. Sofia and Rose, what a ride.
What an amazing ride from the Argentina-USA combination. And it looks like they are attacking actually. Maybe just a small attack, but the Canadians are not going to let them go. They are not going to let them go.
Absolutely not, but they're not going to give them an easy ride over here. They're going to make them suffer. They didn't catch them for nothing. They want to take that stage win.
Exactly, they're definitely going to make them work the last couple of kilometers. It is our race now, they say. You guys have to stick to our wheels. We want to win this race. At the moment, we are leading this race, and that's how we want to keep it.
Yeah, they want to get the leader's jersey in the sweetest way possible with the stage win. This is Sofia, the Argentinian cross-country champion, on the lead over there. And you can see on your left our electric mountain bike cameraman. And you can see more riders in behind, so it's interesting to see if the other group is maybe not so far. We'll wait and see for more confirmation of that result.
Well, Ori, did you just see? I mean, Sofia is still waving and smiling at the camera, so it looks like she's still got plenty of energy, plenty of gas in that tank of hers.
She looks very strong, and it looks like the pace of Haley and Catherine had just kicked up because they have to stay on that wheel. They must stay on that wheel if they want to stay in contention for the stage win and for the general classification. And Sofia is riding here a great race.
Amazing race from the Argentina, but I must say, I think the Canadians, they have been broken a little bit, because it's not nice if a team catches you after you've done so much work. And we're in the latter stages, the final couple kilometers of this event for the ladies. And I think the USA team, the Canadian team is thinking, oh, no. Why did these guys catch us? We've worked so hard. But they did, and they're setting the pace now. Now the Canadians are on the defense. They need to stay there. But they are not leading. It looks like they're in second place in general classifications. It looks like Sofia and Rose, the Argentina and USA team, is definitely going to take today. Well, most probably not today. Well, we're going to see if they're going to take today's stage. They are looking strong at the moment. They did catch the leaders, but they will definitely be in the general classifications after today.
Well, we think they'll be in the general classification, but if they made this gap, then maybe the other riders have closed some gap. We don't know exactly what happened over there. Although Chloe and Erin looked pretty tired when we saw them earlier, but it's very interesting to see. We just can't know right now. It does look like they're going into general classification as it stands now, and there are little gaps opening. The Canadians are struggling. They look very tired. Haley's just on the back there after pulling a lot. It must be devastating for her.
I don't think they realized that Sofia and Rose were so close to them. So I think they started settling into a pace and thought they might have the stage. But yes, obviously, like I mentioned, the Argentinian and USA combination did manage to come back. Haley is dropping off the pace, and Sofia is hammering it now.
She's killing it right now.
Rose is hanging on for dear life, it looks like.
Yeah, and the gap is opening. Catherine is not managing to hold as well. Haley may be closing it a little bit, and here we can see again Aviv Yechezkel, our other cameraman who was with the men earlier.
They are definitely opening the gap now. So it is the Argentina-USA combination. Sofia Gomez Villafaña and Rose Grant. They look very strong, and they look like they will most probably take today's stage.
And they look like they're running away. Well, thank you very much, Carl. Again, you're going for the ceremony. Great having you today.
Ori, it's been a pleasure. Thank you so much. Very exciting racing. We're going to get ready for prize giving for the leaders, and it's quite a few changes. So to all our viewers and international guys and listeners, thank you for an amazing day, and obviously some exciting racing. You guys will hear me tomorrow morning once again with Ori, the local man with the local tan. 3 words, laka laka laka. See you guys tomorrow.
Okay, see you. And here we are. Sofia and Rose are opening the gap, and again it's Haley on the front. Catherine is struggling to hold the pace, and Rose is now taking her turn up, and they look like they're totally taking the lead here. That's a very impressive ride by this duo, by the All-American duo. They're just opening, they're just giving a really hard pace. They just went through the through the Canadian riders. They went past them and didn't even mind. Here we can see Haley Smith and Catherine Pendrell, both Canadian, 25 and 39 years old, both very strong riders. Haley finished 3rd in the World Cup Series, and here we can see again Rose Grant and Sofia Gomez Villafaña, 2 very strong riders. Sofia, as we said, is the Argentinian champion, cross-country champion this year, and Rose finished 6th in her respective championship. Now we can see Rose taking her turn, and she can put down the pace as well. They're a very strong team working together. They're just powering through these fields. What an amazing ride by these two. Here you can see the moment of the catch. You can see them behind them. I'm not sure how long they knew, because they looked back just for the final seconds, and they were on them. They locked on them. They saw who they want to catch, and they caught them, and it did in impressive fashion, because Haley and Catherine didn't manage to stay on them for a long time. And here we can see Chloe Woodruff and Erin Huck, the leaders of the race in general classification. They're not so far behind. It's going to be interesting where exactly they are. Oh, and you can see that very low pass. They try to ride down it. They have to run. It's a very low pass. You have to duck and run down there. They weren't sure if they're even supposed to do it because it's so low, but they went there. They try to ride it too low for riding. Try to get down there as fast as possible and then go up the other side, as we saw our e-bike cameraman going down in there as well. And here again we can see Sofia and Rose back on the road. They're very close here. We'll see them very soon. They're going for the stage win. They're going for the general classification lead, and they're doing it very impressively. Well, here they are, go on the road and to the left. Keep on straight, staying on the sidewalk over there, and these riders are very tired, but they're still keeping the pace very high. Look, you can see how fast they're going now. It's Sofia on the front, going as aero as possible, going low on her bike, trying to get as much speed as possible for the power she has. You can see our Aviv Yechezkel on their back, trying to stay with them. They're riding very fast. Rose is on her back with her camelback as well on her back, and just taking here the left turn. They're going to be here in the race village very shortly, doing the final loop here. Here we can see Chloe Woodruff and Erin Huck. It looks like they're actually pretty far behind. We don't exactly have a confirmation of their location. We'll have to get maybe a slightly outer shot, as I mean, here is Chloe Woodruff and Erin Huck, yesterday's winner and the race leaders. Chloe is the United States cross-country champion for this year. Both very, very strong riders. Impressively winning yesterday by nearly a minute, but it looks like it took its toll on today. And here we get another view of number 110. It is Rose Grant and Sofia Gomez Villafane having a very, very good ride today. You can see Sofia putting her hands in the middle of the handlebar, getting the most comfortable catch of her bars. She's just in work mode. So is Rose. They don't look like they're suffering too much. They're just in work mode, trying to work as strong as possible. Okay, as we see Sofia and Rose, we're gonna join the ceremony very, very soon. Here we can see Sofia and Rose just powering through. Sofia is on the front, still going as low as possible. Here you see there's a switch between them. Sofia asked for the switch. Rose is going on the front to do the pacemaking, to block the wind for her partner. They're working very, very well together. They didn't close on the Canadian duo for nothing. They had a very, very good job together. They were 1.5 minutes behind in the 55-kilometer mark, and they close it, and they're opening the gap, but you can't even see them behind. They're just opened such a big gap, these two riders. They're very, very strong. So we have Sofia and Rose here at the front of stage number 1, day number 2 of this Migdal Epic Israel, the 7th edition of this race. This time we are in the Western Galilee, staying at the Regional Council of Mate Asher, having the race today. Yesterday we had our prologue. Our prologue winners, Erin Huck and Chloe Woodruff, are not at the front. They are probably going to lose their jersey. We can't see them. For now, Sofia Gomez Villafane and Rose Grant are having a great race. They were in the front at the beginning, but they closed the gap on the Canadian duo of Haley Smith and Catherine Pandrel, who had an astonishing start of the race, and they're just powering the way through. So it shows it doesn't matter how good you are in the middle of the race, it's a matter of how good you are at the end of the race, enjoying the whole race. And here they are with Sofia, the Argentinian cross-country champion, on the front, just giving the pace down. The gap looks like it is growing and growing. Sofia looks very serious, and Rose is just on her back, both working very well together. Sofia taking maybe slightly more turns, maybe slightly fresher, maybe stronger on the flatter roads. They broke through from a 3-team group. They were earlier with Yannicka and Greet from Estonia, and Erin Huck and Chloe Woodruff, the winners of yesterday from United States. They broke away from them with the 1.5 minute gap they had to close from the Canadian duo of Haley Smith and Catherine Pendrell, and they closed it, and now they're opening a gap that looks similar to the gap they closed. You can't even see them behind. They just left a big, big cloud of dust, and no one is to be seen behind. And here is the Estonian duo. It looks to be Yannicka and Greet, not staying together. They should stay slightly closer together here. One of them is just waiting for another. And here we can see our ceremony holders. Here we can see the riders in the ceremony. We're just going to be joined by Carl in the ceremony.
Thank you so much for everything. He will hand over the medals. And on today's stage, what an unbelievable racing from these youngsters. The guys from USA, Austria and Germany. In 3rd place, general classifications as it stands now, with a time of 3 hours, 53 minutes and 1 second. Keegan Swenson and Russell Frinterswald. Well done, Team USA! These guys had a hard day today. They fought back, they dropped off the pace, they fought hard to get back, and they rode themselves into 3rd place in general classification on this stage. What a brilliant ride from the youngsters from the US of A, the United States of America. Just once again, Keegan Swenson and Russell Frinterswald And in second place, the guys that came second last year on the Israel, all the way from Austria, with a time of 3 hours, 52 minutes and 59 seconds. None other than Karl Marx and Greg Arago. Well done, Austria! They were in the front most of the race today. As we watched the live commentary, they worked very hard. They obviously wanted to make time. They wanted to get on that top spot. And in this case,
in the regional council of Asher. And here again is our ceremony as we see Maximilian Brandl and George Egger just shaking hands to the Austrian duo. They are on the top step of the podium again today, winning another stage, 2 stage wins, 2 leaders jerseys. It couldn't have started better for them.
Austria and Germany, brilliant riding. That's how we like it. Exciting racing between these UCI and top riders in the world. Very fast numbers, averaging about 27 kilometers an hour with a brutal 95.5 pace, 1,650 meters of driving. Yes, it was brutal, but that's how we like it. A good type of ride. Well, that's amazing photo. Well done to the guys. Austria, Germany. Of course, the United States of America.
And we are back with Haley Smith and Catherine Pendrell just trying to close the gap or manage their damage against Sophia and Rose after the amazing catch and attack they did on them. They had a very, very good ride today. Still seem to be in second place. And here we have the champagnes opening in our village. All the riders seem very, very happy with their performance today, and they are near the cotton field, Catherine and Haley.
We're waiting for Team USA, the winners from yesterday. So here we come. Nice and easy, what a brilliant ride from them. Rose Grant and Sophia, welcome back, Argentina.
And Rose Grant and Sophia Gomez are winning the stage right now. What an amazing ride by this duo. Closing the gap, closing a 1.5 minute gap. It seems like they opened the same amount. What a ride from this duo, and they are very, very happy about that. And they should be. They probably got the GC with the GC lead. They look like they're won the stage, and they will take the leaders jersey for tomorrow. An amazing ride. Very emotional for these 2 riders. They worked so hard for it. They worked so strong. It was amazing, amazing ride for these 2 riders. They seem exhausted. The riders behind them are nowhere to be seen. Such an amazing ride. They're just getting some cola to get some sugar back in there. It was a very, very tough effort. And here we can see Haley Smith and Catherine Pendrell just about to go in the finish line. And they opened around a minute. Sophia and Rose have almost a minute, I suppose, over Haley and Catherine. An amazing, amazing ride by these 2 riders, opening this gap in the final 10 or 12 kilometers. And here they are. They'll probably be second overall. A very, very brave ride from them today. They attacked from the beginning, had the lead, and you can't win. And they want to win the race from the front. But they were probably a little too early for them, with Sophia and Rose going from the back and taking the win. It's all hugs in between. They're all happy, but I believe they want to take the jerseys tomorrow. They won't be hugging tomorrow on the race, that's for sure. And we're still waiting for some more riders to get here into the race village. As we see the pass from Rose Grant and Sophia. You see all the riders just refreshing here near the finish line, getting some water, getting refreshed after a very, very tough stage. 94.5 kilometer long stage, 1,650 meters here. And third are going to be the Estonian duo of Janika and Greet. A very good ride from them too, finishing third today, maybe even going into third overall, finishing another minute or so
Happy
behind.
to take you all together. I don't know who should I point first. The girls who were really heroes of the first part, or the girls who were a hero of the last part?
The heroes of the last part, because I think they probably got the GC now too. They had a great ride. It's a little heartbreaking to lead for 87K and get past at the end, but it was just so hot in the last hour that we did what we could.
Ellie, we saw what went well, but tell us what went wrong.
Honestly, we had a pretty good day. At about 40K, we were solo off the front, and we were solo off the front until the kilometer 88, I think. And then at that point, we'd both been feeling the heat stress for about, 10 kilometers, and we had nothing left. Like, I kind of feel like I'm going to faint right now, but...
Coming into the finish. So we gave everything, that's for sure, and definitely we got some confidence back after yesterday. It was, I think it was good.
After yesterday's time trial that wasn't as good as you probably expected, today you managed to turn it upside down, really take the lead at the GC at some point even, and then losing it. What's the plan for the next two stages?
Like when you're out there, you have no idea what's going on in the GC, what gaps you have, so we have to just take it one day at a time and do our best and recover as well as we can and have another good day tomorrow.
At the other side of the microphone, I'm not allowed to say it, but you girls are amazing. You're really inspiration, and we love you in Israel.
Oh, thanks, guys. It's great to be here.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
We just say the feed zone people were absolutely amazing. It was like, you show up, they had drinks for you, they lubed our chains. It was just like, blew me away at how great it was.
Spread the rumor. Thank you, girls. I'm running to the other couple. Girls, sorry to interrupt, but we were amazed. Tell us what happened today. You lost the front with 1.5 minutes, and then you turned it totally amazed, and now you are first at the GC.
Yeah, it was an amazing day out there. I started a crater in the middle somewhere, and Sophia pulled me through. I started feeling better. We started riding with a group of 6 of us. So second, third, and fourth, we're all riding together for quite a while. And then a couple of us took a crash and separated the group. Sophia and I both went down in a water crossing. And we're able to kind of get our heads back in it and rally. And after that, we just put our heads down and just, we motored and started catching teams. And that was just motivation to feed the fire. And Sophia was feeling good and she pulled me in, so.
Sophia, taking you to the last kilometers, when you caught the Canadians, when you made the separation, you were just flat out. We could see it on the screen. What was going into your head those moments?
You know, leading up to that, Rose had done maybe a 5-minute pull, and we knew they weren't expecting us, and as we realized it was them, I told Rose we have 2 options. 1, we catch them and we stay on and recover, or 2, we keep going and try to go for a stage win. And we kept going, and you never know what can happen, and we're so happy to cross. Like, we come here, there are a lot of strong teams, and getting a stage win is unreal, and in the Queen stage nonetheless. So we're just very, very excited.
Really short, because we have to cut it shortly. This one is going all the way to the end. You're going to keep the GC?
We're going to do our very best. So today is going to be all about recovery after this.
Congratulations and good luck.
Thank you so much.
Well, they absolutely caught them and went straight through and to an amazing stage win. Opened a 1 minute and 11 seconds gap over Hayley Smith and Catherine Pendrell, and another 1 minute and 11 seconds between Hayley Smith and Catherine Pendrell to third group, Janika Loiv and Greet Steinberg from Estonia. Another very impressive ride from the Estonian duo. Chloe Woodruff and Erin Huck just got in here as well. 4 minutes and 38 seconds off the pace. So the GC will look as Sophia Gomez and Rose Grant will be first on GC, and second looks like...
מי שמצביע משפיע. היכנסו לסקר היומי באתר ערוץ הספורט ותוכלו לזכות בשובר למגוון רשתות. מתנת
הפניקס סמארט טראבל.
כוכבית 5, 4, 3, 2...
ימין, שמאל, מרכז, העיקר שיהיה המסרגז.
פילה, להשיג בחנויות Factory 54. Change the game. פילה.
הסוד החדש של המרכז נמצא כרבע שעה מתל אביב. חפשו אורה בן שמן.
אין מה לבדוק, רק בפלאפון. סמסונג גלקסי נוט 10 ו-10 פלוס עם 5 שנות אחריות.
It was a very, very nice stage today. 94.5 kilometers to go. With 94.5 kilometers done by the riders. 1,650 meters of climbing. We had great racing in both men and women categories. We actually, you didn't see it, but we had the master winners already in here. Chaim Dahan and Angelo Di Veroli already crossed the finish line again and first, so they will get another stage win and another leader's jersey, just like the men's category with George Egger and Maximilian Brandl winning yet again today. Another jersey and another win for the German duo. The women's, we had Sofia Gomez Villafane and Rose Grant winning, and you can see how hot it was today. It was very hot, it was very dusty. Riders have to drink a lot and prepare for tomorrow. Now you can see some live photos from the race village of riders just relaxing in the shade in our chill zones area. We have many of them here in our race village and Mate Asher Regional Council. As more and more riders are making their way here into the race village, we have another team of two just coming here. We can see here Rose Grant just talking there with Sophia and Chloe. It's a conversation between the old leaders to the upcoming new leaders of this race. Maybe they're preparing a jersey swap in between them. And on now we have number 27 for Germany. Tobias and Gabriel Sindlinger from Germany are finishing right now. And they just got here. They're going to the shade to relax a little bit. And here we have a confirmation of the results of the Masters. It's Angelo Di Veroli and Chaim Dahan getting the stage win, 4 hours and 42 minutes in what was a brutal stage, very, very tough conditions, very long, very hard, tough terrain, and they got here first. I am not sure any other Master riders has gone here after they have, so the gap is big. They will extend their overall lead, which is good for the next days.
Started this massive day with a pink leader's jersey after yesterday's amazing effort. Tell us, take us through today a little bit.
I think our goal was to just be steady or as relaxed as possible for the first half. Unfortunately, the course doesn't allow you to be relaxed. So I think it was a little bit more difficult and longer than what we were expecting today.
And tell us a little bit what the plans for the next 2 stages after losing the GC today.
Recover as much as possible. And then, yeah, hit the reset button again tomorrow. So it was a tough day out there, but I think we're really happy to have finished today.
If you try to analyze your pluses and minuses in terms of climbing, technical parts, flat parts, where is your strengths, where is your weaknesses?
I feel pretty comfortable. Like, I felt pretty strong on a lot of the flat kind of rolling sections and a lot of the loose descents. I live in the desert, so I love this kind of terrain. But Aaron was climbing really well, and yeah.
How is Epic Israel so far, the atmosphere and things, how it looks like for foreigner peoples? We are curious.
I mean, the race organization is awesome. Yeah, it's been a really good experience. Dinners are delicious, which is going to be key tonight.
The food has been so good. We love the food. Yeah.
Luckily, it's the end of the season, so you don't mind gain some weight before going to the winter.
No, it's all about recovery. I don't think we can gain weight.
Yeah.
Okay, strategy for the next 2 days. We're going to see you all out again or take it easy?
That's a really hard question to answer. What do you think, Erin?
Just try and keep it steady. I think that this environment is so harsh that if you make a little mistake, it has a big impact. So I think that we'll just try and be steady and see what happens.
I'll let you two discuss it in the next few hours between each other, and we make sure we follow you the next few days. Good luck, amazing job so far.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So it's the restart button to be hit for Erin and Chloe after a very good prologue yesterday. Not as good as they probably expected today. Losing the lead today, maybe even going out of the general classification podium. But they have another two very tough stages for today. So for the continuation of the race, so they still have lots and lots of work to do, and they can improve their place. As they lost their position today, they can gain it right back again. We saw they are very, very talented riders. Here we get some more footage from today. This is Russell Finsterwald on the back of the leading men group, and Shlomi Chaimi just going aero in his aero tuck, trying to be as fast as possible and as efficient as possible throughout the end of this stage. Tomorrow is stage 2. It's 91.5 kilometers with 1,400 meters of climbing. We'll go slightly more to the south area as a comparison to today when we went slightly northern. It's going to be a tough stage. It looks slightly like a shark tooth profile. If you look at the middle of it, it's going to be flat in the beginning and flat in the end, exactly like we had today. But in the middle, it's exactly the shark tooth profile. 3 big climbs, maybe not so long, but 3 big climbs, and they're totally going to take their toll on the riders. We have climbs with 7% average percent for tomorrow, so it's going to be a very, very tough day. With maxing up at around 21%, and as we saw with this terrain over here, 21% is worth way more when the ground is loose. And now we are joining the live ceremony right here in our race village in Mate Asher Regional Council.
Well, there they are in their beautiful blue colors. In second place, Team Canada, 4 hours, 40 minutes, 33 seconds. Hayley Smith, Patrick Pendrell, they were leading the way all the time until the last 3 or 4 kilometers. And ladies and gentlemen, the winners for today's stage. It's a combination of the United States and Argentina. The winning time, 4 hours, 39 minutes, 25 seconds. Rose Grant and Sofia Gomez Villafane. Well done, ladies. What a brilliant race from them. Taking it in the final kilometers. Brilliant riding from the Argentina-United States combination. Rose Grant and Sofia Gomez Villafane.
Great ride from all of the women pairs over there. They all had a very, very strong day. They brought us very interesting and entertaining racing. Very, very nice to see, with Hayley Smith and Catherine leading from the front, and Sofia and Rose, the winners of today, taking the lead in the final 10 kilometers and winning with an impressive fashion.
Hayley Smith, Patrick Pendrell, 4 hours, 40 minutes, 36 seconds. And the heads of state, as I mentioned just now, USA, Argentina, Rose Grant, Sofia Gomez Villafane with a winning time, 4 hours, 59 minutes and 25 seconds.
So here we are ready for the champagnes that are gonna get open right here for the podium place. The riders are gonna open their champagnes, and here they go. Smiles all around for all the riders. They had a very, very good day today. All happy with their results. Good riding. I believe all of them would want to get the first step of the podium, but only one team can get on there, and we have another day today as we can see the results. We have an update with 5th place, Cindy Montalou and Sandra Walter just finishing 10 minutes off the pace. So just a recap for you, first were Sofia Gomez Villafane and Rose Grant with 4 hours and 39 minutes. Second, 1 minute and 11 seconds behind from Canada. Leading the race from the start, Haley Smith and Catherine Pendrell. Third are Yannicka Loiv and Grit Steinberg from Estonia, 2 minutes and 22 seconds off the pace. And fourth, the leaders into the day stage and losing the leader's jersey are Chloe Woodruff and Erin Huck, as we're joining the Israeli commentary. So here we have tomorrow's stage. We're heading south, just near the Achihud forest, and then we're gonna head again east towards the bigger hills of the area. We're gonna go to Misgav forest. As you can see, we're having 2 feed zones and a 3rd feed zone in the Achihud forest on the way back, and 3 big climbs. We're gonna go back the way we started with another little roll. And we just have the Grand Masters finishers here in the race village. You cannot see them, but I'm pretty sure they are the winners, and that is Landon Lagrange and Gavin Viochen for South Africa taking the win. So it looks like the South African duo won the Grand Masters category for today, finishing first. A very good ride for them today, taking Amos Gary and Zor Galili, who are still waiting for here. It was a very impressive ride. They didn't lead from the beginning, but they took the lead around the 2nd feed zone and kept it. And here we have a confirmation of the men's result, with George Egger and Maximilian Brondel winning the stage. This is the GC after stage 1. Second is Karl Mark and Gregor Ragel. Third is Keegan Swenson and Russell Finsterwald, and 4th is Martin Gluth and Fabian Geiger, finishing 3rd yesterday and going 1 place down today. Very good rider for the Americans and the Austrians as well, improving their places after not the product they expected, and the Germans just showing their dominance. Maximilian Brondel and George Jagger with an amazing, amazing ride today. Another stage win, another yellow jersey, and it looks like it's going to be very, very difficult to take it off them. Here we can see our in-race commentator Boaz Kopel as Tommy Tzchaki and Chen Schreiber are getting towards the finish of today, and behind them is Gita Michels and Rebecca McConnell with what looks like another bad day for them.
The time is 4 hours, 59 minutes and 40 seconds.
Gita and Rebecca don't look very happy after today. Looks like not a perfect day for them. And here we can see some more highlights from today. A very, very good stage today. Very nice winners, and we hope to see you tomorrow as well, 7 a.m. See you.